Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter had devilish mystic soul? Part 7. Also the last episode of this series. I am glad that you are still there. Thank you. Also please subscribe. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. That was probably the first actual good potions class that I have ever had. Harry's smile was larger than it ever had been at Hogwarts. We told you that Crystal was good, Melody giggled. You call your professor by her name. Harry was shocked by that. Most of us grew up knowing both Abby and Cryos, Chala explained. Crystal Rose starts there, students younger than wand user schools, so we all have known them for years. So, that also means that we have known Crystal for years as well. She is like a big sister to a lot of us, White says. We don't call her by her name in class, but we do when not in class. Plus, she has only been our teacher for a few years, Hawk said. So, a lot of us are still not used to calling her Professor Gold. Haha, you all are certainly closer than most students would be with their teacher, Harry said. Even before Crystal became the potions teacher, the professors have always been there for us, Melody says. They help students that are having trouble in class. They offer advice for future careers. They stop any bullying that they either see or hear about. And they do a bunch of other things for us as well. That is definitely better than the teachers at Hogwarts, Harry commented. After how your own professor behaved during class, I am not surprised, Hawk said. Why would a professor even act like that? Chala asked Harry. How he behaved was not right. He targeted you even when you were not even doing anything wrong. Yours and Melody's potion came out great even when you never made a mystic soul potion before. And yet he was acting like you could not do anything right. That's Snape for you. Harry rolled his eyes. That's normal behavior for him. White raised an eyebrow. You have no idea, Harry sighed. Pretty much since the moment that I stepped into Hogwarts, he has had it out for me. He asked me a series of questions when I first got into his class, and I didn't know any of the answers. I asked Fred and George about them after class, and I learned that all of the questions were ones that were meant for older students. Not a single question was for a first year. And yet he acted like I was being arrogant and did not even try and study before class. I have never heard of such unprofessional behavior. Melody felt insulted by a professor acting like that. At least Crystal was able to scold him for acting like that, White said. Maybe this might actually show him how teachers are supposed to act. I highly doubt that, Harry said. According to every single older student that I have asked, Snape has been like that for years. Even before I came to Hogwarts, he has been known as the dungeon bat of Hogwarts. Why are there even classrooms in a dungeon? Melody could not help but ask. Don't ask me. Harry held his hands up in surrender. I only attend the school. I didn't design it. Salazar Slytherin probably was just a very dramatic person and like scaring his students by having his house and his classroom in the dungeon. I actually like a teacher with a sense of humor like that, Melody giggled. Better than having a classroom high up in a tower or something, Hawk says. I may be able to fly, but I know that there are plenty of people that are terrified of heights. Well, actually, there are divination and astronomy classes. Harry was about to tell them. Don't. Hawk stopped him before he could say anything more. We already have things piling up about what we do not like about your school, and there is probably more to come, White said. No kidding, Harry says. I actually started making a list of things that I didn't like about Hogwarts after my first year there ended. It's nearly 12 pages long, single-spaced. And let us guess, Melody said. Most of the things you would change have to do with Snape? Well, they certainly involve how he acts and what he causes, Harry says. Snape not only treats me badly, but he treats everyone badly other than those in Slytherin. He bullies 3/4 of the school. He makes the house point system a complete joke because he gives points to his Slytherins for being on time, while he takes points for breathing too loudly from other houses. And on top of that, he witnesses his Slytherins bullying or sabotaging other students, and he does nothing. If anything, he encourages it because he does nothing about it. Sometimes, he even gives points when they do it. Great! Melody pinched the bridge of her nose. A bully teaching bullies. I cannot imagine anything more toxic than that. How about a ist teaching other ists? Chala asked her. Don't even get me started on that, Melody tells him. Well, on the bright side, There will definitely be none of that behavior here, White tells Harry. Not only is there no point system, but our professors are all professional and treat everyone equally. That is certainly a breath of fresh air, Harry says. What class do you have next? Hawk asked him. Harry took out his schedule that had magically appeared in his room when he moved into it. He did not question it, and figured that it was a normal thing for Crystal Rose. Light and dark with Professor Nightingale, he said. Oh, you will definitely like her, Melody tells him. Out of all our professors, Professor Nightingale is the fairest out of all of them. Not to mention that she outs the fear of Hades into anyone that dares bully one of the younger students. I certainly love that about her, White says. Harry definitely was looking forward to having a professor like that. It was nice to actually see professors that actually do something about bullies, especially after he had seen Malfoy actually get detention on their first day at Crystal Rose after he had called the Mystic Souls freaks. He was not going to lie about how smug he felt as he watched that happen. He also was curious about what a class called Light and Dark could be about. He figured that it probably was the closest that Crystal Rose could come to having a defense against the Dark Arts class. And while Harry was very curious about what the Crystal Rose/Mystic Soul point of view of that subject could be, that would also mean that he would have to deal with Umbridge. So far, Harry had been able to avoid her for the most part. She had not taken being at a Mystic Soul school very well. In fact, she looked very close to actually throwing a monster-sized tantrum, as if she was a little kid that could not have any candy. Plus, she was also not very happy about how she would not have any authority in the school at all. She found that out the hard way when she tried giving a few Crystal Rose students detention for using their powers in the halls, even though there was no actual rule against them doing that since literally every student did. It was different than how no magic could be used in the halls at Hogwarts. But Professor Lion had luckily been in the same hall as her when she had tried. He had really set her straight about the little amount of power she actually had in their school. And by little power, he really meant no power at all. The few times that Harry had actually seen her in the halls before he would quickly leave so that he would not be seen by her, he had noticed her looking disgusted by the mystic souls around her. He had asked Sirius about her, but he had no idea who she was since he spent so long in Azkaban. Plus, she was also too old for him to have known her in Hogwarts. So, he asked Neville. In a rare time when Neville was not soft-spoken at all, he expressed a lot of hatred for Umbridge. He told Harry that she was probably one of the most hated people in the entire ministry. The only reason why she was even in her current position as the minister's senior undersecretary was that she was one of those people that basically fed his ego more than they fed themselves food. She definitely was the type that would get where she was by kissing up to those in power. And since Fudge wants those that are only loyal to him to be around him, that was how she got her current position. Neville also told Harry that nearly every single law that was against creatures was written and presented by her. No one at the ministry hated creatures more than her. It was because of her that the laws against werewolves being able to marry nor being able to have kids were around. She also was the one that had the law written that vampires could not go hunting in order to feed, as well as it being against the law for anyone to donate blood to feed a vampire. She basically made it illegal for them to eat. It certainly made Harry pissed, since not only did Remus not deserve such treatment, but creature laws could also affect those like Hagrid and Flitwick, since Hagrid was half giant and Flitwick was half goblin. All in all, Harry was definitely not looking forward to having to spend any time with her. He just hoped that Professor Nightingale was like Crystal and how she did not take any nonsense from Snape. Harry walked with Chala, Hawk, and White to their next class. Melody had to leave since Mermaid currently did not have Light and Dark for their next class. Much to Harry's happiness, he saw Krenos and Neville walking toward the classroom from the opposite end of the hallway. So, that revealed that they were sharing the class with Unicorn. "Fancy seeing you here," Krenos chuckled as he greeted them. "This is definitely better than sharing a class with Dryad," Neville said. "What did Ron and Hermione do?" Harry did not even ask if it was anyone else, since he knew who was most likely to cause problems. "If I start complaining now, I will not stop anytime soon," Neville said. "I will tell you after class." Okay, Harry was not going to press. He knew that if Neville of all people was this annoyed, then it was definitely something serious. Everyone then went inside the classroom. All of the classrooms in Crystal Rose were definitely turning out to be really amazing places to see. The Light and Dark classroom definitely embraced what the class was all about. The floors were black tiles with white walls and a ceiling that was both black and white. Floating near the ceiling were glass stars that looked to be made from white and black glass. On the walls were also multiple paintings of what seemed to be winged men and women, but they did not look like harpies like Hawk. Harry could not put his finger on what type of magical being they were, and where there were not any paintings, there were tall windows that let in plenty of light. In the room were also lines of long desks that could sit multiple people. There was a path in the middle to divide the desks in half so that the students could properly move around the classroom to get to their seats and to the teacher's desk. At the front of the classroom stood Professor Nightingale. She was a very stunning woman. She had black hair and was dressed in a knee-length black dress covered in silver sparkles, like stars. She had 2 belts, one pearl and one sapphire. Around her neck were a Milky Way infinity scarf and an amethyst cape. She had black flats. Out of her back was a pair of pitch-black sparkling wings. But, just like with the paintings, Harry could somehow feel that she was not a harpy. He had no idea how he could tell that, but he could. In the corner of the room, behind where the teacher's desk was, sat Umbridge on a chair. And she did not look happy. Probably because the class she was sitting in on was being taught by a creature. "Welcome, class, to Light and Dark." Nyx welcomed the class inside. "Take a seat, and we can get started on the lesson." The students all took seats. Just as with potions, everyone could just sit where they wanted to. Harry sat with Neville and Krenos, while at the desk behind them were Chala, White, and Hawk. And because of Hogwarts not having a lot of students in general that were in Winterwolf and Unicorn, Harry and Neville were the only Hogwarts students in the class. They had been the only ones from their year that had gotten into the 2 houses. Professor Nightingale then used her magic to get her supplies for the class. Her hands glowed with a mix of dark purple and black light. A storage closet opened up near the back of the classroom, and multiple things started floating out of it. It was a bunch of teaching supplies. All of them were surrounded by the same purple and black light as her hands. Soon, Professor Nightingale was holding a mirror pad, while there were 3 whiteboards floating above her desk, and each whiteboard had a marker to go with it. The whiteboard on the right had light magic written on it. The one in the middle had gray magic written at the top, and the one on it left had black magic written on it. Harry looked at Krenos, hoping for an explanation. "You will find out in a second," the nature mage tells him. "We will start this class off as we do every year on our first day," Nyx tells the class. "We will review different types of magic to place them into one of these 3 categories. Magic that can be classified as light, black, or gray. For example, can anyone name me a form of light magic?" She picked White when he raised his hand. "Healing magic," he said. Nyx smiled as he used her power to make the marker next to the light magic board write down "healing" on it. "Very good, Mr. Forrest," she tells him. "Out of all the forms of magic that are considered light, healing is the magical art that could not be used to harm anyone. Now, can anyone name me an example of a form of gray magic?" She called on a unicorn student. Krenos whispered to Harry that the student's name was Lorelei Eros, and she was an empathy mage. She could not only feel the emotions of others, but she could also change them to whatever emotion she wanted. She was also growing powerful enough for her to gain an empathy match part of her powers. It was an ability that empaths gain where when they feel the emotions of another and then also touch them, then the empath could copy their powers if they were magical. "Life magic," she said. "Correct," Nyx says, having the mark for the gray magic board write that one down. "And would you also care to explain why something called life magic would be gray and not light?" Lorelei nodded. "Because life magic means that they control the forces of life, meaning that they would also be able to take away a person's life as well." "Exactly," Nyx nodded and smiled at her student. "Now, how about one of you give me an example of black magic?" She called on Chala next. "Necromancy," he tells her. "Nobody should ever mess with death magic. It is against the laws of life and magic to try and bring someone back from the dead." "A perfect example, Mr. Jungle." Nyx had that one be written down by one of the markers as well. "While those with ghost magic help out those that are stuck on the mortal plane, aiding them to move on after dealing with their unfinished business, necromancy is one of the most forbidden magical arts in the world." That was how the class had been for a good half an hour. A lot of different types of magic were labeled into the 3 categories. Though, what had shocked Harry and Neville was the number of different magic that actually were in the gray section instead of being light or black. Plus, both of them were still a little confused as to why that one part was labeled as black magic instead of dark magic. In fact, gray magic had the most magic out of all of the categories. And with each one explained, it definitely made sense why they were there. They really could both be used for good and evil. It definitely is a very interesting class, Harry whispered to Neville. I had no idea that so many different types of magic could be used for both good and evil, Neville admitted. Professor Nightingale noticed the two of them talking, but she smiled at them instead of scolding them. Now, I understand that since you both are not from here, you might have some questions, she said to them. Don't be afraid to ask anything you wish to know about. Seeing that Neville was still nervous, Harry decided to ask what they were both confused about. Why is that board labeled as black magic rather than dark magic? He asked the professor. She smiled at him again, liking his question. That is actually the main part of my class, Mr. Potter, she tells him. In the magical world, there is a very common mistake about dark and black magic meaning the same thing. But that is not true. Yes, there is dark magic in the world, but it is black magic that the actual evil magic, such as the magic that we talked about so far, necromancy, soul magic, darklighter magic, fear magic. Those are evil and black magic, yes, but that does not mean that they are dark. Black magic is its own category, not being included in dark, light, or gray magic. She called on Neville when he raised his hand. What makes dark and black magic different? He asked. Dark and light are not actual categories of magic, Nix explained. Magic, in a general sense, is gray because all magic can be used for good or evil. The magic that we have talked about and placed into these categories can really only be placed there because of where they would lean. Magic is gray, but some do lean more toward good or evil. Think of magic like a rose, Krenos said, summoning one into his hand. A rose is beautiful and known for being a symbol of love. But yet a rose also has dangerous thorns that can hurt those that get too close. That is just like magic. It is both beautiful and dangerous. Very good, Mr. Gardner, Nix said. You cannot actually believe this hogwash. Umbridge was apparently done sitting on her, but in doing nothing. Excuse me, Nix raised an eyebrow as she looked at the toad woman. I believe that as the teacher of this class, I do know what I am talking about. If I didn't, I never would have been allowed to teach here. Dark magic is evil. Everyone knows that. Umbridge glared at Nix. It is why it is illegal. It's illegal in magical Britain, Nix countered. But there is a reason why everyone else in the magical world laughs at your country, making an entire category of magic illegal because of some stupid prejudice that makes no sense at all. No wonder you're all 2 centuries behind every other magical community in the world. You have no room to insult us when you do not have any right to even be around children, Umbridge yelled. You're a disgusting creature. You should be in jail for daring to be around the purebloods of Britain. Harry gulped as he knew that this was probably not going to end well. After all, Angela certainly did not take Malfoy's insult sitting down. So, he worried about what could happen when an adult was the one doing the insulting. Professor Nightingale's eyes glowed with the same purple and black color as her hands. This is the reason why magical Britain is a joke, she said, floating up because of her wings. Because of horrible people like you that hate against something or someone else out of fear and ignorance. Or, in your case, out of pure stupidity. How dare? Umbridge tried to talk. Toad people have no right to talk. Nix threw Umbridge's own prejudice back in her face when she said that. How about you leave before you really make me mad? Umbridge was surrounded by her magic and basically thrown out of the classroom. Whoa! Harry heard Neville gasp beside him. He could not blame him for doing so. Professor Nightingale floated by the door. And stay out, she said, using her powers to slam the door in Umbridge's face. Okay, it's official, Harry said as he looked at Krenos. Your school is way better than Hogwarts. Krenos only smirked in response. Chapter 36. How a Mystic Fights. Chapter 36. How a Mystic Fights. So, what did Ron and Hermione do, Neville? Harry asked his friend after they left the light and dark classroom. Gave us all a headache, that's what, Krenos said. I had to take 3 headache potions in that class alone, not to mention how many everyone else took. How can any 2 people be that annoying? Chala looked disgusted by that type of behavior. Not even animals behave like that, and I should know since I spend a lot of time as a jungle cat. The question would be easier if you asked what they didn't do. Neville sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. I know that I have never been the most outspoken of people, but those two are the most annoying people that I have ever met in my life. And that says something since I grew up with a lot of pompous purebloods. What class did you have before? Harry asked him. The one you had with them? It was Magical Creatures class with Professor Breeze, Krenos said. Professor Breeze was talking about the creatures that we would be learning about this year, including unicorns, griffins, sphinxes, hippocampus, gargoyles, and I think she also mentioned Oni and Kitsune as well. That is all very interesting, Harry says. Those creatures will certainly be very cool to learn about. It seemed like a great class, Neville said. At least until Ron and Hermione could not keep their mouths shut. Ron went on a giant rant about dark creatures, such as Gargoyle and Kitsune. He would not shut up about how they were evil and that all we needed to learn was how to kill them. That's horrible, White gasped. Gargoyles may not have the best origins, but they are now used to ward off evil beings all across the world, especially with mundane churches. Tell that to Ron, Harry growled. Since the moment I met him, Ron has always been the biggest voice when it came to spreading that stupid prejudice against all things Slytherin and anything else even remotely related to black magic. Though, he uses the term dark magic. You are obviously going to do very well in light and dark class, Hawk chuckled. From what I know and have seen, he was basically taught that by his mother, Harry told them all. Mrs. Weasley has also always been against Slytherins and dark magic. When we were staying with my godfather over the summer, she basically was driving everyone crazy with how she wanted to clean the house from top to bottom, saying that it would help literally clean away the darkness of his house. My godfather may have come from an evil family, but she still had no right to just take charge like that since he was the only one that even knew where all of his family's cursed objects were. He never even asked her for help. She just decided it because there was no way she would allow her family in such an evil house. It disgusts me how she had no respect for my godfather at all. He did not say Sirius's name since he did not know how Neville, Chala, White, and Hawk would react. After all, Sirius was known as a mass murderer. Krenos might know about Sirius, but the others did not. He would have to think about telling them at some point, especially since Olivia was giving Sirius Sanctuary in magical Greece. That will definitely be big news once it gets out. And given Harry's usual luck, it will be getting out even when the Greek Magic Council was not as corrupt as the British Ministry of Magic. Harry was sure that if anyone actually got corrupt on the council, Olivia would send that person back to the Stone Age. Has it always been so black and white over there? White asked. And I say that while fully aware of what my name is. I bet that it is not the same for everyone, but Slytherins and dark wizards, in general, are all seen as evil, Neville said. It doesn't matter if they are 11-year-olds that have just been sorted, or adults that used to be in Slytherin. They are all seen as dark and evil. I certainly experienced the bias firsthand, Harry says. My friend Hagrid was the one that first took me shopping for my school supplies when I was first going to attend Hogwarts. And he had actually told me that the murderer of my parents had been a Slytherin, as well as saying that not a single person in Slytherin has not gone bad. You were 11 years old when he told you that. Hawk was horrified. Who in their right mind tells an impressionable 11-year-old something like that? No one has ever accused Hagrid of being the sanest person in the world, Neville chuckled. So true, Harry agreed with his friend. After all, you cannot say that he is not insane when he thinks that a three-headed dog and a giant spider would make good pets. What? The Crystal Rose students all gasped. Neville also looked so shocked when he heard that. He already knew about Fluffy, but he had never heard of Aragog and the other spiders in the forest. Don't ask. Harry did not have the time to unravel that before their next class started. The other boys all just accepted that as they turned back to Neville and Krenos to continue about the issues of two members of the annoying trio. It only actually gets worse from there. Neville does continue without being asked. Professor Breeze scolded Ron and gave him a warning about not talking about things he did not understand. And I am guessing that he did not like that, Chala asked him. Not liking it is an understatement, Krenos said. He went on an even bigger and louder rant that she was the one that did not know what she was talking about since she was obviously just biased toward the creatures since she is also a monster. And by a monster, he did mean her being a mystic soul. Chala's eyes turned into emerald cat eyes as he growled, angry at the word. Hawk's fingers almost became bird-like talons at his anger from the word, and White's teeth became fangs. All of them were obviously pissed at one of their teachers being called that. It seems that he did not learn his lesson when that Malfoy boy got detention for calling us freaks, Chala said. He never has been able to keep his opinions to himself. Harry shook his head, more glad than ever that he had been separating himself from Ron, his sister, and Hermione. Professor Breeze gave him a week of detention and told him to leave if he could not keep his opinions to himself, Neville said. I think she was a bit too merciful, Krenos admitted. I would have turned him into a tree if I was allowed to do that. What did the other trees ever do to you to deserve the punishment of having that brat being turned into one of them? White looked offended at the idea of Ron being a tree. Hey, I'm a nature mage, Krenos reminded. That is the kindest threat that I can ever give anyone. Ron did end up being quiet for the rest of class, luckily, Neville continued. But he was not the only one that interrupted class. Let me take a wild guess, Harry said sarcastically. Hermione. Got it in one, Krenos says. I have no idea what her problem is, but it is like she cannot go 5 seconds without hearing the sound of her own voice. She would not stop interrupting class to talk. It was driving everyone crazy. There was a girl that was also a unicorn in our here that had daisies in her hair, Neville says. And even she looked ready to kill Hermione just to make her shut up. Wow, White said. That's Daisy Marvel. She's a sky dragon witch, but also one of the sweetest girls in the school. The fact that even she was that angry really says something. I wanted to strangle her with my vines, Krenos growled. Every time Professor Breeze asked a question, she would be waving her hand around like a maniac to get noticed. And even when the professor would call on someone else, she would shout out the answer anyway. Professor Breeze scolded her multiple times and told her to stop. Neville tells them. Hermione just refused to listen and kept doing it. It was only when Professor Breeze actually cast a silencing spell on her that she stopped talking. Is she always like that? Krenos asked Harry and Neville. That is definitely Hermione, Harry sighed. She thinks that she is always right and that everyone else is wrong. Dumbledore is the only person that she thinks is actually smarter than her. Whenever she is in class, she answers the questions no matter if anyone else is called on or not. And not because she is eager or anything else. It is because she actually believes that only she has the answers. I have even seen her scolding other students and trying to demand that they study just when she wants them to. Great. So she has a superiority complex, Chala face-bombed. Someone needs to teach her a lesson on reality. Hopefully that will happen over the year, Harry said. Because it really is annoying. Yeah, Neville agreed. Plus, no one else is preparing for class because they know that she will never let them answer a question asked to the class. Well, she certainly will not be allowed to do that here, Hawk smirked. And if being punished by the teachers will not teach her a lesson, then it will be taught to her by the students in dueling class. Isn't that the one we have next? Harry got out his schedule. We have that next as well, Krenos said. Winter Wolf and Unicorn seem to have a lot of classes together this year. Better than with Dryad, Neville says, the others all nodding in agreement. I have been waiting so long to see you guys actually fight. Harry got adorably excited again. This is going to be a great class. The frustration and annoyance caused by Ron and Hermione slowly faded away as they all headed outside. The dueling classroom was a mostly outdoor class that took place in an area with a magical protective bubble around it. That kept any attacks from escaping into the rest of the school by accident. They did not want a fire mage to accidentally destroy the school. After all, it was actually a really cool classroom since it was basically like an arena. The entire arena classroom was circular that actually reminded Harry of a miniature Quidditch field. There were benches around the edges of the arena classroom, which was where all the students were going to sit before the class actually started. Since there were no desks, that was where they would sit when they would not be taking part in the actual dueling. Professor Lectic stood in front of the class, looking ready to start another one. He definitely looked like a warrior since he was all dressed in black leather that resembled armor over his upper body, while he also wore tan pants with dark brown boots. Harry actually thought that he looked a lot like Hiccup Haddock from the How to Train Your Dragon movies. The leather armor, armbands, and leather boots really did make him look like how Hiccup did in the latter two movies. It also helped that he had the same type of brown hair as well as green eyes. Welcome to dueling, everyone, he greeted them all. In this class, you will all be learning combat skills to fight against any opponent. By practicing against your fellow students, you will be able to learn how to fight against a variety of different powers, as well as being able to gain experience against opponents that are not demons. The students all paid a lot of attention to what their professor was saying. He may give the same welcoming speech every year, but they know that it is important. He is telling the truth. After all, not every mystic soul is good, just like not every human being good. So, they needed the practice. Krenos' own brothers were definitely the prime examples of mystic souls that were evil. Neville, of course, was more nervous than others. Harry always did feel bad about his friend, since he really was never confident with his magic skills. Though, Harry knew that was because Neville's grandmother refused to allow him to use any wand other than his father's wand. The wand obviously did not work well with Neville. One of the first things Harry learned in the magical world was that the wand chooses the wizard. So Neville's grandmother was actually stunting his magical growth by forcing him to use the wrong wand. So, when Neville raised his hand to ask a question, Harry knew what he was gonna ask. "Is it safe for those that are not dueling?" he asked. "It is perfectly safe," Andy tells Neville with a smile. "There are protective barriers around every bench and the seating area in general. Magic works completely on the duel field, but the areas around the seats are protected against the spells that are always flying around." Okay, Neville accepted that. "For all our new students, both from Hogwarts and from those that transferred here, how about we give an example?" the professor said. "Do we have 2 volunteers to duel?" To no one's surprise, and something that made Harry even more excited, Krenos was the first to raise his hand. Harry had been dying to see what Krenos could do with his powers while fighting. And much to his excitement once again, Hawk was the other one that volunteered. As someone that was a harpy, his magic was also something Harry wanted to see. The professor gladly welcomed them both onto the duel field. Both of them removed the traditional hooded cloaks that all Crystal Rose students wore. It was basically like how Hogwarts students wore their robes. It was the only piece of uniform that Crystal Rose had. Excited Harry, Neville chuckled as he saw Harry's face. "You have no idea." Harry looked to be bouncing in his seat. Krenos and Hawk stood across from each other on opposite ends of the duel field. Both of them looked ready to fight. Hawk was already floating above the ground because of his wings. Remember, Andy tells his students, no serious injuries, no maiming, and no murder attempts. The barriers still stop any and all spells that would cause those things to happen. It knows your intentions. The first to either knock out their opponent or make them surrender wins. Duel. Krenos and Hawk got right to work. Their eyes glowed as their magic was instantly used. Nature's Assault, Krenos cast. Instantly, giant vines grew from around Krenos and shot right at Hawk. The Harpy boy took off into the air at high speeds. He ducked and dived and did everything he could to dodge the vines that Krenos had sent at him. It was surprisingly elegant, the way that Hawk flew around as he dodged. As Hawk's eyes glowed, small storm clouds formed in his hands. Harpy Frostbite, he cast. Bolts of blue energy came from the clouds and hit the vines that Krenos had used. The vines were instantly covered in ice. Krenos could no longer move them. Crud, the nature mage swore. Harpy Thunderclap, Hawk cast next. The clouds in his hands then let out a sonic boom blast of thunder. Not only did it shatter the frozen vines, but it also pushed back Krenos a few feet as well because of the force of the sound. "My sister is a music mage, Hawk," Krenos called out to him. "You'll have to do better than that if you want to beat me." Nature's Storm. Krenos created a twister-like storm of green wind, leaves, flower petals, and twigs. He sent that right at Hawk, hoping the wind would throw him for a loop since Hawk being able to fly was certainly a very big advantage. Hawk braced for impact as the spell washed over him. "They are both so cool." Harry was mesmerized by the fight. "Krenos and Hawk are 2 of the most powerful students in our year," White said. "If there is anyone that would put on a good show with a fight, it would be the 2 of them." Hawk was fighting against the wind from the Nature Storm spell. As a harpy, his wings were naturally tough and he was able to fly in even the most extreme weather. But this storm was magical, so that automatically made it much harder for him to fly in it. "I've been in tougher storms than this," Hawk said to taunt Krenos. Harpy Whirlwind. Hawk started spinning with the clouds still in his hands. The wind moved around him until he was basically surrounded by his own personal tornado. Using the force of his own wind, he was able to break out of Krenos' spell. "I always have loved a fight that is actually a challenge for me," Krenos said as he smiled at Hawk. "Well, the only thing more unpredictable than the ocean is the weather." Hawk smirked back at his friend. "Believe me, I already know that," Krenos chuckled. He sent Harry a wink, which caused him to turn slightly red from embarrassment. He was still working on controlling his powers. Harpy Lightning Strike, Hawk then cast. From the clouds in his hands came multiple bolts of lightning. Krenos had to work fast as he floral swirled all around the duel field in order to dodge the lightning. He had to learn how to do that ever since he first saw Harry's powers at work. In retaliation for the lightning bolts, Krenos grew a giant root that had big green bulbs on it. Krenos launched the bulbs at Hawk, and they all started exploding around him in big explosions of petals and leaves. Krenos had called it his Nature's Bomb spell. Hawk could barely stay in the air because of all the petals everywhere. And if that was not enough, Krenos followed that up with a Nature's Petal Dance spell that made all of the flower petals start swirling around him in a flower petal tornado. "Krenos does not mess around, does he?" Neville asked the other two mystic souls with them. "This is nothing," Chala says. "I have known Krenos for years, and he could definitely be a lot more dangerous than this. He just doesn't want to hurt Hawk." Krenos puts the fear of the gods into any demon that he meets, White tells Neville and Harry. "I doubt there is even a single demon that is not afraid of him." Hawk was forced to come closer to the ground, which meant that he was closer to where Krenos had the advantage. No place was better for a nature mage than on the ground. It was even a known fact that nature and earth mages get weaker when they are away from the ground. It is why Krenos, White, and other mages like them do not go on boat trips or fly on mundane planes. Harpy Blizzard. Hawk was quick to cast when he was able to properly aim a spell. Nature's Sunlight. Krenos cast as his counterspell. Hawk's Storm Clouds unleashed a strong blizzard. The icy wind and snow headed right for Krenos. But as his counter, Krenos grew two giant sunflowers that shined sunlight beams at the blizzard. The two spells collided in the air, making a very bright light. "What a time to have sensitive feline eyes." Chala had to cover his eyes. By the time the light cleared, the flowers and the blizzard had both vanished. But Krenos had also vanished. "What in the world?" Hawk swore. "Nature's Prison," Krenos cast, having floral swirled behind Hawk while the light distracted him. Hawk was then trapped inside of a giant flower that had suddenly grown under him. Only his head was poking out. He struggled, but he could not get out. His powers also failed as well. "You always have been really sneaky, Krenos," Hawk chuckled. Krenos walked in front of his friend as he was smirking. "Sneaky wins duels, Hawk," he stated. "Is it wrong that I am both terrified and amazed by him at the same time?" Harry asked the other three. "No," was the reply from Neville, Chala, and White. Chapter 37. Olivia is the best lawyer ever. Chapter 37. Olivia is the best lawyer ever. Harry had been really nervous when he had woken up that day. He had been doing really well in his Crystal Rose classes. All of his new friends were turning out to be a lot better than Ron or Hermione could ever dream of being. Neville, Fred, and George were also getting along with everyone as well. Luna looked to have been settling into Unicorn very nicely, and the teachers actually punished bullies whenever they would do anything wrong. Malfoy had gotten a lot of detentions in the first week of school. So, the question really was, what did Harry have to be nervous about? And the answer was that it was the day that Sirius would officially be given sanctuary in magical Greece. Olivia had finally worked out all of the paperwork, as well as introducing Sirius to the rest of the Magic Council. Once the Council had heard Sirius's story directly from him, that gave them an even bigger reason to give him sanctuary, especially when Sirius talked about how much he wanted to protect Harry. Sirius's desire to protect his godson made the Council go even more in his favor. Harry knew that Olivia would not let anything happen to Sirius, but that did not stop him from worrying. He always worried when it came to Sirius. He was the only real family that he had left after his parents were killed by Voldemort. He knew Sirius loved him, and he did not want to lose that. There was a knock on his door as he was getting ready. "Come in," Harry called out as he was tying his shoelaces. Chala was the one that came in after Harry said that he could. Harry smiled at him, having come to really see the Jungle Cat Mage as a great friend. He sat down on the edge of Harry's bed, right next to him. "Sirius is going to be fine, Harry," Chala tells him. Harry looked at him, shocked. "How did you know?" he asked him. I do believe that you know my father, Chala says. Kingsley Shacklebolt. Harry felt that he needed a reboot after being told that. He had definitely always liked Kingsley from the moment that he met the tall Auror. The man obviously was not corrupt like every other person in the ministry. Plus, he had actually also tried to help when they still had to deal with the so-called hearing for the use of underage magic. It helped that Sirius had said how after he had become a full Auror, Kingsley was actually the first and only other Auror that he managed to train before they had thrown him into Azkaban. Harry also was not blind. He had seen the way that Sirius would look at Kingsley whenever he knew that the Auror was not looking at him. Sirius had told him about how Kingsley had only been a couple of years behind him and the other Marauders back in Hogwarts. And even when Kingsley had been a Ravenclaw, they had still been friends. But the way that Sirius would always smile when talking about Kingsley as well as always stealing looks at the man, Harry was sure that Sirius felt something more for him than just friendship. Though, considering how Harry was with Fred and George, he was certain that he should be banned from matchmaking. His own disaster of a love life was proof enough that he should not meddle in the love lives of anyone else. Kingsley is your dad, Harry was shocked. Chala nodded. He adopted me when I was 3. My magical birth father had passed away, which made my mundane birth mother abandon me since the last thing she wanted was a magical child, even when she had been married to a magical man. Dad found me since he had been visiting his own family at the time, since he was born in the same magical country as I was. I did keep my birth father's last name, but Dad is fine with that. There are magical countries out there. Harry could not stop himself from asking. Chala nodded again. Yes, there are. Most are islands that are magically hidden from the mundane world, but there are a few on land also hidden from sight. Myself and my dad are both from the magical African country of Orwood. It is a magical country quite literally hidden in the trees. You mean? Harry could not help but look up as if he would see a house in a tree even when he was in his room. Yes, our entire country is literally up in the tree branches, Chala tells him. To outsiders, our country just looks like a giant jungle. But up in the branches are hidden buildings, pathways made from rope bridges, and many other things. It's unique, and we would not have it in any other way. If I had a home like that, I would never want to leave. Harry was in complete awe of a magical country like that. Chala chuckled. It certainly raises questions about why Dad had chosen to leave and head to magical Britain of all places, especially given the fact that it is one of the most backward places in the world to live in. Is Kingsley a mystic soul as well? Harry could not help but ask. Yes, he is. Chala did not want to lie about that. My father's power is known as Requip magic. He stores weapons and armor in his own pocket dimension, able to use them at any time he wants to. Sounds like something out of an anime, Harry said. Not that I have ever watched any anime ever. Chala chuckled again. I'm pretty sure there is a character on one magical anime that has that magic. But the person that wrote that show had to get the idea from somewhere. Krinos has been telling me how much magic really is all around us, Harry said. And there always will be, Chala says. Without magic, life would be very boring. Harry did have to agree with Chala. Before he learned about magic and entered the magical world, his life had been horrible, basically being a slave to the Dursleys while also having no support system at all. Everyone around him always mistreated him no matter who they were, and anyone that tried to treat him with an ounce of care or respect was either chased away or convinced by the Dursleys' lies very quickly. And it was the magical world where he finally found somewhere that had those that cared about him. Sirius, Remus, Olivia, Krinos, and so many others were proving to be the best people that anyone could ever meet. He just wished that he had lived in magical Greece from the start, rather than having to deal with the Dursleys, Dumbledore, and the annoying trio. The only bad part about that would have been that he never would have met Fred and George. But as he allowed his mind to wander, he got worried for Sirius again. Umbridge was already proving herself to be a big problem, and Harry knew that she worked for the Ministry. Even with Sirius being a mystic soul on top of being protected by more mystic souls, he worried if the Ministry would send Dementors after Sirius. He had no idea if mystic soul magic could affect Dementors. I know that it's silly to worry about Sirius, Harry said. Olivia would never let anything happen to him, but Harry cut himself off before he could say anything that would really make him go to the worst-case scenario. Chala put his hand on Harry's, helping him calm down. "It's not silly at all," Chala tells him. "You obviously really care about Sirius. It is only natural to worry about someone you love when they are in any type of dangerous situation. I guess you would know what you were talking about." Harry pushed some of his hair out of his eyes. "Being the son of an Auror would do that to you." Chala nodded. "I do worry about my dad a lot regardless of how I know he is powerful enough to get out of any situation he wants to. I know that there is no way that he would actually get seriously hurt, but I will still always worry about him. Sirius is just the only person left that is my real family." Harry wiped his eyes to stop himself from crying. "He's my godfather. He's one of the few people that care about Harry Potter and not about the boy who lived. I can't lose him, and you won't." Chala comforts him. "Sirius will not only have Olivia and the council protecting him, but he will have all of Crystal Rose behind him as well." "Why are you all doing this?" Harry could not help but ask. "None of you have any reason to help us. And since we are from Magical Britain, that gives you even less of a reason to help us. Why not just leave Voldemort and Dumbledore to us and keep living the great lives that you already have?" Chala gave him a soft smile. "Harry, there is something about mystic souls that you will learn as you grow more into your powers," he says to him. "We will never leave anyone behind that needs our help whenever we can do something about it. Yes, there are evil mystic souls just as there are evil people for every other type of person are there. But most mystic souls will always do their best to help others. I don't like how all of you are involved in this," Harry admitted. "I love having people like you and Krinos as my friends, but this fight isn't yours. Voldemort has never attacked a mystic soul before, and Dumbledore will only be causing problems here because he was invited here as part of some master plan that Olivia and Sirius came up with. None of you deserve to be involved in this stupid war." "You do not deserve it either, Harry," Chala tells him. "We are helping because it is the right thing to do. We all know that we could have easily just ignored what was happening in Britain and lived our own lives in peace. But that is not our way. Helping those in need and doing the right thing will always be what we do. To us, there is really never a choice between doing what is right and what is easy. We will always choose to do what is right." "I can never thank you guys enough," Harry says. Chala gave Harry a hug, comforting him even more. "Crystal Rose is a giant family, and you are now a part of that family, Harry," he tells him. "Thanks," Harry says before both of them got off his bed. "Now, we should probably get down to breakfast before all the good stuff runs out. Even if something does, our spells can summon some more," Chala chuckled. The two of them both got up and headed to the main gallery. Since unlike how they all have to sit at their own house tables at Hogwarts, they can sit wherever they want at Crystal Rose. So, Harry and Chala joined Krinos, Neville, and Luna at the unicorn table. "Morning, mates," Harry greeted them. "Hey, Harry," Neville greeted him back. "Hello, Storm Mage," Luna smiled at him. Harry had already been so thirsty when he had sat down. So, he had quickly filled a glass of orange juice for himself, and he was unfortunate enough to have been drinking it when Luna had greeted him. He instantly started choking on his drink from how shocked he was. Chala had to hit him on the back a few times to get him to stop coughing. "How in the... when did you... what in the name of..." Harry could not find the right words as he stared at Luna in shock. Luna giggled. "The Raxburts told me about the Storm Mage finally being woken up. He deserves it, especially with all the Nargles around." She ate her muffin as if she was talking about the weather or something else boring and simple. I have no idea what is going on," Krinos admitted. "I think that is just how Luna talks," Neville said. "That is better than what the Nargles say about me," Luna said. Before either Krinos or Chala could ask what Nargles were, alerts started going off all over the main gallery and probably all over the school as well. All of the alert sounds were different, but still obviously alerts. Krinos and Chala both pulled out their mirror phones since they got the alert as well. "Well, it seems that the Oracle has released probably the biggest story of the year," Krinos said. "The Oracle is our magical country's newspaper," Chala tells the confused British people. Harry looked over at Chala's mirror phone while Neville and Luna looked at Krinos's. With a tap of their screens, they both used the holographic system of their mirror phones that projected the article over their mirror phones to make it easier to read. "Another failure by British Magical World. Lord of British Black family imprisoned without trial. Lord Black given sanctuary." Harry could not help but instantly smile. Sirius's story was being told, and it was definitely showing more of the corruption of the British ministry. He could not wait to see the look on Dumbledore and Umbridge's faces when they hear about the article. He read the article. The Magic Council is not known for really taking many cases from other countries if it does not involve a Greek citizen. So, imagine this reporter's shock when the council actually took a case from the backward country of magical Britain. But, as this case was presented, I could not help but tear up as I learned everything that had happened and why this case was brought to Greek Magic Council. Lord Sirius Black of Magical Britain's well-known Black family had contacted council member Olivia Gardner through her cousin when Lord Black had been trying to reach young Mr. Gardner's parents, unaware that they were no longer with us. Mr. Gardner learned of Lord Black's story and, aware of how Magical Britain would never admit their fault in what had happened, brought the case to his cousin. Council member Gardner was infuriated when Lord Black told her what had happened to him. Lord Black told his story in front of the entire council in order to convince them why he truly did wish for sanctuary in our country. As someone that used to be a lawyer, council member Gardner represented him when he stood before her colleagues. Lord Black had only been 21 when not only did he lose two of his best friends on top of having his beloved godson taken from him, but he was also that young when his own government sent him off to prison with no trial at all. Lord Black told of how his two dear friends, James and Lily Potter, had been hidden under a spell when they became targets for Britain's Dark Lord Voldemort. But, unfortunately, the spell's secret keeper had been a mole the entire time. Peter Pettigrew had been a Death Eater minion of Voldemort. He told his master where the Potter family had been hiding, the Dark Lord soon going after them. Lord Black could hardly stop himself from crying as he recounted how he entered the house and found his brother in all but blood dead on the stairs, obviously having tried to help his wife and son escape. The story only gets worse as Lord Black talks of how his heart had been broken when he rushed to the nursery to see his godson, Harry Potter, crying his eyes out in his crib. The poor baby was trying to get to his mother, who was dead right in front of the crib. Lord Black instantly tried to comfort his godson, while also trying not to break down from seeing two of his best friends dead. Unfortunately, the pair were interrupted by a friend that had been sent to collect Harry. It is unknown how that person was aware of Mr. Potter's survival in order to send the friend, but Lord Black looked even more heartbroken as he continued his story. Lord Black had thought that his friend was going to take baby Mr. Potter to the magical hospital or to the Hogwarts hospital wing to be checked out by famous healer, Poppy Pomfrey. And being as he had been an Auror, Magical Britain's law enforcement, Lord Black went out to arrest Pettigrew for his crimes. But that is when everything went wrong. When Lord Black confronted the traitor, Pettigrew distracted him by blowing up the street by casting a spell at a Muggle gas line. Then, he changed into his illegal Animagus form, a rat, and ran into the sewers. When other Aurors arrived, they never even tried to question Lord Black. They stunned and arrested him. But that is when an even more heartbreaking event occurred. Given that Lord Black was a member of the Black family, which most of Magical Britain viewed as evil, Lord Black was not given a trial, questioned, or anything else that should have happened to actually get true justice served. Instead, Lord Black went straight from being arrested to being thrown into Magical Britain's horrible prison, Azkaban. The entire council was disgusted when they heard of such a horrible thing had happened, especially since even for those that have just met Lord Black, they all can see the love in Lord Black's eyes when he talked about his godson. Lord Black then told of his escape from Azkaban. He had seen a newspaper article about another magical family, and in the included picture, one of the members of the family had a very familiar rat with him. Lord Black immediately knew that it was Pettigrew, and when he saw the date, he realized that Mr. Potter was currently attending Hogwarts with the same young boy that had the rat in the picture. He feared for his godson, so he managed to escape the prison in order to protect him. Yet, even after being out of prison for over 2 years, Lord Black's case remains the same. No one has bothered to even try to see if he was actually guilty of the crimes he was accused of. He is a wanted fugitive with an order out for him to have his soul sucked out the moment that he is found. Not once has anyone ever tried to actually investigate, as they just want everything to be swept under the rug so that their own reputations are not ruined. So, after hearing Lord Black's story on top of also seeing his memories and having the truth spell used on him, the council made their decision. They agreed with Council Member Gardner and officially granted Lord Black sanctuary in magical Greece. Lord Black is now officially a Greek citizen and no longer able to be reached by the British Ministry of Magic. Lord Black is under the protection of magical Greece. This reporter hopes that the British Ministry gets every bit of karma coming to them. Harry could not stop smiling as he read that. Sirius was finally free. They could finally be a family. He looked at Krenos and said only one thing. "Your cousin is the best lawyer ever," Harry stated. Chapter 38. Padfoot and Boreas. Chapter 38. Padfoot and Boreas. Harry was practically going a happy dance from where he was sitting, something that both Krenos and Chala found to be really funny. Neville was still in shock over everything that he had just learned. Luna, on the other hand, looked as calm as ever. Harry was smiling so much that he had no idea that his mouth could form a smile as large as the one on his face. "Congratulations, Harry," Krenos tells him. "I knew that Sirius would be given sanctuary and the freedom that he deserves. It's almost hard to believe," Harry admitted. "I have wanted this for so long that it's almost like a dream now that it has finally happened." "Everyone deserves to have some type of parent around, Harry," Krenos says. "After our parents were killed, Melody and I were lucky to have Olivia and her parents. And I was lucky for my father to adopt me," Chala added. "Family is the most important thing in the world. Treasure any family you have as long as you truly see them and want them as your family." While Harry was shocked and happy beyond belief, he could not help but still look at Neville. Neville did not know about Sirius yet, beyond what had happened in their third year at Hogwarts. So, it must be really shocking to Neville that Sirius was innocent the entire time. Plus, there was also the revelation about a mass murderer pretending to be Ron's rat, which meant that he had slept in the same dorm as a murderer for 3 years and never knew. "Sirius Black is your godfather," Neville finally managed to find his voice. Harry nodded. "Yes, he is. I had been planning to tell you, Neville, but I just could never find the right moment. After all, how do you tell one of your best friends that your godfather is a suspected mass murderer that is actually innocent, but your corrupt government will never let you prove it?" Neville looked to be somewhere between happy that Harry was calling him one of his best friends and still shocked at what he had just heard. "Neville Longbottom is not here at the moment. Please leave a message after the beep," Luna said. Beep. That actually got them all to laugh at the very mundane joke that Luna had just told. It fit their current situation while also just being so generally funny. Plus, Luna is a third-generation witch, so her knowing a joke used by mundanes made it extra funny. "You really are full of surprises, aren't you, Luna?" Harry chuckled. "The best people are," Luna giggled. "Just ask the redhead doppelgangers." Krenos and Chala raised their eyebrows at that. "I think she means Fred and George," Neville said. "Oh." Both the Mystic Soul teens realized. Neville turned back to Harry. "While it would have been nice to know all this sooner, I am still happy for you, Harry," he tells him while smiling. "I would give anything for a miracle like what just happened for you." Harry put his hand on Neville's shoulder. "I am sure a miracle will happen sooner or later, Nev," he says. "If I can have a family, then so can you." "Thanks, Harry." Neville smiled at him. Harry knew that Neville did have some hope for his parents. Not just because potions are always being invented on top of how there could be some international potions that might work, but there is also Hestia. Harry thought that if Neville would just explain to Hestia about his situation and then ask her to try, then Hestia would be more than happy to try and help Neville's parents. Hestia was a really sweet girl and would probably love to help Neville and his parents. The only real issue with that would be somehow sneaking Hestia into Britain and Street Mungos, as well as giving her the needed time to heal the Longbottom parents. They might need some extra planning for that, and maybe some extra help as well. Krenos and Chala have both previously mentioned a friend of theirs that had the power to turn invisible. That could definitely come in handy in the future. "So, are you going to contact Sirius soon, Harry?" Krenos asked him. "I am sure that he is waiting for you to call him," Chala added. "Or he is just waiting for you to notice that he is standing in the doorway," Luna says, eating more of her muffin. "What makes you say that?" Neville asked her. Luna then simply pointed in the direction of the door to the main gallery. And sure enough, there was Sirius standing in the doorway. There were not a lot of Hogwarts students in the main gallery for breakfast yet, but the ones that were looked ready to freak out even after the article that had come out. "Sirius," Harry instantly was up and running across the room. He almost jumped into Sirius's arms as he gave him a giant hug. Sirius was giving Harry the biggest hug that he could. "I'm here, pup," Sirius says as he pets Harry's head. "I'm never leaving you." Harry did not even try to let go of Sirius. This was the first time that they could really be a family in public. He could not be happier about that. Olivia walked in behind Sirius, a bright smile forming on her face as she saw the happy reunion between Harry and Sirius. Krenos and Melody walked over to her. "I don't think Harry would ever really know how to thank you, Liv," Krenos tells her. "Seeing those two together like this is more than enough to thank me," Olivia responded, smiling at the small family. "I wish we could have a moment like that," Melody said, sadness in her eyes as she thought about her and Krenos' parents. Olivia pulled both of her cousins into a hug. "I know," she gently tells them, "but at least we know that another family is getting the reunion that they deserve." Unfortunately, as usual, all good things come to an end. And the end of this really sweet and loving moment came from hearing the voice of someone that literally no one liked. In fact, most of them were sure that the Ministry was glad to not have her around for a year. Sirius Black, Umbridge was glaring at them as she approached them. "You are under arrest, by order of the Minister of Magic. Are you dumb or just oblivious?" Krenos raised an eyebrow. "How dare you?" Umbridge looked really offended at being insulted by a teenager. "My brother does have a point," Melody said. "There was literally just an article telling not just about his innocence, but also that he was given sanctuary here as well. So, you really are either stupid or oblivious." "Probably both," Krenos smirked. "You do not have the power to arrest him," Olivia stepped forward. "I, and the Magic Council, officially gave him sanctuary. So, unless you want to go to war with us, back off." Olivia was certainly not going to take any nonsense from anyone. She has dealt with far too many idiots in her life to ever have any type of tolerance for people like Umbridge. He is a mass murderer, and he will be sent back to England to be kissed. Umbridge was not giving up that easily. Of course, monsters like you would protect someone like Black. There were a number of students in the main gallery who all looked ready to attack the Toad Woman. They were really reaching their limit when it came to people like her. If it were not for the fact that there were those like Fred, George, Cedric, Luna, Neville, and other Hogwarts students and staff that were civil with them, then the school would most likely turn into a big battlefield. Of course, it's not like wand users would ever stand a chance against mystic souls. The only monster here is the woman that looks like the unholy combination of a human and a toad. Krenos shot at her. "I've met Furies that look better than you, and they are literally the best punishers in the underworld." That got a lot of laughs from those around them. It was pretty well known that everyone thought that Umbridge looked like a toad. Even back in Britain, she was known as a toad. Not that anyone ever said that to her face until now. Krenos definitely never held back when it came to roasting people. He might not be a fire mage, but he knew how to make sure others were embarrassed if they messed with him or those he cared about. "Enough. I will have order." Umbridge once again was trying to show dominance and gain power. Of course, she failed. There was no way that any student or staff member of Crystal Rose would allow her to have any type of power in their school, especially after she yelled that when one student actually picked up a bowl of tomato jam and threw it at her. It landed right on her head, and the jam was soon dripping down her head and all over her clothes. "You think you have power, but you don't," Olivia tells the Toad Woman. "Sirius has been given sanctuary here. He is now a Greek citizen. Neither you nor anyone from Britain has the right or power to do anything to him. The fact that after he has been questioned and proven innocent with our truth spell, and yet you still want him to have his soul sucked out, shows how much of a backward country magical Britain is." "You will listen to me," Umbridge screamed at Olivia. "He is a criminal, and nothing you monsters say will prove that he is not guilty." "I'm sorry, but I can't understand you," Olivia says. "I don't speak stupid." As much as they all wanted to laugh at Olivia's very good sense of humor, they had something else to react to first. Umbridge had taken out her wand and was aiming it at her. Despite how Olivia could handle herself, there is no such thing as every mystic soul for themselves. While in Crystal Rose, everyone was like family in the school, so they always stood together. Krenos and Melody were instantly in front of their cousin, their eyes and necklaces both glowing. Chala, white, and Charlotte all instantly joined them as well. Above them floated Hawk and Valia. All of them were ready to fight. Make one move and you'll find out just how useless that little stick is compared to us. Melody glared at Umbridge. Threaten our cousin, and the last thing you'll see will be a bunch of plants heading your way. Krenos basically growled. Charlotte was looking through her book of fairy tales. Her magical book was literally endless with a constant flow of different fairy tales and myths from all over the world. It was lucky that her magic allowed her to find the right story whenever she needed to find a specific one. What are you looking for? White whispered to her. The right punishment, Charlotte answered. Do you have any idea how many types of bad things happen to people in the older fairy tales? I'm looking for the right punishment for this woman. Got any ideas from it yet? White asked her. I think the original versions of Cinderella or Hansel and Gretel by the brothers Grimm both are very promising, Charlotte smirked. In the original Cinderella, the stepsisters had their feet mutilated by the stepmother to make them fit into the slipper, and they later had their eyes destroyed by doves. In the original Hansel and Gretel, there really is no better punishment than to shove an evil witch into her own oven to cook her alive. Remind me never to anger you, White tells her. The fairy tale mage only smirked in response. The rest of them were still glaring at Umbridge. She had not stopped pointing her wand at Olivia even, with all of them being against her. Her arrogance was another thing that was really getting on their nerves. As if a bunch of children can stand against a real witch, Umbridge was very confident for a woman covered in tomato jam. Sirius Black will be coming back to England to face the kiss. I have a better idea, Olivia said. How about you spend some time as a statue? She flicked her hands at Umbridge, and she instantly froze. Olivia's ability to freeze people in time really was one of the best powers ever. You two can go and spend some family time together, Krenos tells Harry and Sirius. We can handle this annoyance. We've dealt with worse things than a wand user with a superiority complex, Melody giggled. If you vanquish her like one of your demons, I don't think that you will hear anyone complaining, Harry chuckled. Don't tempt our cousin, Harry, Melody giggled as she said that. Oh, I would never vanquish her, Olivia gasped in fake offense. I would just banish her back to the Ice Age. There is nothing that she can annoy back then. You really are entertaining, Olivia, Sirius chuckled. I try to be, Olivia smirked. Sirius and Harry then walked out of the main gallery and started walking around outside to have some privacy, especially since they were both sure that Dumbledore and the annoying trio were going to try and track them down once they caught wind of the article. So, they wanted to take the chance to have some alone time when they could. They were both aware that one of the last things that those four wanted was for them to have time alone. It was one of the reasons why they hated how Harry was staying up on the family floor with Sirius when they were staying at number 12. Harry thought that it was because they were jealous that he was getting close to someone that was not them. Sirius knew that it was because they wanted to keep Harry as isolated as possible so that they could easily manipulate him when they would be the only ones that he was close to. I'm so glad that you are free now, Sirius. Harry could not stop hugging his godfather. I am too, pup. Sirius smiled at how adorable his godson was being. Olivia really is a miracle worker. I can see how she was able to become a member of their council at such a young age, Harry remarked. She knew how much I needed to be free for you. Sirius softly smiled at Harry. From what we know about them, the Gardner family really does understand how important that family is. You will always be my family, Sirius, Harry said. And there was actually something that I have been wondering about for a while. And what would that be, pup? Sirius asked him. Well, the doors to the houses here are all magical, Harry explained. They recognize the students of the houses as well as the staff. So, when Chala, Hawk, and Charlotte had all brought me to Winterwolf for the first time, the door identified us all. It also called us by each of our names to welcome us. And when it called my name, it said that my name of Harrison Potter Black. Sirius stopped walking for a second. He froze right where he stood. But he still had a smile on his face. I should have known that would happen at some point, he said. What? Harry was shocked. Did you know that I would have your last name? I suspected, but I was never completely sure if it would happen, Sirius said. Do you know what a blood adoption is, Harry? Raised by horrible muggles, Sirius, Harry reminded him. I was lucky to learn my own name, let alone anything else. Well, a blood adoption is usually when a child is adopted by a pureblood family, Sirius explained, such as one that is unable to have children the natural way. It is basically a way for the parents to magically make a child biologically theirs. It was one of the ways that even when a pureblood family would adopt a magical child, the blood adoption would keep the family pure. I never really understood that part, though. What does this have to do with me having your last name? Harry wanted Sirius to get to the point. Your parents wanted you as protected as possible, Sirius continued. So, even after I did the Godfather ritual for you, they wanted another layer of protection. So, they thought that you having a third parent would help. Since I had done the Godfather ritual, they originally wanted Remus to blood adopt you. But he was worried how that might make you a werewolf, even if that is transferred through saliva and not blood. So, your parents had me do it instead. So, that would mean Harry could not say the words that he wanted to. That would mean in the eyes of magic, law, and DNA, I am your father, pup, Sirius says. That is why you have my last name. Harry could only stand there for a few minutes. There were so many emotions going through his head at the same time. The only thing that he knew that he had to do was give Sirius another big hug. Sirius squeezed him back, not wanting to ever let go of his godson/real son. I have never been so happy in my life, Harry tells him. I know that I can never replace James or Lily, but I can still be the father that I know you deserve, pup, Sirius says. You being any type of father is enough for me, Sirius, Harry said. I already thought of you as family, but now we can be an even better family because of this. I am sure that if James and Lily could see us, they would be happy for us, Sirius tells Harry. I think so as well, Harry said. Though, Dad would probably also want you to make me a marauder. Ha ha ha. Well, that is not very far away from how you do currently behave given what Fred and George have told me, Sirius chuckled. I am sure that your father would already claim you as a marauder. All I need is a name, Harry chuckled. Boreas, Sirius stated. What? Harry was confused again. Your mystic soul powers involve storms and Boreas is the Greek god of the north wind, Sirius said. So, what better name for you? Harry hugged his new father again. I love it, he said. Chapter 39. Dealing with the Bumblebee. Chapter 39. Dealing with the Bumblebee. Harry and Sirius knew that they would eventually have to deal with Dumbledore and the annoying trio. It was only a matter of time before they managed to track down the two of them in order to annoy them. But for once, Harry did not care. He actually had a father now, a real father that truly loved him. While his birth parents would always have a place in his heart because of how they sacrificed themselves to save his life, it was still lovely for Sirius to be able to be his father. He already loved Sirius as a father figure, so that only made him even happier that Sirius was his father. The only thing that Harry actually cared about was that he needed to make sure that he kept his powers under control. He already caused thunder and lightning just from the annoying trio causing problems. And since they were all sure that it had been Dumbledore that had originally bound his mystic soul powers, it would probably take everything he had not to hit the manipulative headmaster with a bolt of lightning. How long do you think we have before any of the annoyances find us, Sirius? Harry asked his new father. While he knew that Sirius was his blood-adopted father, he was not ready to call him Dad yet. He was sure that once he was more comfortable with it, he would start calling Sirius that. It will probably happen a lot sooner than either of us want it to, Sirius sighed. Any time would be sooner than when we would want it to since we want it to never happen, Harry said. Too true, pup, Sirius patted his head. But there is never anything that we can really do about it. There will always be annoying people in the world. Yeah, and most of them are in magical Britain, Harry smirked. Sirius had to laugh at that. That is both true and funny, pup, Sirius chuckled. The two of them continued walking around the grounds of Crystal Rose. Harry talked with Sirius about everything that had been happening. He spoke of his new classes, all the new friends that he was making, the progress that he was making with the control of his powers, and just everything else that was going on in his life. Sirius listened to everything with a smile on his face. He was thrilled that Harry was having a good time at the Mystic Soul School. He had been hoping that Harry would be able to find some real friends as well as actually learn about magic. He was getting everything that he hoped for. Harry deserved to have a good life. Something that he knew that Dumbledore would do everything in his power to stop. Harry could not help but smile as Sirius listened to him. He was so used to not having anyone listen to him. Even when he would give his opinion on something or just talk in general, he would either be ignored or even belittled for his opinion. That was certainly what Hermione always did. If she heard any opinion that was different from her own, she would either ignore it or go on a giant rant about why they were wrong and she was right. But with Sirius, he always listened to him no matter what. And even when Sirius would ever have a different opinion than him, he would never try and change the way Harry thought. I've had some difficulties with my powers, but Krenos has been working with me, Harry continues talking. I have been able to somewhat control small storms indoors. Krenos says that with how quickly I am learning, I should be a fully functioning mystic soul in a few more months. It's great that you are practicing so much, Harry, Sirius tells him. That is better than how others would just throw themselves into using their powers while hoping for the best. Sounds like how Ron usually does with homework and tests since he never bothers to study anything, Harry rolled his eyes. But I don't want to hold back how much I love to learn anymore. You never should have felt the need to do that in the first place, pup, Sirius tells him. I know, Harry said. It's hard to keep in mind that I don't have to hold back anymore. I've had to do that for so long because of the Dursleys, Ron, and Hermione. I know that I don't need to, and there is always the part of me that knows that I never needed to, but it was basically drilled into me growing up that I was nothing compared to others. You never have to think like that ever again, pup, Sirius says. I am able to be here for you now, and I won't let anything stand in my way. You've already done more than enough for me, Sirius, Harry comforted him. You broke out of Azkaban to protect me. You lived in caves and ate rats to be near me. The threat of you watching over me got the Dursleys to mostly leave me alone. You've done more for me than pretty much everyone else in my life. I still could have done more for you, Sirius said. If I had just not gone after that traitor. Sirius, stop, Harry interrupted his godfather. You were an Auror, and you knew where a criminal was. It is not your fault that he managed to catch you off guard. You didn't know that he would blow up the entire street. And it is the fault of those stupid, corrupt people at the ministry as well as dumb Asador that you did not get a trial. It was not your fault. You having so much faith in me after everything really fills my heart. Pup, Sirius said. Well, if everyone else is going to immediately think bad of you because of your awful family, then somebody has to have faith in you, Harry says. You are your own person. You are Sirius Black, not every other Black. Being a part of a certain family does not mean that you are like them. I really am so proud of you, Harry, Sirius tells him. I cannot imagine how proud your parents would also be of you. Thank you, Sirius, Harry smiled at him. That means more to me than you will ever know. Sirius gave him another hug. Harry always felt so much warmer in his heart whenever he got a hug from Sirius. His hugs felt like home. I hope that I am not interrupting anything, Krenos says as he appears in his usual swirl of leaves and flower petals. Harry and Sirius could not help but jump a little at his sudden appearance. It made Krenos chuckle. You really do enjoy doing that to people, don't you? Harry could not help but raise an eyebrow. I have a sister that has super hearing because of her music magic, Krenos reminded him. So, I needed to find some way to sneak up on her in order to be the typical brother that messes with his sister. You enjoy doing it far too much in my opinion, Melody says as she appears in a swirl of musical notes. I am not surprised that your powers also include teleportation, Harry said. Melody shrugged. A lot of mystic soul powers usually include some form of teleportation. After all, it makes it a lot easier for us to get around instead of having to rely on less comfortable forms of transportation. That I can relate to, Harry says. I love flying on my broom, but every other form of magical transportation that I have experienced has all sucked in so many ways. Plus, brooms are not exactly meant for traveling long distance. Even as a pureblood that has used magical means of transportation most of my life, even I hate it, Sirius admitted. And I know that Harry's parents as well as many others dislike them as well. I took one ride on the night bus and decided that I was never riding that thing ever again. Harry shivered at the memory of the horrible ride. Not to mention that the first time I tried floor powder, I sneezed and accidentally ended up in Nocturne Alley. And do not get me started on apparition, Sirius groaned. It makes me feel like my stomach is turning inside out every time. Plus, one mess up with that could cause you to die. I once heard of a wizard that accidentally cut himself in half when he operated while he was drunk. I am also done with porkies, Harry stated. I hated it when I had to use it to get to the Quidditch World Cup, and I definitely hate them when one nearly caused me to get killed by Voldemort when it sent me and a friend to a graveyard. Is your life usually in danger that much? Krenos asked. Because even as someone that fights demons at least once a week, that concerns me. Harry just shrugged. That's my life, for you. I call it my Potter luck. James also called it that as well. Sirius chuckled as he ruffled Harry's hair in a fond way. While he never got into the same type of situations that you do, it's not like he lived a boring life. You guided all go to Hogwarts while the war was still going on, Harry says. I cannot even imagine how different that must have been to my own time at Hogwarts, even if my time there has not exactly been normal. The war did bleed into the school quite a lot. Sirius's tone changed to sound sadder. There was probably not a single day that would go by where someone was attacking someone else. Maybe it was because their families were on different sides of the war. Maybe it was some insensitive comment that they said. Or maybe it was even because they said something that triggered them while they were mourning someone they loved. It was complete chaos, and that is not even starting on the topic of the extreme divide between Slytherin and the other houses, since even now, people still think that anyone bad always comes out of Slytherin. I can see how bad it would have been back then, Harry says. It was almost worse than anything you could. Sirius was cut off. We might have to continue this conversation another time, Melody says. She motioned for them to look behind them. Once Harry and Sirius did, they both groaned as they saw Dumbledore and the annoying trio approaching them. Krenos and Melody chose not to leave since they figured that someone might need to play somewhat of a peacekeeper. Unless Hermione decided to go on another rant about how mystic souls are not real. Because if she does, Melody has been dying to see what her sonic scream does to a wand user. This was bound to happen eventually, Sirius groaned. Where's one of those demons that Krenos keeps talking about when you need them? Harry muttered. You really don't want to have to deal with one of those until you get better control of your powers, Krenos tells him. Harry was actually glad that Krenos and Melody did not leave when the four annoyances approached them. He needed to have some actual friends around, both for comfort and to also keep him from killing the annoyances with his lightning if they get on his nerves too much. My boys, what did you do? Dumbledore instantly asked then, his tone making it obvious that he was trying to make them think that they did something wrong. I got my freedom, that's all. Sirius crossed his arms. Something that you never tried to help me with. There wasn't a good time, my boy, Dumbledore said. Voldemort needed more attention. Harry is more important to me than that snake-faced lunatic is, Sirius says. I need to be there for my godson, and I couldn't do that while being a fugitive. I say that it worked out pretty perfectly, Harry smirked. Not only did Sirius get free, but it also shined a light on how corrupt the Ministry is. I certainly enjoyed the look on Umbridge's face when Krenos and the others all stood up to her. Happy to entertain, Krenos did a playful bow. My boy, things are a lot more difficult now because of this, Dumbledore continued. Because Sirius is now free, that will turn the Ministry even more against us. They will deny that Voldemort had returned, even more now in an effort to try and not make themselves look even worse. Well, as my cousin has pointed out, you could have easily solved that, Krenos said. All you had to do was easily send Harry's memory of his return to your newspaper in order to prove it. You just chose not to. Wow, Melody shook her head, obviously not impressed. You can't even do something as simple as that. No wonder you came to Crystal Rose for help. Technically, Sirius was the one that originally asked for your help, Harry said. No one else in magical Britain would probably ever dream of asking for help from another country. And it is lucky that I did, because at least now someone is finally doing something to help us. Sirius looked Dumbledore right in the eye as he said that. A lot better than sitting around and doing nothing while Voldemort probably plans his next move. My boy, things are not that simple. Dumbledore tries forcing them to do as he wants again. And this is probably one of the things that Voldemort wants. He wants to divide us and turn us against each other. We have to stay united. That is more your fault than Voldemort's, Harry stated. You could have gotten Sirius a trial at any time when you were Chief Warlock. Instead, you did nothing. All you needed to do was order a trial to be given, and no one could stop you. Now, since you are no longer Chief Warlock, we had to go another way to get Sirius freed. Not that I think you ever would have done anything to help Sirius, since you did nothing for the 2 years you knew he was innocent before now. Harry, stop being so disrespectful to Headmaster Dumbledore. Hermione basically ordered him. You say it's disrespectful, but I say that it is just telling the truth, Harry shrugged. After all, what has Dumbledore ever done to help any of us? I was the one saving the school every year, not him. My boy, You were perfectly safe, Dumbledore says. Everything would have been just fine. Oh, really? Harry raised his eyebrow. Because I remember Quirrell trying to strangle me. I remember getting a basilisk fang stuck in my arm. I remember 100 Dementors trying to suck out mine and Sirius's souls. I remember getting stuck in a deadly tournament meant for only those that are of age. And in every situation, you never did anything. You did that all on your own because you always want attention on you all the time, Ron yelled. Famous Harry Potter who always wants as much attention as possible. Maybe if you stopped seeking so much attention, none of that would have ever happened. I knew you would never grow up, Harry glared at his former best friend. And as if you were one to talk about anyone being an attention seeker when attention is all you ever want. I remember what you saw in the mirror of Erist, Weasley. You saw yourself as above all your brothers and surrounded by people giving you all the attention you wanted. I saw my parents. Your greatest desire was attention while all I ever wanted, was a family. You really have no idea who I actually am. That is no way to speak to your best friend, my boy. Dumbledore had the gall to try and scold him. Former best friend, Harry crossed his arms. I finally have real friends that do not try and force me to do things that I don't want to do. Friends that listen to me instead of trying to force their opinions down my throat instead of letting me think for myself. Harry is an amazing addition to Crystal Rose. Melody placed her elbow on Harry's shoulder as an armrest as she stood next to him. He's kind, loyal, honorable, and can smack talk like nobody's business. Haha, I think we should try and keep him all to ourselves. Krenos stood at Harry's other side. After all, anyone that treats someone as great as Harry without the respect that he deserves has got to be the biggest fool in the world. And after everything that you have done, I am definitely not your boy, Harry said. Plus, it is also really creepy how you call every guy that no matter what their age. Sirius had to admit, he agreed with Harry on that one. He knew that Dumbledore would always call people my boy or my dear girl, as a way to make it seem like he was fond of them. But, in reality, he was probably calling them that as his own way to label them as younger and weaker than him, especially given the whole age equals wisdom thing that he tries to represent. Even in the most subtle ways, Dumbledore is always trying to make himself look smarter and more powerful. Albus, I suggest that you stay away from Harry from now on, Sirius tells the manipulative old fool. I don't know why you feel the need to continue to interfere with his life, but Harry is allowed to be his own person. He does not need your interference. You are only making it easier for Voldemort by dividing from us. Dumbledore was trying really hard to guilt Sirius and Harry into following what he wanted. I do not know where all of this hostility is coming from, but we need to work together against the threat of Voldemort. Your definition of working together is just for everyone to just do whatever you want, Sirius said. That has always been how you work. Only you are allowed to make the choices and decisions in your world. I am not going to let you turn Harry into a child soldier as you did with Remus, James, Lily, and I. Who are you to talk to Headmaster Dumbledore that way? Hermione screamed at Sirius. He has done more for the wizarding world than anyone else could even dream of. If he is so great, then why did he wait months for the school mandrakes to mature for the potion to cure the petrifications that happened in our second year? Harry pointed out. Why did he let you, Colin, Penelope, and Justin stay petrified for so long instead of just buying a mandrake draft from one of the potion shops in Diagon Alley? And while on that subject, why was no one ever sent home after the messages and the attack started? There was obviously something really dangerous in the school. Everybody needed to be sent home. Hogwarts could have been closed if that was done, my boy. Dumbledore ignored that Harry told him not to call him that. Who cares about keeping a school open when our lives were in danger? Harry looked at the old man like the lunatic that he was. The lives of the students are a lot more important than a stupid school. That school is basically the reason why I have nearly been killed every year. Anyway, Hogwarts is not stupid, Hermione screamed at him. Again, I would like to say that we would be more than happy to keep you all to ourselves, Krenos said, ignoring Hermione's outburst. Crystal Rose could use such a bright and kind student like yourself, Harry, Melody added with a smile. Let's talk about that some more, Sirius says, starting to move the three teens away from the four. Annoyances. Sirius, Dumbledore tried to stop them from leaving. Go bother someone that you haven't wronged in some way, Albus, Sirius tells him. Oh wait, there's no one that you have not done something to in some way. They all walked away, not letting any of the annoyances bother them anymore. As they walked away, Harry looked down at his hands as he got a look on his face that showed he was concentrating really hard. Harry, Melody was confused. What are you doing? Power of the storm. Show them the sorrow they cause. Harry's eyes turned silver from the use of his magic. He flicked his hands, causing a puff of smoke that looked more like a puff of storm clouds. Within seconds, they all heard gasps and screams. Looking behind them, they had to try not to laugh at the sight of Dumbledore, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, all with their own personal storm cloud over their heads. And it was pouring rain on them. That is the greatest thing that I have ever seen in my life. Sirius looked ready to explode with laughter. I am sending this to everyone in the school. Krinos took a picture with his mirror phone. You really are a very quick study when it comes to your powers, Harry. Melody patted Harry's shoulder, smiling. Well, karma had to come after those four at some point, Harry smirked. Chapter 40. Potion Commotion. Chapter 40. Potion Commotion. If there was one thing that Harry loved about Crystal Rose, even if the list of things he loved about the school was almost never-ending at this point, it was that he was finally able to enjoy a potion class. Professor Gold was an amazing teacher that actually did everything she could to make sure the class learned while still staying safe. Harry could tell that even the Hogwarts students that were not the biggest fans of Mystic Souls also enjoyed her class. It was a very common thing for literally all the other houses to hate Snape. He was the worst teacher in Hogwarts. And that said something considering how low the bar is with teachers like Binns and Trelawney still teaching, as well as how those like Quirrell and Lockhart had also been terrible teachers. Though it should also say something about how the fake Professor Moody, a disguised Death Eater, had been a better teacher than Snape. It also really helped that Professor Gold actually stood up to Snape whenever he would try and use his regular tactics in her class. She was obviously running out of patience when it was coming to the greasy-haired idiot. It was certainly something that seemed very common among Mystic Souls, and that would be a low tolerance for idiots. Harry was expecting the professor to lose her patience soon and turn Snape into an ice state. Not that there would be any complaining from him. Taking his regular seat in the beautiful classroom, Melody soon joined him. The two of them had been working together since the first class of the year, and Harry had been really grateful for her help. He was sure that if he did not have her help, he would not have gained the knowledge of Mystic Soul potions in the same amount of time. Let's hope that we can actually get through this class without anything happening, Harry says to her. Do you really think that can happen? Melody raised her eyebrow at him. No, Harry admitted. Whenever Snape is involved, trouble follows. He really should never have been hired as a teacher, Melody said. He just does not have the right attitude or personality for it. I would rather be taught by a wild monkey. Considering the past teachers that I have had, Snape is still the worst of them all, Harry says. And considering that my past teacher has been possessed by a wraith, been a fraud that stole people's memories to take credit for their heroic acts, predicts my death every time she sees me, is a ghost that puts people to sleep, not to mention one of them also being a Death Eater in disguise. Oh, for the love of the gods of Olympus, Melody face-bombed. You are not the first to react like that, and you will definitely not be the last, Harry said. What is wrong with your country that those types of people actually become teachers? Melody looked like she did not want to hear the answer. There are certainly plenty of things about magical Britain that will always be wrong in so many ways, Harry says. As you learned from before, they locked up my godfather just because he was from a traditionally evil family. Between that and how they obviously favor purebloods, it really is an awful place to live. Even for half-bloods, they are pretty much out of luck unless the magical side of their family is powerful. I know by their standards, the Gardner family would probably be a family that they would favor, Melody said. But that does not mean that we would like it. The Gardner family, historically, has always been about equality. Our ancestor, Calliope Gardner, was even the one to suggest to the other Olympian mages to include mystic souls from all over the world at Crystal Rose. Between that and the creatures that also attend here, I can definitely see most of the ministry back in England having heart attacks, Harry chuckled. Probably even more so if they also knew about teachers like Professor Nyx, since she is a harpy mystic soul like Hawk. Melody knew that there were certainly a lot of things that were wrong with what Harry was saying. Yes, basically the entire magical world was aware of how awful that magical Britain was. But Everything that Harry was telling her just made it even worse since it was because he was talking about things that they did not know about, especially with the falling standards of Hogwarts. But then she noticed something else that Harry had said. "You said England," she said. "Well, that is where I am from." Harry was confused with her pointing out what he had said. "What I mean is that you specifically said back in England, rather than saying back home instead," Melody says. "I know that things are not the best, but is it really so serious that you do not see the place as your home?" Harry sighed as Melody looked at him in concern. Of course, she would point out something like that. It was not shocking at all that being the twin of Krenos would make her just as observant as him. And it was not like he could say that she was wrong about what she had suspected. "I have no reason to see that place as home," Harry admitted. "I am either treated as a hero or as a Dark Lord in training. People change their opinion of me based entirely on the lies that are spread in the Daily Prophet. Not to mention that for all this supposed fame that I have, no one ever bothered to check up on me when I was living with those horrible muggles." "Mundanes," Melody corrected, the response basically being automatic at this point. "Whatever," Harry rolled his eyes. "Harry, I may not be able to tell the truth if I say that I understand what you have gone through," Melody started. "But I can say with full confidence that myself and everyone else at Crystal Rose will be here for you as long as you need us. And you have no idea how grateful that I am for that," Harry tells her. She patted his hand with her own. By this time, the rest of the class had joined them in the classroom while Professor Gold and Snape also made their way in. Melody looked ready to protect Harry the moment she saw that Snape was still glaring at Harry for no other reason than the fact that Harry was in the same room as him. "I would give anything for a demon attack right now," she muttered. "At least then I can, accidentally, push him into the path of an incoming fireball or energy ball." "I can see why Krenos says that he is sometimes terrified of you," Harry chuckled. "He's my brother, so it's good that he has a healthy fear of me," Melody giggled. "After all, it's the same that I feel about him given that with his powers, he would be considered a very scary guy." "I saw him in dueling class," Harry says. "So, I definitely believe it." As everyone got settled, Professor Gold stood in front of them. They all instantly paid attention to her. The way that she was able to command attention on her that easily just said how great of a teacher she was. "All right, class," she started, smiling at the students all paying their full attention to her. "As you know, the beginning of the school year is one of those times where a lot of students struggle with remembering things that happened in the years before. So, you also know my tradition during this time." The Crystal Rose students all nodded while the Hogwarts students looked confused. But they were happy that it seemed this would be another review day so that they could start catching up on things they had missed from previous years at Crystal Rose. Not to mention that even the Slytherins all knew that when it came to teaching potions, Snape has taught them nothing. "I love this class," Harry heard another Crystal Rose mermaid student say behind him. "As per my tradition, each of you will work in your chosen pairs to make any potion that we have gone over in the past," Crystal tells them. "And for all of those that make their potion perfect, you get an extra 5 points on your first test of the year. For those of you that come close to perfect, you get 3 extra points. And for the rest of you, as long as you do try your best, you will get at least 1 extra point." The class all nodded, understanding what their teacher was talking about. It was an even bigger shock to the Hogwarts students. Snape had not even once ever reviewed anything with them. They would all have to do that on their own in order to pass their tests and quizzes. Plus, it was not like Snape ever answered their questions during class. He would usually insult them and call them dunderheads whenever they did not know the answer to their own questions. Professor Gold gave a few more instructions, as well as told the class that she would be going around to check on how they were all doing during the class. Once she was finished talking, the students all opened up their textbooks in order to choose their potions. Harry could tell that since he was the only one that had paired up with a Crystal Rose student, he was probably going to be the only one of them to be able to do a potion that was above a first-year Crystal Rose student. He hoped that in the future, the other Hogwarts students would also see that the mystic souls meant no harm. He and Melody looked through her potions book in order to choose one of the potions that they have worked on in class in the years before. Harry smiled as he saw the range of potions that they had. Very different from how potions at Hogwarts definitely have never had effects such as these potions. "What do you recommend, Melody?" he asked her. "You have been taking this class the entire time, so you already know these potions." Melody looked through the pages. She smiled as she saw one that she thought Harry would like. "Here, Let's try this one. She pointed at the page. Animal conjuring potion, Harry read from the page. We were taught this potion last year, Melody explained to Harry. It's different from others since it is a dry potion that uses powdered ingredients that are mixed together so that when it is thrown into the air, the desired animal is supposed to then appear. I had no idea that dry potions were even a thing. Harry was shocked. There are many types of potions, spells, and all other types of magic in the world, Melody tells him. Plus, dry potions do not have that big of disasters, unlike regular potions. The worst that can happen would be either some blisters or a burn that could only get as bad as a really bad sunburn. I've had more sunburns than you could ever think of, Harry says. So, I think I can handle that just fine. You would never have to worry about that because we are going to do this potion perfectly. Melody smiled at him. The two of them started to gather all of the ingredients that they would need for their potion. Harry was actually surprised at how quickly he was actually starting to enjoy himself. Potions had never been something that he could enjoy because of Snape's treatment of him. He had wanted to learn about potions so badly when he had first arrived at Hogwarts, but it was soon ruined for him because the teacher was so horrible. Professor Gold was probably the most giant breath of fresh air that Harry has ever had in terms of teachers. She was not only good at her job, but she was welcoming, kind, helpful, and overall probably the exact type of person that should be a teacher. Since Harry now knew about his mystic soul powers, he really wished that he had been able to attend Crystal Rose right from the start. It would have been so much better. Once he got proof that Dumbledore had been the one to block his powers, he was going to unleash a storm that the manipulative old goat would never forget. Though, he was going to take in as much as he could while he was currently at Crystal Rose. It helped that Melody was an amazing partner for the class. Her potion skills definitely balanced out how he barely even had the basic knowledge of mystic soul potions. He already had in mind that he wanted to summon snowy owls, mostly because Hedwig had shown up the day before, having flown all the way to Greece, and he wanted to give his beloved owl some company. The two of them had even been doing really well. With Melody's help, they had been doing everything perfectly. She had even given him some nice tips that would help him make potions on his own, such as doing all of the prep work before actually starting the potion, so that the ingredients did not take up too much time. She also said that when handling ingredients such as mandrake root, hemlock root, demon flesh, and eye of newt, it was best to take a step back when putting them into a potion because they all cause mini explosions. Harry actually was having a good time with Melody. She was able to help him actually relax and just enjoy the potion that they were making. The two of them also made sure to work hard even when they were not stressed about it. The stress only came when a dark shadow seemed to fall over them as if it was a monster in a horror movie. Harry felt the urge to curse since, of course, Snape would arrive to ruin his good mood. It was like he had a sensor to tell when Harry was happy so that he could show up and make him miserable. Here we go again, Harry thought to himself. I see that your arrogance is once again getting the better of you, Potter. Snape sneered at him. Excuse me. Melody did not look like she was willing to take any insults to her friend lying down. This doesn't involve you, girl. Snape also sneered at Melody. Stay out of it. I recommend that you stay away before I show you what a vanquishing potion can do, Melody threatened the dungeon bat. Snape ignored her as he focused on Harry. Right away, Harry felt his hand grip the table really hard. He was trying so hard not to let loose some kind of storm inside the classroom. Snape always was the person that pushed his buttons the most out of everyone he has ever met. You might be too much of an egomaniac to actually pay attention to anything other than yourself. Snape could honestly not go a single second without insulting Harry. But you actually need to try making a potion and not whatever nonsense you are doing. Though, considering that you create a disaster in my class, this is probably the only thing that won't end up being poison. Harry's grip on the table only increased. Melody could see his eyes flashing their gray color as Harry was fighting his powers. She was both impressed by his control while also horrified that someone that was supposed to be a teacher was acting like this. Sure, he knew about everything that Harry has said about Snape, but experiencing it firsthand was a lot worse than hearing about it. Snape's behavior was worse than what she could have imagined. Hey! Melody placed one of her hands onto Harry's to help comfort and calm him. Who do you think you are to treat Harry this way? You are a full-grown man. Act like it. Need a female freak to fight your battles for you now, Potter. Snape continued to sneer. Just when I thought that you could not get any more pathetic." Harry's eyes snapped wide. That word. That word that he hated more than anything else in the entire world. The word that he could go for the rest of his life never hearing again. But it would still be too soon. Freak. He hated that word. And he hated anyone that used it. Before he could stop himself, Harry grabbed onto the bowl that had their unfinished potion in it. Melody only had time to gasp before Harry did what he did. "For once in your absolute miserable sad excuse of a life. Shut up," Harry yelled at him. He then threw the contents of their unfinished potion at him. Melody covered her mouth with her hands, not believing what she had just seen. Of course, she was covering her mouth to hide the fact that she was smiling really big. She had no idea what was going to happen, but she knew that the horrible excuse of a man in front of them definitely deserved it. "You arrogant little—" Snape was cut off by a sudden burst of multicolored smoke. The smoke covered him, completely hiding him from sight. By the time the smoke cleared, the only thing that they could see was a pile of robes on the floor. Every student gasped. There was never anything good that could happen when it comes to either unfinished potions or potions that are made incorrectly. Even Professor Gold was speechless at what she had just seen. She had been seconds away from freezing Snape where he had been standing when Harry had beat her to it. Though, he chose to throw their potion at him rather than freezing him solid like she wanted to do. Nobody in the room knew what to do. Most of them thought that Harry might have accidentally killed Snape. Not that they would be complaining if he did. But then they heard the unmistakable sound of a frog, and the sound was coming from underneath the pile of robes on the floor. Almost the entire class gathered around the robes as Professor Gold went over and bent down. She moved the robes, and everyone almost jumped when they saw that it was a toad rather than a frog under them. "I turned Snape into a frog." Harry's eyes widened in shock. "A toad, to be more exact, Mr. Potter," Crystal tells him. "Well, that's one way to embrace the cliché," Melody stated. "After all, when mundanes think of witches, they usually do think of us turning people into toads and frogs." "At least it finally got the overgrown bully to shut up," Harry said. Chapter 41. Cutting the Strings. Chapter 41. Cutting the Strings. There were many things that Harry did not think that he would ever be able to do in his life. Turning a teacher into a toad was definitely one of those things. But now that he has actually done it, he could not be prouder of himself. He finally had given Snape exactly what he deserved. That man had had his punishment coming for a long time. Harry was definitely glad that he had been the one to finally give it to him. He was so sick and tired of Snape's never-ending hatred toward him for no reason other than that he looked like his father. Karma had been coming to get Snape for a long time, and Harry could not be more satisfied that he was the one that Karma used to deliver that punishment. Does he care that he was currently in Headmistress Jaiwei's office along with Dumbledore, McGonagall, Professor Gold, and Melody? No, he didn't care. If anything, he was going to make it very clear how he felt about Snape, and that he was glad that he had done what he did. After all, there was no better person that deserved to be turned into a toad than Snape. He did expect to be called to Jaiwei's office given what had happened. Melody had been his partner, so she joined him. Professor Gold made sure to be there as well. Given what the Crystal Rose teachers had been hearing from the Hogwarts staff and about the Hogwarts staff, she was definitely not going to let Harry be blamed for what happened. Arriving at the office, Harry was shocked at how beautiful it was. Dumbledore's office was set up to basically show off how many artifacts, books, knowledge, and power he has compared to others. Not to mention how he has his desk and chair set up at the top of a set of stairs, making it so he is literally looking down on anyone that is in his office. But with Headmistress Jaiwei's office, it was definitely different. For starters, her walls were lined with pictures of what seemed to be groups of past students. Hanging from the ceiling was also an incredible chandelier that was made of hanging small crystal animals instead of normal crystals hanging from it. Animals also seemed to be a recurring theme with the rest of her office, since the windows at the back of her room were made of stained glass, with the stained glass forming images of animals. There were also statues of animals sitting on top of bookshelves that were around the office. And looking behind her desk, there seemed to be a room filled with small houses made for animals. One of those little houses obviously big enough for the lion friend that they knew she has. The only thing that was similar to Dumbledore's office was the line of portraits on one wall that was obviously of the former heads of Crystal Rose. Though, if Harry had to guess, He bet that all the heads could design their office how they want to when they get the job as the head of the school. He bet that was how it worked because he doubted that they would all have had animal powers like Headmistress Jaiwei. So, they definitely would not have had their office looking how it currently does. Jaiwei sat at her desk that was near the back of the room, near her stained glass windows and by the room with the animal houses. Snape the Toad was on her desk, something that Melody was giggling at since their potion had obviously not worn off. Yet, Harry and Melody sat down in the chairs offered to them by the headmistress. Professor Gold stood close to them, showing that she was on their side in this situation. Other than the obvious, would you two like to explain what happened in class? Jaiwei asked the two of them. What is there to explain? McGonagall basically yelled. They turned Severus into a toad. Turn him back and punish them as they deserve. I do not simply punish students, Ms. McGonagall. Jaiwei glared at the Transfiguration professor. I get all sides of the story before I make any decisions. It is a requirement of all staff members here in order to prevent punishments being given based simply on word of mouth of a single source. Harry definitely wished that was a thing at Hogwarts, given how many times students got in trouble for no reason other than another student accusing them, even if there was no proof. That happened a number of times in potions. A Slytherin student would accuse a student of another house of sabotaging their potion, even when it was just them doing poorly at making it, and Snape would instantly take the Slytherin side and punish the accused student. No proof at all. My dear, Dumbledore was interrupted by Jaiwei. I have told you before, Dumbledore, she glared at him. I am not your dear anything. I am Ms. Jaiwei, Headmistress Jaiwei, or Madam Jaiwei to you. Nothing more and nothing less. Harry was liking Headmistress Jaiwei more and more with every passing second. Madam Jaiwei, Dumbledore was obviously trying to hide that he was not happy about being told off by her. Harry is my student, and he should be punished for what he did to Professor Snape. That man is not a professor, Crystal stated, determination in her voice. If anything, he is the furthest thing from a professor that I have ever seen in my life. The way he behaves makes me question the sanity of anyone that ever says that he is a teacher. He cannot seem to go 2 minutes without insulting Mr. Potter in some way. He is a menace, not a professor. Severus has my complete trust, Dumbledore said, as if that solved everything that Professor Gold had just said. Well, he certainly does not have mine, Crystal says, crossing her arms. Mr. Potter and Mississippi Gardner were doing their chosen potion perfectly when Snape decided that his unneeded and unwanted opinion had to be heard. I am sick and tired of how he treats the students. I have lost count of the number of times that I have had to stop myself from freezing him where he stood. Professor Gold is right, Melody spoke up. Snape is nothing but a big bully. I have no idea why he feels like he needs to target Harry, because Harry certainly has done nothing to deserve it. I've met demons that are nicer than Snape, and demons literally do not have souls. My dear girl, you are obviously exaggerating, Dumbledore said. Professor Snape is a great teacher. Were you dropped on your head or something? Melody raised an eyebrow. I have only just met the man this year, and yet even I know that a wild monkey probably would be a better teacher than him. Mississippi Gardner. Jaiwei gave her student a look that made Melody calm down. Now, please tell us what happened. Well, as Professor Gold already said, Snape really can never go 2 minutes without insulting me. Harry explains what happened. Melody and I had been working on our potion, just as we were told to do. What potion did you two choose to do? Jaiwei asked. Knowing which potion it was will help us reverse what happened. We chose to make the animal conjuring potion that we learned last year, Headmistress, Melody tells her. But the potion was not finished when Harry threw it at that disgusting excuse of a human being. That was probably why it changed him into an animal instead of summoning one. The headmistress nodded, showing her understanding. Harry then continued his explanation. We had been going perfectly with the potion, he continued. Melody helped me with the things that I had difficulty with. Snape suddenly had come up to us and started to insult me as he always does. I have never known Snape to ever be able to say anything other than insults to me. One of his favorite things to do is to call me arrogant while also insulting my father, since he is always saying, "Arrogant Potter, just like your father." As Melody said, the man is nothing but a bully. Now, my boy, you really should not say such things about Professor Snape, Dumbledore scolded Harry. He is a wonderful teacher that deserves your respect. He should earn that respect if he wants to be given any. Harry glared at Dumbledore. I have no idea what makes you say that Snape is a good teacher when he is probably the worst teacher in the history of teachers. He is literally hated by over 3/4 of the school. Even some of his own Slytherins hate him because he makes it even harder for them to make friends outside their own house. With Slytherins like Snape and Malfoy, it's no wonder why people are so against Slytherins as a whole. Melody has a feeling that Harry has been wanting to say all of those things about Snape to Dumbledore for a long time. She wished that she had some popcorn for the show. Severus may not be the easiest teacher, but he deserves your respect, Mr. Potter. McGonagall also scolded Harry. He most definitely does not deserve my respect, Harry shouted at her. Harry, my boy, that is no way to treat your professors. Dumbledore definitely was not happy about Harry standing against them. I am only treating you all exactly how you deserve to be treated, Harry yelled. I have had it with Snape being allowed to treat everyone around him like garbage while you do nothing to stop him. Not only is he constantly insulting me, but he insults my father every single time he sees me. I can handle insults just fine, but insults against my father are not something I will tolerate anymore. My father's been dead for 14 years. Snape should never have been allowed to make those insults in the first place. Dumbledore actually took a step back. He could not believe that Harry was being so outspoken. He had never been like that with him before. This was not going to be good if Harry continues to be rebellious. He had to make sure Harry sacrificed himself for the greater good. But if Harry continued down the path that he was on, there was no way that he would. Harry, I trust Professor Snape with my... Dumbledore tried. No! Harry stopped Dumbledore from once again saying to trust Snape. Just because you trust Snape does not mean that I have to, or that I should even want to. I threw that potion on him because he called Melody a freak. What type of person, especially a grown adult, would act like that toward a teenager? And every time you let him get away with it, it shows how much you don't actually care about those he hurts. You're supposed to be educators, but you don't actually care about how horrible he is as a teacher and as a person. Melody had to place a calming hand on Harry's shoulder. She knew how much Harry had to hate Snape. She would also hate anyone that would insult her own dead parents. If anyone ever insulted her parents in front of her, she would have blasted them through a wall before they would ever finish speaking. And that is not even getting to what Krenos would do. Not to mention what Olivia would end up doing. They were a scary family when they wanted to be. I think that Harry said everything that needed to be said, the music mage said. I would have personally used some more colorful language, but that's just me. She tried to lighten the mood with that line, but it went over like a lead balloon. I think the fact that you are not even trying to listen to your students says a lot, Jaiwei said. From the little amount of time that I have spent with you all, I can tell that none of you are fit to care for your students. How dare you? McGonagall shouted. Oh, I do dare. Jaiwei stood up from her desk. Quite frankly, it's a miracle that Hogwarts is even still open. You do not know what you are talking about, obviously. Dumbledore probably believed that he did not sound as arrogant as he was. Hogwarts is the best school in the world. A potions teacher that bullies his students for no reason. A ghost that is supposed to teach history and only puts his students to sleep. A divination teacher that predicts the deaths of her students every single year. A cursed defense against the dark arts position. Jaiwei listed some of the problems of Hogwarts. Your school is ranked at the bottom of the rankings of the magical schools in the world. And considering this failure of a teacher on my desk, that explains why so many students from your country do know anything about potions. Not to mention everything that I have heard from the students in my class, Crystal said. I have heard of everything that man had put his students through. He lets his precious Slytherins get away with sabotaging the potions of other students, even rewarding them for it while punishing their victims. He especially does it when it comes to that spoiled brat, Malfoy. You will not believe the number of times that I have heard students talking about how my class was the first time they were ever taught about safety in potions. That should be the first thing that is taught, and yet he never even bothered to do so. Excuse me, Jaiwei glared at Dumbledore and McGonagall. You are saying that this man is a good teacher, and yet he does not even teach his students how to be safe in his own class. Severus may not be liked, but he is a fine teacher, Dumbledore said. If anyone has difficulty in his class, they just need to study more and be more prepared. All that stuff about his Slytherins sabotaging others is just nonsense spread by those that don't like to fail. I trust Severus with my life. I think Mr. Potter made a good point when he said that just because you trust him does not mean that anyone else has to. Crystal crossed her arms. I certainly don't. In fact, he is no longer allowed in my classroom since he cannot keep his own behavior under control. My dear girl, that is not necessary at all. Dumbledore tried to convince her. I will talk to Severus and everything will be just fine. Especially since Harry and his friend finished their punishment. Crystal's eyes glowed ice blue, showing that she was definitely not okay with what he had just said to her. Especially since how he avoided saying Melody's name did not escape her either. The floor under her feet slowly started to get covered in frost. If Harry did not already know about her ice powers, he would be just as shocked as Dumbledore and McGonagall. Though, her powers were still impressive to him. Not to mention her control given that she had not turned either of the British teachers into ice statues yet. Mr. Potter and Mississippi Gardner are not going to be punished, Jaiwei stated. Pardon me. McGonagall looked personally offended by what she just heard. They deserve to be punished. Severus is a toad, and it was his own fault because he couldn't keep his mouth shut and his behavior under control, Crystal said. Professor Gold is correct, Jaiwei says. Had Mr. Potter or Mississippi Gardner simply throw the potion at him to purposely turn him into a toad for no reason, then they would have been punished. Instead, it was thrown because he decided to be an overgrown man-child bully. If anything, what Mr. Potter did was completely in self-defense. Dumbledore and McGonagall both looked really offended about Harry not being punished at all for what he had done to Snape. Harry knew that when he would tell Sirius about this, his godfather is probably going to go crazy with laughter. Not that Sirius was not already his own brand of crazy. Thank you, headmistress, Harry tells her. There is no need to thank me, Mr. Potter, Jaiwei smiled at him. You did nothing wrong. The only ones in the wrong are the ones that let such a horrible man get away with his behavior for so long. Harry nodded, really glad that someone was actually on his side for once. Remus and Flitwick had been the only other teachers that had ever been on his side. All the other teachers either ignored everything going on, caused what was going on, or actively participated in his torment. Two examples other than Snape would be when McGonagall had removed 150 points from himself, Hermione, and Neville over the dragon in their first year, which turned most of the school against him, as well as how Sprout had basically turned into a Hufflepuff version of Snape after his name came out of the Goblet of Fire. Now, as much as I hate that sorry excuse of a man, is he going to be a toad forever? Melody asked her headmistress. Harry was also concerned. He hated Snape, yes, but that did not mean that he wanted to actually cause someone to be turned into a toad for the rest of their life. Though, he was already convinced that someone had already done that to Umbridge given how she was being called the pink toad by pretty much everyone in the whole school. Oh, it's no problem at all, Jaiwei tells the two students. Animal magic is my specialty, after all. I can turn him back easily. Just make sure that he knows to stay out of my classroom from now on, Crystal stated. If he tries to come in and harass my students again, I have every right to turn him into an ice statue. I would not be surprised if you did, Crystal. Jaiwei giggled at the professor's attitude. You two can leave now. She told that last part to Harry and Melody. Both of them were quick to leave. Especially Harry, since he was definitely not in the mood to be scolded by Dumbledore, which he knew would happen if he stuck around. I can say this to you right now, Melody, Harry tells her. I love each and every single teacher in this school. Not to mention your headmistress. Crystal Rose certainly got lucky in terms of amazing teachers, Melody giggled. By the way, if you ever need help escaping from those two idiots back in the office, any student here will be glad to help you. I will definitely be glad for the help, Harry says. I have so had enough of being scolded by those two just for standing up for myself. That sorry excuse of a headmaster of yours certainly seems to think of himself as a puppet master with how he behaves, Melody commented. That is exactly what he thinks he is, Harry said. Even though he probably would call himself more like the next Merlin or the Lord of Light. Makes me even happier that you are standing up to him and everyone else that is trying to control you, Melody says. It definitely is a lot of fun seeing Dumbledore struggle, Harry chuckled. After all, his favorite puppet to control has cut his strings. Chapter 42. No apologies. Chapter 42. No apologies. Harry had never felt so good about anything in his life. Not only did he finally do something against Snape, but he was able to get away with it. Every time that he experienced anything about Crystal Rose, he started to prefer it more and more to Hogwarts. Crystal Rose had more classes to choose from. They also did not have any bullying, bias or evil teachers. The only time that he had learned that any of the teachers had been evil had been when a possessor demon had managed to find its way into the school and possessed one of the teachers. It reminded Harry a lot of what had happened with Professor Quirrell, but he was sure that in this case, there was no second face growing out of the back of that teacher's head while possessed. The more that Harry thought about it, the more that he wanted to become a real student of Crystal Rose, not just a visitor for the year. Sirius was now free, but that only solved one of their many problems, especially since even when Sirius was free, he was only free in Greece given that Magical Britain was obviously going to deny the Magic Council's trial, since it was basically like a giant middle finger at the British Ministry. So, it would also make sense that Sirius would not be able to gain custody of Harry. If he tried, they had no idea what other issues that would cause. Most of those issues would most likely come from Dumbledore. After all, he had known that Sirius was innocent from the start, since he was the one that cast the Fidelius charm to hide Harry's parents. So, he was aware that Sirius was not their secret keeper. Also, he had been aware of Sirius's innocence of the other crimes he was accused of for almost 2 years before he was kicked out of his chief warlock position on the Wisegemot. With that position, he could have simply ordered Sirius to be given a fair trial with no one able to stop him, and yet he didn't. There was also the obvious treatment that went on while they were staying at Sirius's house back in England. What they had all been trying to do could not be more obvious if they tried. Almost everyone other than Remus, Kingsley, and Mr. Weasley had been doing their best to try and keep the two of them away from each other. Harry was been really pissed at how they had all tried to keep him away from his godfather. And given that he now knew that Sirius was also his blood-adopted father, it only made him even more pissed. He just hoped that with Olivia, the Magic Council, and basically everyone at Crystal Rose on their side, they would be able to try and have a more peaceful life. Something that Harry has always wanted, but has never been able to have. Especially given everything that he's been through since entering Hogwarts. All he wanted was a life where he did not have to continue looking over his shoulder. He wanted a life where he did not have to worry about the press. And most of all, he wanted a life where he did not have to worry about his friends betraying him. Melody, placing her hand on his shoulder, snapped him out of his thoughts. "Are you doing all right, Harry?" she asked him. He smiled and nodded at her. "I'm fine," he tells her. "I don't think that I could be anything other than fine given that I finally gave Snape what he deserved. While I feel the need to not encourage violence against teachers, that man is hardly any type of teacher," Melody says. "It's not like it was real violence anyway," Harry smirked. "All I did was turn him into a toad. Not like I kicked him while he was turned, even if that was really tempting." Sophia and the other animal mages in the school might say something about animal cruelty, but I am sure they would give you a pass once they would know it was Snape, Melody giggled. "You guys are definitely a lot more fun than most of my classmates at Hogwarts," Harry laughed. "Don't let those twins of yours hear you say that," Melody teased him. "They might instantly forgive you, but I don't think they would want you saying that anyone is more fun than them." "They are not anything," Harry blushed, feeling as if he was being teased by his sister even when he didn't have a sister. "Keep telling yourself that, Weather Boy," Melody teased him some more. "But you three are smitten with each other even if you don't know it." Harry blushed even more as Melody definitely acted as if she was his sister. Between her and Krenos, Harry felt like he really did have siblings. He decided to change the subject before Melody's teasing turned his face permanently red. "So, what exactly is Headmistress Jaiwei's power?" he asked her. "It's obvious that she is an animal mystic soul, but really is her power?" "Oh, right. I forgot you didn't know," Melody said. "Headmistress Jaiwei's magic is known as jungle copycat magic. Whenever she is able to make physical contact with an animal, she basically absorbs its abilities. And even after the touches another animal, she is able to hold onto the abilities of previous animals that she touches, kind of like she has magical storage in her mystic core." "Whoa," Harry gasped. "That is a really cool power." Melody nodded, smiling. "She is even able to do the same with magical creatures when she touches them. Everyone in this school is so bloody cool," Harry stated. Language came a very annoying voice. "Oh, crud," Harry complained. Turning around, Harry and Melody saw Hermione and Ron coming toward them. Harry was just glad that Ginny was not with them. He did not have the energy to deal with her trying and failing to flirt with him. If she continued to do so, he was not going to blame himself if he struck her with a bolt of lightning. Considering how no one at Crystal Rose liked the annoying trio, he might actually be rewarded if he did that to her. "Are you two stalking Harry, or what?" Melody put a hand on her hip as she glared at the two of them. She was subtle about it, but she placed her other hand on the amethyst pendant around her neck. All of the amulets were connected, and those bonded to them could easily use them to communicate if they knew how to. And given how long she and her brother had theirs, it made sense why they would be able to use that power. So, Melody was using the connection between the amulets to contact her brother. Krynos was most likely with some of their other friends, so she was sure that he would bring some backup. She did not need the backup in terms of fighting two weak wand users, but it would be better if more than just herself was around to get Harry away from these two annoyances. "Harry is our friend," Ron glared at her. "You can't stalk someone that's your friend. We stopped being friends the moment that you chose Dumbledore over me." Harry crossed his arms. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Hermione tried correcting him on what to call Dumbledore. "You both already betrayed me once before doing it again." Harry ignored her, trying to correct him. "As the saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I am not going to be fooled twice." "We didn't betray you," Ron almost yelled at Harry. "In fact, you both did," Harry said. "Ron, you refused to believe me when I said that I did not enter my name into the Goblet of Fire. You spent over a month being nothing but a giant bully toward me. And even when you were proven wrong, you barely even apologized. And you, Hermione, had my firebolt taken away because you believed that I was not going to have it checked for curses. I actually was, but you went behind my back and told a teacher simply because you believed that I was too stupid and selfish to do anything about a random gift that I got." "I did apologize," Ron protested. "The words, 'I am sorry,' never passed your lips." Harry glared at him. "We might know that Sirius is innocent now, but we didn't know then." Hermione glared right back. "And I was right. He did send it. But you were wrong about me not going to do anything about it," Harry countered. "I was going to give the broom to Oliver since as both a 7th year and a Quidditch fanatic, I knew that he would know the spells. Especially since he was a better friend than you two ever were." "Harry seriously has a lot of baggage to deal with," Melody thought, concerned for her friend. "He really does deserve to be here rather than in that death trap of a school he is originally going to." "We're the best friends that you have ever had, Harry," Ron argued. "You are the worst friends that I have ever had," Harry yelled back. "Sirius, the twins, and Neville all did their best to write to me over the summer. You two didn't even try because of orders from your precious Dumbledore." "He's Dumbledore, Harry," Ron argued some more. "It's not like we could disobey him when he told us not to write to you. Cedric and I were almost murdered." Harry clenched his hands into fists. "I was used in a ritual to bring back Voldemort. Nothing that Dumbledore tells you to do should matter when I had to deal with that trauma while trapped with abusive muggles." "Headmaster Dumbledore," Hermione tried to correct them both again. "For two people that are trying to say that Harry's your friend, you sure both don't treat him as one," Melody says. "You certainly don't seem to respect him, nor seem to remain loyal to him. Loyalty and trust are two of the hardest things to gain, but the easiest to break," Harry said. "And you both broke my trust and threw out my loyalty a long time ago." "Hey," Ron protested. "We never did anything to you. If anyone should be ashamed of their actions, it should be you, Harry." Hermione glared at Harry. "You turned Professor Snape into a toad, and I would do it again, and again and again. I would keep it on an eternal loop if I could," Harry stated. "That man is not a professor and never should have been. When Dumbledore hired him, he must have been on some type of drug or something." "It's head," Hermione once again tried to correct him. "Enough, Hermione," Harry snapped at her. "Stop trying to correct us all the time. I don't care how often you do it. I am not going to use those titles for those that do not deserve them." "How dare you, Harry James Potter?" Hermione was once again in full angry lecture mode. "Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Snape deserve our respect, and you will call them by their titles. It is the right thing and the only thing to do. The day that I respect them is the day that I allow Dobby to kiss me on the lips," Harry said. "Respect is earned, and if anything, both of them have done nothing but make sure that I would never respect either of them. I would never respect a bully or a man that does nothing to stop the bully." "I wish I had some popcorn," Melody thought. loving watching Harry stand up against his former friends. Headmaster Dumbledore only does what is best for everyone, Hermione argued with Harry. You cannot question him. I can question him all I want, Harry said. He's not a god, Hermione. He is a manipulative old man that never does anything unless it benefits himself. After all, how many times has he left basically everyone at Hogwarts out to dry while he sits on his throne and does nothing? Dumbledore is the greatest wizard since Merlin, Ron glared at him. Is that why he didn't do anything when your sister was taken into the Chamber of Secrets? Harry raised an eyebrow. Fred and George told me that while the two of us went down to the chamber with that fraud Lockhart, all Dumbledore did when he returned to the school was sit in his office and do nothing. He didn't try and find the chamber. He didn't prepare any healing potions or spells. He didn't do anything at all. For someone that you keep saying is such a great man, he certainly doesn't do anything to actually help the students he is supposed to watch over. Dumbledore would have done something, but you just had to have all the glory as you always do, Ron yelled. Even after 5 years, you really do not know me at all. Harry shakes his head. No wonder I have found such better friends here than I ever did at Hogwarts. Why would you ever want to be with friends with a bunch of lying Hermione was cut off by a very intense glare sent at her by Harry. Say that word, he basically growled at her. Say it. I dare you. Melody did not need her super hearing to hear the thunder that just occurred outside. It was definitely obvious that Harry was very sensitive when it came to that word. She was aware that her brother knew the reason for that, but Krenos was not going to share someone else's secrets like that. Even though they were twins that would share basically everything, Melody understood. After all, it was not Krenos' secret to tell. Something going on over here. Krenos suddenly appeared, having got his sister's amulet-sent message. Melody was definitely relieved that Krenos got her message, even more so when she saw that Chala, Valia, and Hawk were with him. It certainly pleased her that Valia and Hawk being around served to make the two annoyances even angrier, given that Valia is a butterfly girl while Hawk is half harpy. Just handling a couple of annoyances, Krenos, Harry says. You want me to turn them into trees? Krenos smirked as he asked his friend that. The 5 mystic souls all stood around Harry as if they were his own personal guards. It was certainly something else that Harry loved about mystic souls and Crystal Rose. Their loyalty was something to value and admire. How about you two do what wand users do best? Hawk smirked. Run away with your ridiculous robes between your legs. Metaphorical tales, if you catch what I mean. You might want to use small words, Hawk, Chala tells him. They are from magical Britain, after all. We all know that the intelligence level of that magical community is about as low as brain power can get. I've met insects with more brain power than them, Valia giggled. Not that it's hard to be smarter than those that actually think that stupid school of theirs is the best in the world when it is actually the worst. They all nodded at their taunting words. Seeing as they had no way to win against them in words or magic, Ron and Hermione just stomped away. Something that definitely relieved Harry, given that he did not want to deal with those two and their constant nonsense anymore. Those two will never learn, Harry shook his head. It can't be helped, unfortunately, Krenos said. I'm sorry you guys have to be involved with all of this drama, Harry tells them. You have nothing to apologize for, Harry, Hawk says. We all knew what we were getting into when Krenos told us about what was going on. Mystic souls stick together, Melody said. We always have and we always will. You guys are all so comfortable with who you are, Harry says. I wish I could be like that. That is the thing with mystic souls, Harry, Valia tells him. I am sure that we will be able to help you also get comfortable with who you are. And once you learn to accept yourself, you will never apologize for being who you are, Krenos said. As if she was taking her cue, Melody's eyes glowed. Music started to fill the air. Obviously Melody's work as the strongest music mage in the school. Krenos rolled his eyes in a fond way and went along with it. Won't hide behind a lie another single day, won't run away. I won't pretend. I'm confident and strong. I'll always be okay, I'll never doubt myself again. This is me, so here I am. Not ashamed. Come and catch me if you can. What you see is what you get now, and I won't change a thing. Yeah, I'm sorry. I ain't sorry, 'cause I like being me. Krenos certainly knew how to carry a very good tune. Not to mention how the rest of Crystal Rose seemed to be so used to it that all of them looked to let themselves be swept up in the song as well. All those that heard him were instantly smiling and looking ready to dance. So no more waiting on the sidelines, no more hiding on the inside. No apologies, love it or hate it. I'ma just be me say, no more, don't need your approval. What for? Breaking all the rules so. No apologies, love it or hate it. I'ma just be me. It was obviously the chores of the song because everyone around them started to dance. Harry was beginning to think that Crystal Rose might be in some type of fairy tale fantasy musical pocket dimension all on its own. Though, he could not bring himself to be upset about that even if it was true. He loved musicals. Krinos really loved singing. His sister might be the music mage out of the two of them, but she was more of an instrument player than a singer. Plus, she loved that she was able to basically force her brother to sing by having music play whenever she could. After all, Krinos could not help but sing whenever he heard the music to a song he knows. No one's built quite perfectly, but who cares? I am everything I need. Fitting in is overrated. So don't just play some part, never copy, duplicate it. Just be who you are. So no more waiting on the sidelines, no more hiding on the inside. No apologies, love it or hate it. I'ma just be me. So no more waiting on the sidelines, no more hiding on the inside. No apologies, love it or hate it. I'ma just be me say, no more, don't need your approval. What for? Breaking all the rules so. No apologies, love it or hate it. I'ma just be me. Everyone around them was joining in on the song. And not just that, but a lot of them started to add in their special effects using their powers. It was amazing to see all of them freely using their powers without a care in the world. One thing that Harry enjoyed seeing was that using all of their powers was actually making the Mystic Souls look appealing to the Hogwarts students. After all, who could not love something as beautiful as their magic? So no more waiting on the sidelines, no more hiding on the inside. No apologies, love it or hate it. I'ma just be me say, no more, don't need your approval. What for? Breaking all the rules so. No apologies, love it or hate it. I'ma just be me. Harry could not be happier with his new friends and his new life. He just had to make sure it was a permanent new life. Chapter 43, Creature Feature. Chapter 43, Creature Feature. Harry sneezed. He felt like he had been doing that a lot lately, and it was always for the same reason. Valia, for the love of Merlin, will you stop doing that? He looked up. The butterfly girl was once again floating above him. Her wings would always leave a trail of sparkles wherever she would go. So, whenever she would float above him, she would cause him to sneeze because of the sparkles. Don't even bother, Harry, Chala tells him. Telling Valia to not float around would be like asking Krinos to give up chocolate. Never, Krinos declared. See, Chala made an I told you so gesture. Valia giggled as she floated down and sat down next to them. They were all sitting down for lunch. Everyone was glad to have a break from classes. Harry was certainly happy that after the past few days of having to deal with constant idiots, he was finally having a day where nothing has happened. But he did not have high hopes for that to last long given his Potter luck. I apologize for making you sneeze, but I can never help but fly, she said. If I had wings, I would probably fly a lot as well, Harry chuckled. It's part of why those like Valia and myself love being born this way, Hawk says. There is nothing like feeling the wind as we fly so freely in the air. That type of freedom is like nothing anyone could ever feel from anything else. I may have only ever flown on a broom, but I do agree with you, Harry agrees with the harpy mystic soul. There is nothing better than being in the air. I think you would do well in our school dragon games, Harry. Krinos smiled at him. Dragon games, Harry gasped. And dragon games are based on the same game from Ever After High. The mystic souls could not help but giggle and chuckle. They could see the excitement in Harry's eyes even if he was also shocked. He had obviously never heard of them before, so that only made his excitement even more adorable. Yeah, dragon games, Melody says. Because of mystic souls with dragon powers, Crystal Rose has a stable of dragons. Dragon games are actually similar to your Quidditch game. Really? Harry was confused and excited. They all nodded, smiling at Harry's excitement. During dragon game matches, 2 teams of 5 go against each other, Krinos explained. The goal of the game is to get the ball through the hoop of the opposing team. A goal alone is worth 10 points, but there are also crystal illusions floating around the field. Hitting an emerald illusion with the ball makes the goal worth 20 points. Hitting the sapphire illusion makes the goal worth 30 points. and hitting the diamond illusion makes the goal worth 50. That's very cool, Harry says. And you actually ride on dragons? Of course, Hawk smiled at him. But those like myself, Valia, and the other mages with wings are not allowed to play. I guess that makes sense, Harry says. After all, your wings would probably interfere with how you would ride a dragon. They would slow you down. Exactly, Valia nodded. And since we are not allowed to fly on our own, as that would be cheating, we are perfectly happy to watch from the side. It's amazing that you are able to actually ride dragons, Harry said. The last time that I encountered a dragon, it was trying to roast me alive. We have a friend that can shapeshift into dragons, so we have a deeper understanding of them, Melody tells him. Plus, the dragons that we use are probably a lot smaller than the ones you have seen, Krynos says. Dragons, like every other magical creature, are different all over the world. That certainly is one of the main things I've learned while here, Harry said. After all, just look at you, Hawk. Back in England, it's more than likely that he would be killed rather than being allowed to go to school. It really is awful, Valia sighed. When Buzz and I left England, we knew that it was bad, but it only seems to get worse with everything we hear. And that is only from what you have heard this year, Melody remarked. Neither you nor Buzz have kept in contact with anyone from England. You cannot blame us, Valia says. No mystic soul in their right mind would stay in England. It's a death sentence. Harry did have to admit that she did have a point. He was well aware that Sirius was a mystic soul that had to hide his powers because he also believed that it would have been the death of him if his powers had become known, either from his family or from the ministry. Sirius had just been lucky that he had those like Harry's parents by his side. Otherwise, he was not sure what would have happened to Sirius if he did not have anyone during that time. If anyone tries that here, they will learn that these roses definitely have thorns. Krynos basically stabbed his food. Do not kill your food, brother dear, Melody tells her brother. It's already dead, Melody, Krynos responds. Whatever. Melody playfully rolled her eyes. The group continued to have fun and hang out with each other during lunch. They wanted to have a lighter mood that was not so full of the usual doom and gloom that comes from talking about all the issues of magical Britain. Not to mention that with a nice day outside, they all wanted to plan a nice time outside after finishing their classes for today. But they should have known that things had been too peaceful. Ever since the Hogwarts students had come to Crystal Rose, they would not go a single day without something happening. So, it really did seem like it was too much to ask for even a single day of peace. Hestia came running it, and from the look on her face, there was definitely something going on. She ran right to the Winter Wolf table, which was where the group had gathered. Guys, we have a problem, she stated in a panic. By the gods, what now? Most of the mystic souls complained. Some of the Hogwarts students have discovered the creatures of the night, Hestia tells them. It's not going well. Oh, for the love of Hades, Krynos swore. Everyone was soon standing and getting up from the table. Harry followed after them as they all quickly left the main gallery. Creatures of the night. Harry was very confused. No time for explanations this time, Harry, Melody tells him. The group all ran through the corridors, following Hestia as she led them to where the problem was happening. Well, most of them were running. Hawk and Valia were both flying, for obvious reasons. Harry had no idea what was going on, but he definitely had a bad feeling about what could be happening. There was also the fact that Hestia had talked about the creatures of the night. That really confused Harry. Sure, he was aware of the more cliché creatures of the night that is mostly associated with Halloween. Creatures such as vampires, werewolves, bats, black cats, ghosts, zombies, and others like them. But in the mystic soul world, there could be an entirely different meaning to someone or something that could be a creature of the night. He was proven to be correct in his first assumption. When the others all came to a stop, he moved to be able to see what was going on. And if he was not corrected, then he was certain that he was looking at a group of vampires. It's common sense that you shouldn't mess with vampires. Melody shook her head. Since when has anyone from magical Britain ever had common sense? Chala raised an eyebrow. Okay, you have a point with that one, Melody agreed with the jungle cat mage. Real vampires, Harry gasped. While Remus was a werewolf, Harry had never met a vampire before. He was aware that they existed, especially given that Remus had taught them about vampires when he was their defense against the dark arts teacher, but this was his first real meeting. He should have known that with his Potter luck, he would have run into a vampire sooner or later. The groups in front of them were Hogwarts students on one side and the vampires on the other side. Harry was not surprised, as well was annoyed by the fact that Malfoy was one of the Hogwarts students. If it was not one of the annoying trio, then it was usually Malfoy that was the one causing trouble. All of the Hogwarts students were pointing their wands at the vampires, something the vampires definitely did not appreciate since they all had their fangs out and were hissing at the wand users. But the closer that Harry looked at their group, he noticed that maybe not all of them were vampires. For example, he saw Krinos and Melody's friend Abby in the group, and he knew that she was not a vampire. But she did seem to be growling at the Hogwarts group. "All right, what in the name of the gods is going on here?" Krinos demanded to know. "These brainless idiots thought that it was a good idea to try and kill us," Abby says. "One of them tried to stab me with a silver knife they conjured." "Excuse me," Melody glared at the Hogwarts group. "Of course, monsters stick together." Draco insulted all the mystic souls at once. "Keep talking, you bleached Neanderthal," one of the vampires hissed at Malfoy. "It's already tempting for me to drain you dry. Don't make it even more tempting than it already is. I certainly want to see them fall after they tried to use fire spells on us," another vampire hissed. The Hogwarts students all kept their wands pointed at the Crystal Rose group. Neither group was willing to give an inch to the other. Chala helped Harry know who everyone on their side was to keep him from being confused. The Crystal Rose group, other than Abby, consisted of students named Sarah, Erica, Jesse, Greg, Hunter, Raven, Orion, and Horace. Harry then also helped them know who the Hogwarts students were. Other than Malfoy, there was also Pansy Parkinson, Cormac McLagan, Crabbe, Cho Chong, Marietta Edgecombe, Ernie McMillan, Zachariah Smith, and a few other students that Harry did not know the name of. "You're all nothing but monsters," Marietta shouted at them. "Why would anyone ever allow vampires and werewolves to actually attend school? Why wouldn't they be allowed?" Valia glared at the Hogwarts group. "They have magic just like everyone else does." "They're monsters," Cho screamed. "Says who?" Hestia crossed her arms. "They have all been students here for years, and never once has there ever been an issue. But they were just threatening to drain us dry," Pansy argued. "As if you would be missed," hissed Erica, one of the vampires. "With a pug face like yours, the only people that would miss you would be the animal control people that have probably been trying to catch you." That got the Mystic Souls to all laugh. Harry smirked as he noticed that even some of the Hogwarts group tried not to laugh. Everyone at Hogwarts made fun of Pansy because of her pug-like face. Though, Harry thought it was an insult to pugs since he thought the actual dog was cute, while Pansy was anything but cute. "And you threatened us first, Sarah," another vampire student hissed at them. "We were just minding our own business, drinking blood," Cormac yelled, interrupting her. "A blood substitute potion," Jesse glared at him, hissing. "Vampires have not had to actually drink blood for decades since that potion was made. Real blood might taste better, but the potion works better to keep us from getting bloodlust. But since that was a potion made for the benefit of vampires like us, of course, the backward people of magical Britain wouldn't know about that," Erica hissed. "If anyone is a monster, it's those like you that hate creatures for no reason." "You're the only monsters here," Zacharias yelled. "Keep saying that," Abby growled at them. "I dare you." Harry was starting to get that when Hestia mentioned the creatures of the night, it was very literal. Abby certainly seemed to be some type of growling creature. Considering how many magical creatures were running around the school, there could be a number of different creatures she could be. Harry suspected that she was either a werewolf or some other forest beast creature because of her growling. "Abby, stand down," Krinos tells her. The Ice Mage continued to glare and snarl at the Hogwarts group, but she did step away from them. Harry could tell that she was ready to start making some ice statues. "We know that you are all from magical Britain, where creatures are frowned upon, but are you really this stupid?" Valia put one of her hands on her hip. "Hey," Draco protested. "You can't talk to us like you're from England," Cho suddenly gasped, interrupting Malfoy. "Unfortunately, I am," Valia said. "And I am so happy that I left considering how you all behave. I may be a butterfly girl, but not even I can be gentle when calling out such blatant idiocy. I bet your parents disowned you for being such a disgusting creature," Draco snarled at her. "I disowned myself, actually," Valia stated, shocking the group. As if I would ever want to be a part of that family. Those sorry excuses for parents cast compulsions, loyalty spells, and mind-altering spells on my brothers to make them follow their every word. They also planned to use love potions on me to force me to be with any guy that they chose to make a marriage contract with me. Valia was lucky to have her powers awakened, which allowed her to escape at a young age. Raven glares at them. The fact that there are families over there that willingly do that to their kids is just awful. Your entire magical country is the disgusting one, Hunter growled at them. I am a werewolf and proud of it. The fact your ministry has so many laws against my people is against the original ways of the magical world. Not to mention your horrible laws against vampires, Sarah hissed, basically making it against the law for us to eat, yet not even recognizing that a perfectly fine potion was discovered that allows us to be perfectly fine with no need to hunt humans. Not unless they really piss us off. Erica still looked like she wanted to bite the Hogwarts group. Not that anyone could blame her. If you don't want to be treated as monsters, then don't be monsters, Zacharias snarled at them. There is nothing wrong with being who we are. Hawk clenched his fists tightly. We like being who we are regardless of what idiots from magical Britain think. I am proud to be half harpy. We are all proud to be creatures. There is nothing wrong with being a creature. If anything, we feel bad that there are others that cannot be like us, Sarah smirked. She then almost vanished. But a gust of wind and a blurry figure told them that what she really was doing was moving at super speed. She reappeared behind the Hogwarts group. They all jumped at her sudden reappearance. No one can beat a vampire in terms of speed, Jesse smirked. Hawk spread out his wings, showing off his harpy blood. Magic is magic, he says. No matter who has it, it will always mean that they are worthy of it. If they have magic, then they are meant to have it. That is how the laws of Lady Hecate work. It is people like you that put shame on the gifts that she gave us. I am a pureblood. Draco tried his usual boasting about his blood status. That is exactly what Hawk is talking about, Krinos interrupted him. That ridiculous notion that coming from a magical family makes you more worthy of magic than those from non-magic families. It's one of the most stupid things that I have ever heard. Couple of mud. Draco was once again interrupted. Before you finish what is probably something very stupid, let me tell you something that should be interesting to you, Melody smirked. I and my brother, here, actually come from a family that is over 4,000 years old. Our most famous ancestor is actually one of the founders of Crystal Rose. But we would never believe that coming from an all-magic family makes us better than others. Neither of my parents had magic, and yet I have one of the rarest forms of magic in the world, Hestia says. I doubt that anyone with a wand is able to heal any injury with a wave of their hand. She's not even bragging, Chala chuckled. What she said is actually the truth. I once saw her reattach someone's severed hand in less than 10 seconds. I still have no idea how that student managed to do that to his hand in the first place. Hestia shivered at the memory. Freaks stick together. Draco certainly was never going to listen to anything any of them had to say. You're the real freak here, Malfoy. Harry spoke up for the first time since they all got there. What you say to me, Potter? Draco glared at him, pointing his wand at Harry. You heard me, Malfoy, Harry said. You are the real freak. I hate that word more than anything, but maybe you should not throw out words that you can handle being called yourself. How dare you, Scarhead? Draco yelled at him. When my father hears about this, he was once again interrupted. With how often he is being interrupted today, it really makes it clear how little he is respected by the mystic souls. Not that he was respected by anyone in general, since only those afraid of his father or in business with his father actually hung around him. That is exactly what I am talking about, Malfoy, Harry glared at him. You are a 15-year-old wizard, and yet you run to your father every time something does not go your way. It's pathetic. If that is how you are always going to behave, you will never be able to be anything more than what you have always been. A sorry excuse of a wizard with daddy's boy issues. Why you? Draco yelled again, pointing his wand at Harry again. Krinos, Melody, Chala, Hawk, and Valia all stood in front of Harry. You already pissed us off enough with your stupid anti-creature nonsense, Chala says. Do you really want to mess with us some more? He turned his eyes into emerald cat eyes while his teeth fanged. He certainly was not going to let anyone mess with his friends. I say you go running back to your fellow pathetic wand users before I add a few more trees to the school forest, Krenos threatened them. His glowing eyes sent the Hogwarts group running. They really are nothing but a bunch of idiots. Melody shook her head. You have no idea, Harry said. Chapter 44. Order of the Fried Chickens. Chapter 44. Order of the Fried Chickens. Sirius was definitely going to be getting Dobby some new socks for Yule once the time comes. He could not believe how helpful the energetic elf was. Harry was right when he told him that the elf was crazy, but that did not make him any less helpful. Harry was probably just glad that he had bonded with Dobby and that the elf was no longer trying to save him by trying to injure him. Sirius was packing up as many books as he could from the Black family library. Since he was no longer going to be living in magical Britain, the last thing he needed was to leave all of these books around, especially since he did not trust his cousins not to try and give them to Voldemort once he made his move. Narcissa would certainly do anything to please both her husband and Voldemort. And Bellatrix was simply downright crazy that was scary loyal to Voldemort. The wards would not stop either of them because they both were Blacks by blood. The last thing that Sirius wanted was for Voldemort to get his snaky hands on the powerful tomes that are in the family library. Not to mention that he also had Winky clearing every magical artifact in the house, as well so that they could not be used, either. Sirius was happy that he had saved his school trunk from when he had gone to Hogwarts, enchanting it. With both a featherlight charm as well as an everlasting expanding charm, he could literally put the entire library in the trunk without worrying about how much it would weigh. Dobby had operat him right into number 12. Since house elf magic was so different from wizard magic, the Ministry had no way to tell that he was back in the country. He might have surrendered his British citizenship when he accepted sanctuary in magical Greece, but he was not going to leave anything behind for others to use. He heard the pop of someone else operating into the house. Since only a few others were allowed to pass through the wards, he had a good idea of who had just come. Sirius. He heard the voice of Kingsley. You here? In the library, Sirius calls out to him. He heard the Auror come up the stairs and was soon in the library with him. He looked shocked by the nearly empty shelves, but figured that Sirius was making sure that they would be in safe hands. Sirius, are you sure that it's safe to be here? Kingsley was concerned. The wards are still up, Sirius tells him. And as much as I hate Dumbledore, I doubt that he would release the DEVILISH charm since this is the Order's headquarters. But isn't it against the rules of your offered sanctuary to come back to Britain? Kingsley was still worried about his friend. Olivia knows that I am here, Sirius says. Once I told her about what I was doing, she gave me permission to come back in order to collect everything from the house. I couldn't, in good conscience, leave the Black family library behind. You are worried about Voldemort getting his hands on them. Kingsley knew about the family members that Sirius had in Voldemort's ranks. Sirius nodded. Narcissa and Bellatrix know that the Black family library is located here. Even with the DEVILISH charm on the house, either of them could use the Black family magic to override the charm in order to come into the house. It's a small miracle that neither of them has already done so, probably because Bellatrix is still in Azkaban and they are waiting for them. They can break her and others out. Do not look a gift horse in the mouth, Sirius, Kingsley tells him. They currently know that Dumbledore is out of the country as well as believing that you are not here. They could still decide to come here. Another reason to get these books out of here as quickly as possible, Sirius said. I'm almost finished down here. Next, I will go to the real family library on the family floor. Oh, so that's where you, Harry, and Remus were staying during the summer. Kingsley had heard enough complaining about Harry not being in the room the others assigned him to a lot while they had been staying at the house. As if we would have let Harry room with a traitor, Sirius says. Also, Harry deserved his own room in general, just to have peace from everyone. If he was in a normal room on the regular floor, everyone would have been bothering him nonstop. I can definitely understand that, Kingsley said. Harry really does not deserve them trying to control him. Not that it will stop them from trying, Sirius muttered, but Kingsley still heard him. He placed his hand on Sirius's shoulder. Harry is going to be fine, Sirius, he tells him. I cannot help but still worry about him, Sirius says. It's not just Voldemort and his Death Eaters that I want to not have the books, but Dumbledore is another person that I want these away from. Someone like Dumbledore is not someone that I want to be around these books. Would he even be able to get them? Kingsley asked him. While Tonks might not be a part of the Black family since her mother was disowned, the black blood in her veins might still enable him to do some type of magic to take down the family wards, Sirius explains. While Dumbledore might hate all things related to dark magic, I still do not want these books anywhere near him. It is better to be safe than sorry, Kingsley agreed with him. Sirius's shoulders then sagged in a sad way. I'm not coming back, you know, he says. After this, it is most likely that I will never step foot or paw in magical Britain ever again. I cannot blame you, Kingsley said. After everything that people in this country have done to both you and Harry, you have no obligations to stay here. But Sirius took hold of Kingsley's hand. I don't want to leave you. Kingsley was definitely shocked to hear that. He had liked Sirius for a while now. In fact, he actually had a crush on Sirius back when they had both been at Hogwarts and Sirius had been a couple of years above him. Not to mention that Sirius also had trained him when he first became an Auror. He had been heartbroken when he found out about Sirius being sent to Azkaban for supposedly betraying the Potters. He never believed it, but it's not like he could do anything about it. He never thought that he would have been given a chance with Sirius. Plus, he understood how Sirius would much rather focus on keeping Harry safe and happy rather than trying to have any type of relationship. But now, it looked like they might be getting a second chance. Sirius, Kingsley tried to talk. I know that things have been really rough for all of us, Sirius interrupted him. But you have no idea how much it meant to me to find out that you never believed that I was guilty. Everyone else didn't even think twice because I am a member of the Black family. But your faith and loyalty meant the world to me. James was your Auror partner, Sirius, Kingsley remembers. I saw you two work together when you trained me to be an Auror. You two were brothers in everything but blood. I could never believe that you would put him or Harry in danger. Another reason why it makes it so hard to leave you, Sirius said. You are one of the very few good people in this country. I can't just leave you here. Who knows what will happen? Especially if Dumbledore ever finds out that you are not actually loyal to him. Who says that I would be staying? Kingsley smirked at him. What? Sirius gasped, not expecting that at all. Kingsley let go of Sirius's hand. He smirked as he took a few steps away. Much to Sirius's shock, Kingsley's eyes glowed. Requip, he cast. Sirius's eyes got even wider as he saw what was happening right in front of his eyes. There was a flash of light and Kingsley was suddenly holding a sword. And it actually was a very impressive sword that most likely could have been mistaken for King Arthur's famous sword, Excalibur. You're a mystic soul as well, Sirius gasped. You're not the only one with hidden talents, Padfoot, Kingsley smirked. His sword soon vanished as Kingsley canceled his spell. Though, Sirius had to admit that with a sword in his hand, the Auror looked really good. That's quite a power that you have, Sirius complimented him. It's called Requip magic, Kingsley explained. It allows me to store weapons and armor in my own private pocket dimension for me to summon any time that I want. It also works on non-weapons as well. When I am in a hurry, I even use it to change my regular clothes. The Ministry would lose it if they learned that a monster managed to hide right under their noses, Sirius laughed. The risk was worth it to be able to be a spy inside the Ministry, Kingsley tells him. Because of my job, I was able to hide a lot of reports of mystic souls that have found their way into magical Britain, as well as help many of them escape before anything could happen to them. You would do really well working for the Magic Council as one of the guards, Sirius says. At least I have something to look forward to then, Kingsley chuckled. You want to come to Greece then? Sirius guessed. Kingsley nodded as he took Sirius's hand again. You said that you do not want to leave me. So, now you don't have to. Sirius started to lean toward him, hoping that the two of them could actually have their first kiss. But there was no way that their luck was that good. They heard what was definitely the flu activating downstairs. A number of other people's voices could be heard. Kingsley looked at Sirius in worry, knowing that Dumbledore had definitely told the Order everything that happened with Sirius. I'll get to the family floor, Sirius tells him. I just finished with this library, so I was going to up there eventually. Kingsley nodded. Just get up there before any of them see you. As Sirius went up to the family floor with his trunk of books, Kingsley went downstairs to run interference with those that had just arrived. He was not surprised to see the ones that had arrived were Moody and Tonks. It made him sick to be an Auror with the two of them since it was obvious that neither of them actually cared about the law. All they cared about was doing whatever Dumbledore said, even if it was against the law or simply against basic human decency. Good, you're already here, Shacklebolt, Moody said. And why would you two need to be here? Kingsley asked them. The headmaster didn't send over any orders. Not that he would ever follow any orders from Dumbledore. He was well aware that Dumbledore was just as biased against mystic souls as almost every other British magical being. So, he was definitely never going to follow any orders from the man. There was nothing that he wanted more than to see the downfall of the power-hungry old man. Once he was able to actually leave with Sirius, there was nothing he wanted more than to see the look on Dumbledore's face when he realizes just how people were not as loyal to him as he thought. Dumbledore truly believed that everyone should be loyal to him, and that he was the most powerful wizard in the world. Being at Crystal Rose was probably killing him, as even the youngest student there would be able to beat him in a duel. Something he would gladly see happen. He left standing orders of where I am in charge of the order while he is in Greece, Moody says. What can we even do? Kingsley crossed his arms. Voldemort has still not made any move to make himself known. I have even looked at Muggle newspapers, and there have been no unexplained deaths in the Muggle world either. How do we even know if you know who is still in the country? Tonks says. Maybe when he heard that Dumbledore went to Greece, he also went there to recruit allies. You know who is all about purebloods, Moody grumbled. Even when he is known to recruit werewolves and giants. I doubt that even he would recruit mystic souls. Don't see why he would, Tonks grumbled. He wouldn't even be able to. Kingsley remembered the original lie Olivia had come up with. Olivia did say that Voldemort had killed a few mystic souls during the last war. None of them would ever follow him. Not even mystic soul criminals. Though, from what Olivia has said about the prisons in their country, none of those criminals would be breaking out anytime soon. I meant, why would you know who recruit them when I doubt even he would want such monsters with them, Tonks stated. Kingsley facepalmed when he heard that. You say that you're fighting against Voldemort, but what you just said would be the exact same thing he would think, he said. How dare you compare me to you-know-who? Tonks yelled at him. What I did was call you out on your hypocrisy, Kingsley glared at her. This entire order is filled with hypocrites like you, including you, Moody. You all say that you're fighting against Voldemort and his Death Eaters, but you all act a lot like them. I have been putting dark wizards like them in Azkaban for more years than you've been alive, Moody yelled at him. I am nothing like them. We're fighting against them. And yet, from what I've seen, this so-called Order of the Phoenix has not actually done much, Kingsley stated. Olivia was right when she called you all out on not actually doing. You're more focused on spreading hate than actually doing anything to stop Voldemort. You don't know what you're talking about, Tonks glared at him. You all and the Death Eaters are both opposites while also being exactly the same, Kingsley says. The Death Eaters spread hate against Muggleborns and anyone else that has non-pure blood. But you all spread hate against dark wizards and Slytherins. Evil does not mean dark, nor does light mean good. I have had multiple family members in Slytherin, and all of them were the farthest things from evil. They are just the exceptions, Tonks argued. Everyone knows that Slytherins are evil. That is one of the most ridiculous and stupid things that I have ever heard, Kingsley stated. You cannot argue with the facts, Shacklebolt, Moody tells him. Almost all of you know whose Death Eaters are from Slytherin. Oh, really? Kingsley smirked since he already had the perfect argument against that. Let's see if that is actually true. Voldemort possessed one of the Hogwarts teachers back in Mr. Potter's first year. Guess which house Quirrell was in? That's easy, Tonks said. Slytherin. Wrong. Kingsley smirked even more. He had been a Ravenclaw. How about this next one? Barty Crouch Jr. The one that helped the Lestrange family torture Alice and Frank Longbottom into insanity. Slytherin, Moody stated. Wrong again. Kingsley was enjoying himself. He was a Hufflepuff. Maybe you will get this next one right. Fenrir Greyback. Mostly known to us as being the werewolf that bit Remus when he was only 6 years old. Well, he obviously was Slytherin, Tonks stated with confidence. Wrong again, Kingsley said. Greyback never went to Hogwarts, so he was not in any of the houses. I would say that it is shocking how you two, those trained to actually investigate and look at all angles in a case, simply blame Slytherins for everything. Makes me wonder how either of you was made an Auror in the first place. How do we know you are not just making everything you are saying up just to make Slytherin look good? Tonk accused him. Kingsley gave her a look that their boss, Amelia Bones, had secretly nicknamed his lawyer face because of how when he makes it, he starts firing off facts as if from a gun or wand. And when he fires his fact bullets, No one was safe from the icy tone that he says them in. I was not only in Ravenclaw back in Hogwarts, but I was also at the top of my year, Kingsley explained. Until Mr. Potter came alone, I actually had the highest scores in defense against the dark arts. Not only that, but I was known to have some of the most detailed essays that some of the teachers actually have me extra points for it. Since the war was still going on when I was in school, I actually spent a lot of time in the library looking up everything I could. And one of the things I discovered was that it was not just Slytherins that sided with Voldemort. His Death Eaters came from all the houses, with a majority of them not having gone to Hogwarts at all. Tonks looked ready to either burst into flames of anger or deny everything that Kingsley had said. Moody looked like he either wanted to yell at Kingsley for what he was saying or to actually praise him for really good investigation skills. But it looked like he chose to be angry. But probably the worst part of your hypocrisy is that neither of you even bothered to check your own memories. Kingsley glared at them both. After all, wasn't your own mother a Slytherin, Tonks? So, you either think your own mother is evil, or you simply ignore the facts until they work in your favor. Oi, don't bring my mum into... Tonks tried, but Kingsley ignored her. And then there is you, Moody. Kingsley moved on to the other hypocrite in the room. You also say that all Slytherins are evil. And yet, the Death Eater that lead Voldemort to James and Lily, as well as the one that used their son to bring Voldemort back, was not a Slytherin. Peter Pettigrew.
A Gryffindor.
Guess that proves my point even more. Not all Slytherins are evil, nor are all Gryffindors good. Maybe you two need to learn to not be so prejudiced. Kingsley then went back upstairs, knowing that he was definitely leaving with Sirius once he was done collecting the books. He knew that everything he said would probably go in one ear and out the other with the two of them, but it felt so good to tell them off like that. Sirius had given him permission to come up to the family floor, so he soon joined him in the library. So, did you have fun roasting the chickens? Sirius chuckled as he asked that. Kingsley smirked. I am sure that I fried them more than roasted them with the amount of heat that I used to burn them. Chapter 45. A New Teacher and Friend. Chapter 45. A New Teacher and Friend. You really are doing very well, Harry, Krenos tells his friend/student. Thanks, Krenos. Harry smiled at him. I never would have gotten this far with my powers if it wasn't for you. Nature and weather might be completely different powers, but the basics of being a mystic soul are all the same no matter what powers we have, Krenos says. You've also gotten advice from Hawk as well, haven't you? Harry smirked since he guessed that Krenos had some help when it came to his lessons. I was not trying to hide the fact that I did get advice from him, Krenos chuckled. Hawk would have helped you, himself, but he has been helping some of the new Harpy students that had started this year. I understand, Harry says. I think it's really sweet of him to help the younger Harpies adjust to the school. Hawk is like a big brother to a lot of us, Krenos tells him. Even to those that are older than him, he really is a big brother at heart. Which is ironic given that he is an only child. Even those that have siblings can still treat others like younger siblings, Harry chuckles. I know that Fred and George definitely treat their younger friends as younger siblings, and yet they treat you completely differently, Krenos smirked. I see the way that they look at you, Harry. They are very fond of you, but not in a sibling way. Harry blushed quickly because of Krenos' teasing. He had definitely discovered from his time with Krenos and Melody that the two of them really were like siblings to him. They had taken him under their wings, metaphorically speaking, given that there were a ton of students there with actual wings. Krenos may spend more time with him, but Melody was the sister he always wanted. And given that both of them had dark hair just like him, maybe in another life, they would have been his siblings. I would hate you if you were not such a good person, Harry tells him. You know that you love me, Krenos says. Besides, I know you like them back. Is it so hard to maybe give them a shot? Magical people are a lot more open to those types of relationships, Harry. Harry blushed even more. I do like them. There is nothing about them that I don't like. Even during some of the worst times of my life at Hogwarts, they always made me smile. Which is good considering how often my life has been in danger at Hogwarts. You worry me when you say things like that, Krenos stated. I have the urge to wrap you in bubble wrap and lock you in a padded room. No wonder you and Sirius get along so well, Harry chuckled. You both have the same protective urges. You cannot blame me, Krenos says. After all, you have been through similar things that I have. Anyone that lost their parents in ways that we have would be protective. I have been telling you that people have said that I have a saving people thing, Harry said. Being protective is good, Krinos says. After all, it means that you are a good person. I have seen plenty of people willing to run away and leave other people out to dry. It's such a shame. I have seen that a lot of times, Harry said. By the way, how did you know that I like the twins? It's called having eyes, Krinos chuckled. Also, as soon as I mentioned the twins, you caused that to happen. Harry blushed as he saw what his powers had done. Given that he was still working on making personal storm clouds, he had been testing his powers to practice changing the weather of the clouds, such as going from rain to snow to hail to other types of weather. But now, the clouds were gone and there was a mini rainbow instead. And Harry only blushed even more when he saw Krinos smirking. There's a lot to hate about you, Krinos. He jokingly glared at the nature mage. Krinos shrugged, smirking. I tease everyone about their love lives, so you're not alone with how I tease you. I will feel so bad for your sister once Melody starts dating, Harry said. Melody can handle herself perfectly fine, Krinos says. I once saw her sonic scream a demon through 3 separate walls. If anything, I would be more worried about the person dating her than I would my sister. You're a strange guy. I hope you know that, Harry stated. I've been called worse, Krinos chuckled. You should hear what most demons call me. Given how many you have told me you've vanquished, it does not surprise me that they would not have anything nice to say, Harry snickered. Well, they deserve to be vanquished, Krinos shrugged. Demons are literally beings of pure evil. They don't have souls. The only ones that are not a bother are the ones that stay down in the underworld. I hope that none show up while we're here, Harry says. I doubt that anyone from Hogwarts would be able to handle them. You have no idea, Harry, Krinos tells him. Demons are ruthless creatures that do not know the meaning of the word mercy. They don't care if someone can fight back or not. They will kill anyone and everyone they come across. Are demons really that bad? Harry asks him. I am not trying to say you don't know what you're talking about. I am just saying that because I have never heard of demons before. When I said that demons are being of pure evil, I was not kidding, Krinos said. They really are the most horrible creatures that anyone could come across. And that is not even an opinion. It's a fact. Are there different types of demons? Harry was curious. Like how there are different types of dragons? Krinos nodded. There are dozens of different kinds of demons out there. And the more powerful they are, the worse they get. Probably the closest that a demon can come to being harmless would be the scavenger demon. They are mostly known for eating the leftovers that another demon has left behind. Gross, Harry cringed. That is not even the worst part, Krinos says. The worst part would be that scavengers explode into green slime when they're vanquished. It's disgusting and so hard to get out of both clothes and hair. And the demons are from the original version of the magical TV show, Charmed. I do not own them. At least they are not as bad as other demons you have faced, Harry said. At least, I think so. I am guessing when I say that. Scavengers are more gross than they are dangerous, Krinos says. Other demons that have specific targets, as well as specific powers, are the ones that are more dangerous. Such as which demons? Harry loved learning all of this. Well, probably one of the most dangerous, as well as one of the most annoying, demons that I have faced was the demon of fear, Krinos tells him. Just from that title alone, I already know that demon is definitely not one to be messed with, Harry says. I find him more annoying because he has this nasty habit of never staying vanquished no matter how many times we've sent him away in a literal ball of flames. Krinos was definitely annoyed at the demon, but even then, his powers are terrifying. He is not only able to know what your greatest fear is, but he can bring it to life. He sounds like a boggart, Harry says. I faced one back in my 3rd year at Hogwarts. They're shapeshifters that can turn into a person's biggest fear. The demon of fear does more than just bring your greatest fear to life, Krinos tells him. He does it in a way where you are literally frozen in fear. And once that happens, he literally scares you to death. All of his victims end up the same. Faces frozen in terror as their hair had turned completely white with fear. That's possible, Harry gasped. Anything is possible with magic, Harry, Krinos says. And when it comes to demons, their magic is the worst there is. I am not surprised, Harry said. Though, I am now tempted to accidentally lead some very annoying people into a demon's path. That would certainly be one way to get rid of them. You are so adorable and innocent while also having a terrifying dark side, Krinos remarked. I like that. I am not that adorable, Harry blushed again. That rainbow you still have up would disagree, Krinos smirked. Harry was quick to snap his fingers and make the rainbow disappear. He definitely had been getting a lot better at controlling his powers as well as turning them off when he wanted to. Another thing he was working on was his endurance. Because of how long his powers had been blocked, he did not have the energy to use his powers for very long, such as how the rain spell that he had used on Dumbledore, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny only lasted for an hour before the clouds vanished on their own. Those like Krinos, Melody, Chala, and the others could use their magic as easily as they breathed, without much of a need to stop. But Krinos told him that while it would take a few weeks, or even up to a month, his magical core would eventually settle and make it easier for him to use his powers. Krinos also had explained to him that their magical cores were basically a muscle, and using their powers was like exercise for their cores. The more they used them, the stronger they would be. Before Harry could then ask what was next, a girl about their age walked into the greenhouse. She was just as unique as everyone else at Crystal Rose. She was a white girl with slightly pale skin and pitch-black long hair, which both helped to show off her bright purple eyes. She also wore an A-line knee-length black dress with watercolor-like purple designs all over it. Over her dress was a jean jacket with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows. She also wore dark purple ballet flats on her feet that went with both the purple on her dress as well as the purple silk scarf she wore around her neck. "Hey, Krinos," she greeted him. "Gia, Meji." Krinos greeted her back in his native tongue. "So, this is the famous Harry Potter that has been the talk of Crystal Rose," the newly named Meji said as she walked around Harry. "I am not really that special," Harry tells her. "I would much rather be normal than have anything special or interesting about me." "It's not every day that we find a mystic soul from Britain," Meji says. "That is why there is so much talk about you, Harry. Plus, Krinos and Melody have been keeping us in the loop with what we can do to help you." Harry looked at Krinos with a shocked look. "You got your entire school involved," he gasped. Krinos shrugged. "Not the entire school, just our friends, which just so happens to be most of the school. Most of the teachers are also aware of what is going on, as well." "This isn't your fight." Harry was shocked by the number of people involved. "I know you are all powerful, but Voldemort and Dumbledore are both very dangerous. Even if they are dangerous in different ways. I don't want any of you getting hurt." "Harry, we are doing this because we know it's the right thing to do," Krinos tells him. Everyone was given a choice on whether to be involved or not. There were those that did not want to be involved, and that's okay. "It's true," Meji nodded in agreement. "There are many of us that joined, and just as many that did not want to get involved. We know the risks, and we are going to be helping you. Anyway, I would like to see any of those pathetic wand users try and go against Meji," Krinos smirked. "She would have them on their knees in seconds." "What is your power, Meji?" Harry asked her. "I'm a telepath." Meji definitely looked proud of her power. "My magic revolves around mind magic. My main abilities are that I can read the minds of others, communicate using thoughts, as well as being able to create mind illusions. Meaning that I can basically hack into another person's brain to make them see what I want them to. Meji's magic is also so strong that she also has telekinesis," Krinos added. "She can move things with her mind." Whoa, Harry was definitely impressed. "That's incredible. There are not many telepaths with the same amount of power as me," Meji says. "Most telepaths cannot do much beyond reading minds or sharing thoughts. Someone like me is simply someone that joins the ranks of powerful mages born in our generation." "There does seem to be a lot of you guys with rare magic in the school right now," Harry said. "I have been told that Hestia's healing magic is also very rare. Not to mention Charlotte's fairy tale magic. Do not forget my own cousin," Krinos chuckled. "Her time magic is also one of those rare and powerful abilities." "We are definitely a very lucky generation," Meji agreed with Harry. "So, why did you come here, Meji?" Krinos asked her. "Not that I don't like the visit. I actually wanted to help Harry," Meji revealed. "I have been hearing some things from the minds of some of the Hogwarts staff that made me concerned." "Do you often just read the minds of others without permission?" Harry could not help but ask. He might not actually care if she did it to anyone from Hogwarts unless they were his friends, but what she said did concern him. After all, he liked his own thoughts to be private. Meji seemed like a nice person, and Krinos obviously trusted her, but he did still just meet her. So, he did not know her as Krinos did. No need to worry, Harry, Meji smiled. I do not actively read the minds of others. I usually only scan the front of a person's mind in order to make sure I can trust them, which definitely is understandable given how many people would want to use her for her powers, Krinos said. Just like how the students that can see the future are often used by others for things like winning the lottery or getting test answers. Harry could understand that. Meji would probably have to be careful who she was around. With powers like hers, she easily could have many other people coming after her in order to use her powers for their own gain. He could only imagine what she had to go through during the times when big tests would happen at their school, since it was most likely that she would be basically harassed by the other students that would want her to get the answers right from the minds of their teachers. Besides, I definitely do not trust any of those so-called teachers from Hogwarts, Meji continued. So, of course, I would look into their minds. And let me tell you that I will never be able to get some of their thoughts out of my head anytime soon. That is how awful they are. Especially that Toad Woman's thoughts. Something tells me that I do not want to know, Harry stated. You're smart, Meji said. So, what did you find out, Meji? Krinos asked. It seems that I am not the only mind reader around here, Meji tells them. Both Dumbledore and that greasy-haired potion master wannabe are masters at occlumency and legilimency, both of which are wand user techniques for reading minds. Harry's eyes widened, making him realize a lot of things. I always thought that I felt something in my head whenever either of them would look me in the eye, Harry groaned. It was like my brain was twitching because of something irritating it. That's how occlumency and legilimency work, Meji explains. Direct eye contact is needed in order for them to read your mind. Your glasses most likely helped block some of your thoughts, but both of them are masters of the mind arts. So, I doubt that either of them was blocked much by your glasses. No wonder Dumbledore always seems to know everything about everyone. Harry was almost growling. It's how he so easily manipulates everyone. He literally gets the perfect information on how to do so from their own heads. Snape also does something that is called mind rape, Meji said, meaning that he forces his way into the heads of others in order to cause them really bad headaches. An even worse mind attack could even cause permanent brain damage if it is bad enough. That explains so much, Harry said. No wonder so many Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws are always having trouble concentrating when they are in potions class. He does that on purpose to make his Slytherins look even better compared to the rest of us. So, what do you have in mind, Meji? Krinos asked the telepath. Basically, all mystic souls are immune to occlumency and legilimency, Meji explained. Our powers are too strong for a wand user technique to work on us. It's probably another of the reasons why Dumbledore blocked your powers, Harry, so that he would always know what you were thinking. So, I don't have anything to worry about anymore, Harry guessed. Meji shook her head. Your powers are still new on top of your magic not being used to defending your brain from a mental attack. So that is why I came. I cannot place a block against it, but I can teach you to defend your own brain. Really? Harry was realizing that he was getting another teacher to help him. Meji nodded. I will teach you to build your own mind palace. You will literally have a fortress in your mind where all of your memories and thoughts will be safe from anyone that wants to know them. If it keeps that greasy git and that fake light lord out of my head, I will do anything, Harry tells her. I think you and I are going to get along great, Meji giggled. She loved it when people wanted to learn on top of being sassy. And Harry definitely was both of those things. Chapter 46, Mystic Spark. Chapter 46, Mystic Spark. The fact that the twins were not shocked at all when they walked in on Harry sitting on top of a cloud should really say something about much craziness they were used to. It definitely said something since seeing their friend sitting on a cloud literally did not faze them at all. It also did not surprise them how they found Harry in the Crystal Rose greenhouse. With how much time and practice he had been doing in the greenhouse, he had really started to appreciate the beautiful area. Plus, with weather powers, he was able to help take care of the plants whenever they needed rain or sunshine. And even if he accidentally did some damage, a nature mage was almost always in the greenhouse to fix his mistake. Hey, guys, Harry chuckled as his cloud floated up and down a little, almost as if he was sitting on a waterbed. We see you've been practicing, Harrykins, Fred smiled. And are doing really well too, George grinned. Ever since Meji started helping me with my mind palace, I've actually gotten better at controlling my powers, Harry says. Of course, Harry had told the two of them about him getting help from his newest friend. Meji had been working with him really hard in order for him to be able to properly defend his mind from Snape and Dumbledore, something that he especially needed to do with Snape ever since the potion mishap was reversed and he was returned to normal. Harry was sure that he heard most of the school groan when they discovered Snape was back to normal. It really showed how literally no one other than Dumbledore actually liked the man. No offense to Meji, even though we haven't met her yet, how would that help? Fred asked him. I agree with my twin, Harry, with how I don't see how a mind palace would help with your powers, George said. I was confused at first, as well, but Meji explained it for me, Harry explains. Because my mind is more organized with a lot less clutter, it's helping with my focus. And with more focus, I am able to concentrate better while mastering my abilities. That actually makes a lot of sense, Fred stated. That does explain how you were able to actually be sitting on a cloud, George chuckled. Harry chuckled as well. He had found that with his powers over the weather, he was able to conjure a cloud that was almost like a comfy bed that could float around. He was really enjoying himself with his powers. The more he mastered them, the more he discovered just how much he could do with them. And given what he had seen of both Krino's and Melody's powers, he could hardly wait to see what else he could do. Krino's did say that teleportation was a common thing for mystic souls to be able to do with their powers, Harry says. So, you are going to be traveling around on a cloud, Fred chuckled. That is very interesting and very fun, George snickered. Once I find out what I am able to have more than just myself on a cloud, I am definitely giving you two a ride, Harry tells them. We would love that, they both said at the same time. So, how had Griffin been treating you both? Harry asked them. Neither Neville nor I were surprised when you two got into that house. It's amazing, actually, Fred says. Every dorm room has a glass ceiling. So, it's like sleeping under the stars every single night. And even when everyone usually does have their own room, we still get to share, George said. One of our fellow Griffins told us that the rooms magically fit our taste, which is why we still share. You two never have liked being separated, Harry chuckled. Magical twins in general never like to be separate, Fred explained. While those like Padma and Parvati Patil are identical twins that happen to be magical, they are not magical twins. Magical twins, as we have told you, is basically the two of us sharing a soul, George added. It's why it's so easy for us to do our twin speak, since we literally hear each other's thoughts. Not to mention that we generally love doing it to annoy those like Ron and Ginny, who hate it when we twins speak, Fred grinned. And even when there are those that joke about how even we do not know who is truly Fred or George, we really do know who we are, George said. But you two are still your own people, Harry made sure to point out. Fred, you love charms and transfiguration since spells are what you love working with while creating pranks. George, potions and ancient runes are two of your favorite classes since you are fascinated by how they can be done by even those with no magic at all. Fred, your favorite food is spice duck or lamb since you are a more adventurous eater and also love spicy things. George, your favorite food is shepherd's pie since classics are what you prefer while also liking sweeter desserts. Being magical twins doesn't take away the fact that you are still two people with your own interests, likes, and dislikes. Both of the twins were definitely touched by how much Harry knew about them. When it came to being magical twins, they were often mistaken as being the same person because of how they shared a soul. Or, there were those like Hermione that was constantly getting on their nerves with how she kept trying to say they were too dependent on each other and actually should spend time apart. They were close to hexing her more than once because of that. But yet, as always, Harry was showing his big heart. He cared about them as both individuals and as a pair. There were no words that they could use that could describe how much that meant to them, especially since not even their own mother could be bothered to pay that much attention to them. The only time she ever focused on anyone other than Ron or Ginny was to yell at them for something she thinks they did wrong. There was a reason that Bill, Charlie, and Percy all left home as soon as they could. Do try to be careful with how you say stuff like that, Harrykins, Fred tells him, using their playful nickname for Harry. We can have anyone throwing a tantrum for being jealous of you paying that much attention to us, George added. Harry raised his eyebrow. How about you two not beat around the bush? We all know that you were talking about your sister." The twins sighed. They really were talking about Ginny. They just did not actually want to say it. "We did not want to bring her up around you," Fred admitted. "We know that she creeps you out, so we wanted to avoid saying her name as much as possible. She gives us the creeps as well, and we are not even the ones that she is obsessed with." George felt a shiver go up his spine. "You shouldn't have to deal with her more than you already do." "It's all right, you two," Harry tells them. "Yes, Ginny creeps me out and I hate how she is obsessed with me, but there is nothing that you could have done to stop that. Just bringing her up or saying her name is not going to make me dislike either of you. We just know how her attitude when it comes to you, Harry, really makes you uncomfortable," Fred says. "Not to mention how much more obsessed she got after you saved her in the Chamber of Secrets," George said. "What she needs to realize is that I did not save her because it was her that needed saving." Harry crosses his arms. "I saved her because it was the right thing to do, and because we all know that no one else would have done anything given how much they rely on me because they are too lazy to pick up their own wands to help others." Most people would think that Harry was just bitter about the situation, which was making him exaggerate what had happened. But Harry never exaggerated anything. Plus, the twins had definitely been furious with how Dumbledore did not do anything to help Harry, Ron, and Ginny after he got back to Hogwarts while the three were in the chamber. So, Harry definitely had a point when he called those like Dumbledore out on their laziness. "We know that you were right, Harry," Fred says. "You would have gone down there for anyone, not just Ginny." "It is very selfish of her to think that you only went down there for her," George said. "It's one thing to have a little crush, but she is genuinely obsessed with you. It's why we did just warn you about making it known when you pay attention to others," Fred tells Harry. Between her obsession and her temper, Ginny would completely freak out. "It doesn't help that those like Mum have been feeding her obsession for years," George added. "Mum has been reading those ridiculous Harry Potter adventure books to her since she was little. If anyone ever actually bothered to help me with legal stuff, I would have had those books taken off the shelf," Harry growled. "How easily so many people take advantage of me without even actually knowing me really speaks volumes about them. Writing books about things that I have never done, saying that I endorse their products when I have not even used them, and do not even get me started on those that want to be friends with the boy who lived, and not Harry. That certainly is something that mirrors how Ron and Ginny act," Fred said. "After George and I mentioned that we helped you on the train, Ginny begged Mum to let her on the train to meet you. We also think that Ron searched the train for you in order to sit with you and almost force his way into being your friend," George admitted. "We know that Ron is definitely someone that craves attention, so being your friend would bring him at least some of it." "I should have known that it was a lie," Harry mumbled before speaking up. "The first thing that Ron said to me on the train was that everywhere else was full, which was why he was asking to sit with me. I highly doubt that a magical train meant to carry potentially hundreds of students to Hogwarts would actually be able to be full. He obviously lied to me." "Ron can try and bully you over the attention you get as much as he wants," Fred stated. "But that doesn't make it any less true that he is the one that craves attention. He always has and he always will." George rolled his eyes. "I get that having 5 older brothers can make it hard for him, but he goes about it in such a stupid way. The way he literally does everything that he can in order to gain any type of attention while bullying others if they get attention makes him the ultimate hypocrite," Fred said. "The only one that likes attention more than him is Ginny. Not to mention how he is also completely oblivious to how no one actually likes him," George says. "He thinks that just because he claimed the title as your best friend automatically means that everyone has to like and respect him." "You guys are definitely right with how you say that he is oblivious to no one liking him," Harry agreed with what they were saying. "I know that when he was at school, Oliver couldn't stand Ron because of how often Ron would brag about how no one would remember Oliver once he became the keeper of the Quidditch team. We've played with Ron for years," Fred said. "He is nowhere near Oliver's level of skill," George says. "I am right there with you guys," Harry agreed with them. "Plus, with his temper and his short fuse, he would never be able to handle the crowd. He would be too focused on what they were yelling about him to focus on the quaffle. Yeah, there is no way that he could handle the pressure," Fred says. "The keeper position was probably another thing he thought being your best friend would secure for him," George said. "I am so sick of people taking advantage of me." Harry's eyes glazed over with unshed tears. "I can count on one hand the number of people from Britain that have never let me down. You two, Sirius, Olivier, Harry could keep talking. So many people have let him down and betrayed him that it was a shock that he was able to trust anyone. It broke Fred and George's hearts as they looked at their friend and secret crush. Well, a crush that was not as much of a secret as they thought. Both of them moved over to be closer to Harry. Neither of them was going to let Harry feel alone. Not as long as they were there. "It's okay, Harry," Fred comforts him. "It doesn't matter what anyone else has done to you. You will always have those that love you for who you are. You try and be strong by saying the opinions of others don't mean anything to you, but their words and constant betrayals still cut you deeply." George also comforts him. "But they really do not matter at all. Only those that actually care about you matter." Harry was instantly off of his cloud as he was hugging both of them. "You two have no idea how much that means to me," he tells them. If the two of them were not so focused on comforting Harry, they would have tried to kiss him. But they were definitely not going to take advantage of the vulnerable state that Harry was in. He still needed time with those that he can actually trust before he would be emotionally ready for any type of relationship. Some more time with Sirius would also help heal the hole in Harry's heart that all the betrayal had caused. "We will always be here for you, Harry," Fred tells him. "That is what real friends and family are for," George says to him. Harry hugged the even tighter when he heard that. It really was hard for him to be able to trust others. Being at Crystal Rose was helping him a lot, but he still needed the time. But something then happened when he let go of the twins. When he was letting go, his hands had run down their arms. And after his hands had run over theirs, there was a slight spark. Literally, a small blue spark had zapped from their fingers to his. "Gah!" All of them gasped at the same time. "What the bloody hell was that?" Harry instantly swore. "What was what, Harry?" Krynos asked. The nature mage approached the three of them with Chala and Melody beside him. "There was some type of spark," Fred said. "It shocked us and Harry," George added. "There was a blue spark that connected our fingers for a second," Harry says. "And this time, I know for a fact that it was not my powers acting up." The three mystic souls all smirked, something that was definitely not expected by the three other boys. "Looks like another theory of ours has just been proven correct," Melody stated. "Theory?" Harry was confused. "Because of those like you, Harry, we have been theorizing that other Hogwarts students could secretly be mystic souls," Krynos explained. "More mystic souls at Hogwarts," Fred gasped. "Is that even possible?" George's eyes widened. "It is completely possible," Melody stated. "After all, Harry is a mystic soul that had his powers previously blocked back when he was a baby. So, there could be others. But my powers were blocked by Dumbledore so that he could control me easier," Harry says. "And while I know about Buzz and Valia, would there really be others?" "Magical Britain is a complete no-no zone for mystic souls," Chala said. "We would be killed on sight if we went over there. The only reason why those like the Pink Toad haven't tried to kill anyone here is because while she does have a giant ego, she does know that killing someone while surrounded by those exactly like that person would be a big mistake." "While this is all very interesting," Fred started, "what does this have to do with the spark?" George finished. "The spark is actually another part of being a mystic soul," Melody said. "It's called the mystic spark. It's almost like a detection system." "A detection system?" Harry was confused. "When a mystic soul is near another mystic soul, but the second one has not yet discovered their powers, the spark activates," Krynos explained. "It's how a mystic soul detects the powers of another mystic soul before their powers come out." "Hold on," the twins gasped. "You can't be saying..." Harry was too shocked to talk. "Fred and George are also mystic souls," Krynos said. "Is that even possible?" Fred asked. "How could we not know?" George also asked. "We have had a situation like this before," Chala says. "A mystic soul that discovered his powers when he was in his 20s came to Crystal Rose a few years ago for summer classes. He explained that he grew up in an anti-mystic soul country, which was why his powers came so late. He was subconsciously suppressing his powers because he knew that being a mystic soul was not safe." "Where he was living," Melody said. "He was in another country when his powers came out, when his mind knew that he was now safe. That would also be why Fred and George have not discovered their powers as well," Krynos said. "Because Magical Britain is the most dangerous country in the world for young mystic souls that do not know how to defend themselves. Yet, they would also suppress their own powers without even knowing it." "Bloody hell," the twins swore. "Lucky for you too that we know the perfect person to call to help you," Melody smirked. Harry had a feeling things were going to get even more interesting. Chapter 47. Might of a Hurricane. Chapter 47. Might of a Hurricane. Harry was still trying to wrap his head around the idea of Fred and George also being mystic souls. He was not upset about it. In fact, he was actually very happy that they were mystic souls, since that meant they could stay at Crystal Rose with him. At least, if he found a way to stay at the school and get away from Dumbledore and Voldemort. And staying at the school for mystic souls was something that he was going to do everything in his power to do. While they still had no idea what type of powers the twins would have, it was exciting to think about. Harry wondered if they would have similar powers, or if they would have opposite powers. Since they were twins, it could go either way. Because of how they had gone for so long, both not knowing they were mystic souls on top of being in an environment that hated mystic souls, it would take some time for their powers to come out. Harry hoped that whoever Krenos and the others brought to the school would be able to help the twins. After all, the more people on their side, the better. Harry definitely had hope that things would be better for them soon. Things had been going really well, even if he was still keeping one eye out for anything that could possibly go wrong. After all, with his Potter luck, things could always go wrong. They usually did. After all, he was going to take all of the good things he could get before anything went wrong. Sirius was free, he had great new friends, his training with his powers was going amazing, and he was able to avoid annoyances for the most part. He hadn't had to deal with Dumbledore or Snape since he had turned Snape into a toad, and Headmistress Jyway defended him and Melody from Dumbledore's biased desire to punish them. And he also hadn't had to deal with Ron or Hermione since the two confronted him after he and Melody left Jyway's office. Made him glad that Winterwolf did not have any classes with Dryad, since that would have forced him to deal with two members of the annoying trio. And it was mostly just random good luck that he was able to avoid Ginny as easily as he has been. He really did not want to have to deal with her stalker habits this year. He actually worried about what she would do if he ever dated anyone. The twins definitely had a point, with how they worried when Harry did tell them how much he noticed about them. They were flattered, of course, but he could not deny that they were right when they talked about how Ginny would definitely do something. Harry would not even be surprised if she tried using love potions on him. Harry, the weather mage turned around and saw Krenos looking at him with a worried face. "What is it, Krenos?" Harry asked him. "Do you need someone to talk to?" Krenos was still looking worried. "What makes you ask?" Harry asked him. "Because you're drowning my plants," Krenos tells him. Harry looked around and saw that he had accidentally summoned a storm cloud that was currently pouring rain around him. That was also when he noticed that Krenos was soaking wet as well from the summoned storm. If they had not been in the greenhouse, the storm might have gotten worse since the greenhouse dome would not have been containing the cloud. Harry waved his hands over his head, making the rain stop and the cloud vanish. "Sorry about that," he quickly apologized. "Are you okay, Harry?" Krenos sat down next to him, drying himself off with one of his sunshine sunflowers. "You only rain that hard when something is really getting to you." "Sorry, I was just thinking about love potions," Harry tells him. "Because of that red-headed stalker, right?" Krenos easily guessed. "When the twins and I were talking, I told them the things that I noticed about them that others normally do not, because everyone always assumes that they are exactly the same type of person," Harry explains. "And they warned me about not making it obvious when I notice other people, since they worried over what their sister would do out of jealousy." "She does seem like one of those stalkers that would be delusional," Krenos said. "The type of stalker that delusionally thinks that you are either already in a relationship or that you will eventually start a relationship." "I will never start a relationship with her no matter what she believes," Harry stated. "And if I ever do get together with her, I have left standing orders with a number of my friends to immediately take me to a healer to get me checked for love potions." "Love potions are very dangerous," Krenos says. "We have had lessons on love potions in potions class, as well as both international magic and light and dark. There is never anything good that comes with the use of love potions." "I cannot agree more," Harry said. "Love potions have nothing to do with true love. If anything, they are more like mind control potions than anything else. There is no real love, since those potions take everything about love and turn it into something more about control than about winning over a person's heart." "One of the things we learned about when we learned about love potions was how quickly things can do wrong," Krenos sighed. "A pair of American witch sisters cast a love spell, and it quickly went wrong when a bunch of men became obsessed with the two of them, including one that ended up breaking into their house and threatening them with a gun in it if I can't have you, then no one can type of way. That is exactly what I am talking about, Harry says. Love potions and love spells take away a person's free will. They are mind control magic that create lust, not love. I am sorry that you have to deal with someone that you fear would actually use love potions on you. Krynos put his hand on Harry's shoulder. No one should have to fear that. Love should always be about free will and the freedom of choice. Try telling that to my stalker. Harry crossed his arms. I heard her mum telling her and Hermione a story one night while we were all staying with Sirius. Apparently, Mrs. Weasley brewed and used a love potion on Mr. Weasley back when they were in Hogwarts. What? Krynos' eyes widened. That's awful. And he is still married to her? She claimed that he had a crush on her, but was too shy to ask her out. Harry rolled his eyes. So, she used the love potion to give him the courage to ask her out. Honestly, I have no idea if any of that is true even when the two of them are still married. As you probably noticed, Mr. Weasley is a bit whipped, Krynos guessed with a smirk on his face. Yeah, pretty much, Harry shrugged. The twins often complain about their father's lack of a spine when it comes to dealing with their mother. Not to mention how they also complain about their father's lack of attempts to make his life and their lives better. It's probably the one thing that they agree with their older brother, Percy, on. What do you mean? Krynos asked. Mr. Weasley is a kind man, do not get me wrong, but he lacks both ambitions as well as the ability to see beyond his own desires, Harry explains. Mr. Weasley is basically obsessed with muggles, mundanes. Krynos cannot help but inject. Whatever, Harry rolled his eyes. He has a shack filled with muggle stuff in their backyard. His department at the ministry is all about enchanted muggle stuff, and he even spelled a muggle car to be able to fly. That has got to be one of the most ridiculous things that I have ever heard, Krynos said. Not to mention also dangerous given that magical beings do not have driver's licenses because we have no use for them. So, that car is basically asking for trouble with the International Statute of Secrecy. The car pretty much took care of that on its own, Harry said. Literally. It became sentient and is currently living in Forbidden Forest around Hogwarts, away from anyone and everyone. So, it's nothing to worry about anymore. But it still is an example of Mr. Weasley being obsessed with muggles. But how does that relate to a lack of ambition? Krynos was confused. He lets his obsession take over, Harry explained. As much as I hate that purebloods can pretty much do whatever they want at the ministry, Mr. Weasley could easily get a better-paying job because of how he is a pureblood. But he chooses not to because he prefers working with muggle items. Not that he knows anything about them, but no one else in the ministry really cares enough to see if he is doing a good job. All he cares about is working with muggle stuff, even when that means he is not making a lot of money, which makes his kids suffer when they have to constantly have secondhand or hand-me-down items. That isn't right, Krynos stated. A parent's first priority should always be their kids. It's one thing to want to work around something you love, but it's another to put that desire before the financial situation of your family. I know that Mr. Weasley loves all of his kids, but he really needs to grow a spine, Harry says, both at home and at work. I doubt that he ever has stood up to his wife since he lets her do everything she wants, even if that is verbally abusing their kids with her howlers. That explains why Fred and George seem to be so happy at the thought of being mystic souls and being able to live here rather than going back to England, Krynos said. To avoid their parents. That is basically a theme that seems to go on with the Weasley kids, Harry says. As soon as they are able to, they leave. Their oldest brother, Bill, took a job at Gringotts and moved to Egypt. Their second oldest brother, Charlie, moved to Romania to work with dragons. And while he did not leave the country, their third brother, Percy, did move out almost immediately once he got the money he needed. You would think that after having 3 kids in a row leave for the same reasons, they would learn their lesson, Krynos commented. Just like the rest of magical Britain, they are too set in their ways, Harry said. I doubt they would change even if all their kids left for the same reason. Not that Ron or Ginny face the same treatment as their brothers do. My parents always tried their best to treat all of us the same, Krynos says. While they did make Melody and me the heirs of the Gardner family, they still treated all of us with the same amount of love. Red and Black were just jealous of us getting the title. They didn't think we were loved more by our parents. They simply wanted the power that being the head of the family would give them. Favoritism always has been the worst thing I noticed about their family, Harry sighed. Ron and Ginny are obviously the ones treated as if they can do no wrong while their brothers can never do anything right. Well, it will definitely cheer up the twins when they gain a much better family once they put a ring on you. Krenos could not help but tease Harry. Krenos! Harry playfully started punching his friend while he blushed. Ha ha ha. Krenos laughed at Harry's reaction. You love me, and you know it, Harry. Harry, came a voice that Harry definitely did not want to hear right now. There you are. I've been looking for you, and my Potter luck has struck again. Harry looked like he wanted to hit his head against something hard. If you want, I can get rid of her for you, Krenos suggested. I haven't thrown anyone out of the greenhouse in a while, and I find myself wanting to do it again. Harry could not help but chuckle. Krenos just had something about him that always made him want to smile. He really wished that Krenos could have been his brother. And given what happened with Red and Black, Krenos probably wished for a better brother as well. Harry turned around, trying to keep his face as neutral as possible even when he really wanted to zap the girl in front of him with his lightning. What do you want, Ginevra? Harry crossed his arms. Using her formal name rather than calling her Ginny suddenly popped into his mind. It would show that he was not as familiar with her as she probably believed herself to be. Not to mention that it would show that he would be making no effort to get close to her. Ginny! The girl was nearly grinding her teeth together, trying not to look as angry as she was. My friends call me Ginny. We are not friends, Harry tells her. We have never been. Ginny giggled, obviously trying to not let her temper act up. Don't be silly, Harry, she said. Of course we are friends. And we could even become something, Em? No, we're not, Harry cut her off. You were Ron's little sister when we first met, and now you are simply Fred and George's little sister. We're not friends, nor are we close in any way. Krenos had to hand it to Harry. He was keeping his temper and powers in check, which was not easy when dealing with someone that you hate. If it had been him, he probably would have blasted her away with a leaf storm spell by now. And that was him being kind. Harry, this isn't funny, Ginny said. Good, because I wasn't trying to be, Harry stated. I'm sorry if you feel differently, but it's not my fault that you didn't see that fact. What is going on with you? Ginny yelled at him. You are not acting like yourself, Harry. I think that I am acting like myself more than I ever have before, Harry glared at her. And that is because, for the first time in forever, I am allowed to be myself without worrying about anyone trying to control me. Krenos had to stop himself from chuckling at the unintended Disney's Frozen reference that Harry just used. Harry had already ranted at Dumbledore, Ron, and Hermione. So, Ginny was just another person on Harry's list of those that he has wanted to tell off for a long time. But he still managed to get her attention, anyway. But, in his defense, he was always dressed in bright white. So, he would be hard to miss in a general sense. It's them, isn't it? She glared at Krenos. They are making you act like this. Harry's eye twitched as he got really irritated. He was seriously getting sick and tired of those like Ginny, Ron, and Hermione blaming the Mystic Souls for his new, no-nonsense attitude. No one is making me act like anything. Harry looked ready to zap her. Especially not anyone here. Krenos, Melody, everyone that I have met here have been nothing but the best friends that I have ever had. They are taking you away from the actual friends that you already have, Ginny argued. The so-called friends that abandon and betray me every chance that they get. Harry glared at her even more. They chose Dumbledore when I needed them the most. I almost died, and they couldn't even be bothered to send a letter to ask how I am. I am done with fake friends. Hey, that's my brother and friend you are insulting, Ginny protested. It's not insulting if it's the truth, Harry threw back. You can complain all you want, but that doesn't change anything. If you like them so much, go and bother them instead of me. I am not leaving until you admit that you are wrong and you come with me in order to apologize to them. Ginny crossed her arms and glared at him. You would be in for a long wait since that is never going to happen, Harry tells her. If you think that I am the one that needs to apologize, then you are crazier than I thought. They are the ones that betrayed and abandoned me, not the other way around. This is exactly why I have been avoiding all of you, because I am so sick of hearing the same nonsense over and over again. Give up, already. I have better friends now. All of you should just stay away from me. He turned around to walk back over to Krenos. The nature mage easily could tell that if she angered him more than she already had, there was going to be a serious storm happening. But then she did exactly that when she grabbed his arm as he tried to walk away. Instantly, Harry's eyes turned storm cloud gray. Looking up, Krenos's eyes widened as he saw storm clouds forming overhead. "Uh-oh," he swore. "If you do not let go right now, I am not responsible for anything that happens next," Harry said in a low, threatening tone. "I am not going anywhere until you apologize and then go on a date with me." Ginny was suddenly thrown off her feet. Harry had obviously had enough because his eyes flashed and a sudden large gush of wind came shooting out of the clouds. Ginny was basically picked up by the wind and thrown out of the greenhouse. "Thank you, Hawk." Krenos quickly covered up Harry's magic by pretending that their harpy friend had been the one that did that. Harry took in a deep breath, calming himself down. It took a few minutes, but the clouds eventually faded away. "I really have reached my limit with all of them," Harry said. "I should get better at controlling my temper, though." "It's entertaining to watch, though," Krenos chuckled. "If anything good can come out of this, Harry, it is that no one can mess with the might of a hurricane." Harry could not help but smile at what Krenos said. Chapter 48, Power of the Mind. Chapter 48, Power of the Mind. "So, mystic souls are naturally protected from having their minds read." Fred raised an eyebrow. "That makes me very jealous, even if Krenos said that we also could potentially be mystic souls," George stated. Harry was explaining to the two of them more about his lessons with Meji. The two of them were still very confused about the difference between telepathy and wand user occlumency and legilimency. Harry knew that the twins were a lot smart than most people gave them credit for, but it was easy to see why they would be confused by the difference between the two things. According to Meji, mystic souls have minds that are too magically protected for wand user mind reading. Harry tries to explain to them again. Occlumency and legilimency, while a difficult art to learn for wand users, would never be able to work on mystic souls. "But what makes those things different from telepathy?" Fred asked him. "They are both mind-reading powers, after all," George added. "What mainly makes them different is that telepathy is a lot more than just reading minds," Harry continues explaining. "If you take Meji, for example, her telepathy is the most powerful form currently being used right now. Since no two mystic souls are the same, it means that right now, she is the only one with that kind of power, which makes us very lucky that she is on our side," Fred stated. "Not to mention that she is also a nice person rather than a bully." George shivered at the thought of a telepathic bully. Harry nodded in agreement with them. "Meji's powers are very strong," he said, "such as her also having the power to move things with her mind. But her actual telepathy is very strong. She can erase memories, create mind links, communicate using thoughts, and even make people think that they are seeing something when it is only in their heads. She calls them mind illusions. That is a lot stronger than what occlumency and legilimency are," Fred says. "They do only involve reading a person's mind," George said. "Exactly the point that I have been trying to make," Harry tells them. "Telepathy is so much stronger than occlumency and legilimency. It's why those two things do not work on mystic souls, but telepathy does. But since your powers have been blocked for so long, she is still teaching you to defend your mind," Fred summarized. "Something like that can come in handy given that Dumbledore certainly would be the type to read minds whenever he wants," George grumbled. Harry nodded. "Meji has been teaching me to build my own mind palace in order to protect my mind. Plus, she also says that it is generally very helpful in more ways than just protecting your mind." "How?" both twins asked at the same time. "I haven't gotten to that part of my lessons yet," Harry admitted. "You could ask me directly." A female voice made all three of the boys jump. Meji walked over to them, obviously having heard part of their conversation. "Does everyone in this school like sneaking up on people?" Harry asked her, holding his hand over his heart. "We cannot really do much sneaking around in this school, to be honest," Meji shrugged. "Nearly everyone has some part of their magic that allows them to sense anyone being near them. Nobody can sneak up on Krenos because his powers over nature allow him to always tell when someone is close by. That certainly explains how he was able to avoid a prank we tried on him during the summer," Fred said. "Something tells me that is going to be happening a lot whenever we try and sneak a prank at a mystic soul," George says. "Not to sound cocky, but yes," Meji said. "Nearly everyone has some part of their power that allows them to sense others. Krenos uses nature. Melody can hear everything. I sense people's minds, and many other types of detection magic." "What about that Madison girl that Krenos once told me about?" Harry could not help but ask. Krinos told me that she has the power to turn invisible. Meji giggled. Madison definitely likes to use that part of her magic to mess with people. It also helps that as a former student of the Japanese Mystic Soul School, she was basically trained as a ninja. She is one of the few students that can actually sneak up on others, something that I am not surprised about, Harry stated. Harry knows a thing or two about being invisible, Fred smirked. And he has also had fun with it, George also smirked. Harry blushed since they were right. He has had fun with his invisibility cloak multiple times in the past. Probably the most fun he had was back in his third year at Hogwarts when he used his cloak to mess with Malfoy after using his cloak to sneak into the Wizarding Village because he did not have a signed permission slip. He loved throwing snowballs at Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle without them ever seeing him. Anyway, you were talking about how having a mind palace would be able to help in a more general sense. Meji got back on topic. The twins were confused about how it would help, and I told them that I didn't know, Harry tells her. You haven't taught me that yet. Well, a mind palace is basically something that not only can protect your mind, but it also helps you organize your mind, Meji explains. It allows you to easily move your memories and your knowledge into the proper places. So, with a fully complete mind palace, you can have easier access to your own mind. So, you remember things easier than you would before. You two should also join in on our lessons, Harry suggested to the twins. Are you sure, Harry? Fred asked. We wouldn't want to intrude, George added. It actually is a very good idea, Meji says. You two are obviously really close with Harry, and he probably tells you a lot of stuff. So, you should learn to protect your minds as well. That way, no one can learn Harry's secrets from any source. I knew that it would be a good idea, Harry grinned. If you both say so, then we would love to join your lessons, Fred says. Would you also actually mind showing us a complete mind palace to help us? George requested. I think I have the perfect way to help you both, Meji smirked. Harry, Fred, and George honestly had no idea what was going on. All they knew was that they were currently sitting in a circle outside with Meji and some of their other Mystic Soul friends. Of course, Krinos and Melody were there. But there were also their friends Valia, Hawk, Chala, and Hestia. The twins looked at Harry. Don't look at me. Harry held his hands up in protest. I have no idea what is going on. I thought that the best way to teach about mind palaces would be to show you the many types of mind palaces that can be made, Meji tells them. And everyone here has their own mind palace, Harry guessed. It's something that we have all decided to make either on our own or because of a previous threat we have faced, Melody said. I made mine after a demon tried to use demonic mind magic to make me believe that magic wasn't real and that I was living in an asylum because of my belief in magic, Hestia tells them. I made mine after an annoying telepath tried to use her powers to manipulate my mind in order to make me believe that I was in love with her, Chala says. I was very happy that failed and we got her arrested, Meji growled at the memory. She made telepaths very angry because of how her actions could have made all of us look bad. Melody and I made ours just because we wanted to, Krinos said. This is going to be fun, Fred stated. I can hardly wait. George was also excited. This would not even be the first time that we have done something like this, Hawk says. We check each other's mind palaces a lot to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Take it from the word of a telepath that if a mind palace is destroyed, it would not end well at all, Meji stated. Everyone in the circle then started to hold hands. Fred, George, and Harry all went along with it since they obviously knew what they were doing. Fred and George did place Harry between them, which got Krinos to smirk at Harry since it was obviously the twins' way of saying that only they were allowed to hold hands with him. It made Harry blush once again. Meji's eyes glowed, a sign of her using their powers. Everyone closed their eyes in order to drift off into their own minds, while Meji would connect them. Harry, Fred, and George felt their feet touch solid ground, something that shocked them given that they didn't think being in someone's mind would feel this realistic. Looking up, they were amazed that they were currently in a large and peaceful field, and in front of them was a massive garden that was surrounded by vine-covered fences with the only visible way in was a flower-covered arch. If this is anyone's mind other than Krinos, it would be an insult, Harry stated. Lucky for you that it is my mind. Krinos appeared under the arch. Meji also soon appeared as well. The others will be waiting in their own minds, she tells them, the three nodding in response. Well, welcome to my mind palace, Krinos says. I am not surprised at all that you have a garden for your mind palace, Harry commented. The main part about a mind palace is that you choose a place where you are the most comfortable, Meji tells them. It makes it easier for you when you access your palace. Allows you to organize your thoughts better. Krinos allowed them through the arch and into the actual garden. It was certainly a very beautiful place, with all of the different flowers, trees, and bushes around. Harry went over to one of the roses and touched it. Much to his shock, the flower opened up and an image played over it like a circular TV screen. Harry backed away before he could actually see what had been playing. Each flower stores one of my memories, Krinos explained. And each line of flowers is categorized by the type of memories they are. Educational, friendship, family, tragedy, magic, and miscellaneous. That is definitely very organized, Fred said. And also very pretty, George added. You have seen nothing yet, Krinos smirked. You haven't met my guardian yet? Guardian? Harry raised an eyebrow. Guardians are an extra layer of protection to keep your mind safe, Meji explained. They are a subconscious defense against unwanted visitors. And then, as if on cue, there was a loud roar. Down came a dragon, scaring the 3 British people as it landed behind Krinos. It was actually a very elegant-looking dragon. Its scales were dark purple while also having a dark red pattern on its scales as well. Most of its body was covered by giant rose petals that also seemed to double as its wings, even when it almost looked like it was wearing a rose petal poncho. The petals were also outlined in dark purple, matching its scales. Giant dark purple thorn vines also were around the dragon. I would like you 3 to meet the Black Rose Dragon, Krinos smirked. Well, that is certainly one way to keep people out of your mind, Fred stated. In a very terrifying way, at that, George agreed with his twin. Next mind, Meji announced. The next place that the 4 of them landed was some type of concert hall, kind of like the Hollywood Bowl in California. Looking around, there were music sheets and songbooks on each of the chairs that were in the hall. They could also hear a soft song playing in the air. Melody, Harry guessed, looking at the twins. Melody. They both agreed with him. It may be obvious, but it's what is easiest for me, Melody said as she appeared on the main stage of the concert hall. Your mind palace certainly has always been a peaceful place, Melody, Meji said. Because my powers give me magical hearing, it's nice to have a place to go where I only hear what I want to hear, Melody says. These music sheets are your memories, aren't they? Fred guessed. Similar to the flowers in Krinos's mind garden, George guessed. That is correct, Melody tells them. Of course, I do organize mine by more musical means, such as all my sad memories in the blues/jazz section, my happy memories in the pop section, my angry memories with the rock section, and so on. I am definitely not surprised at all, Harry stated. Plus, that would almost be like a defense of its own since you are the only one that would know how your memories are organized. A mind can also be like a maze, Meji says. There are many twists and turns inside of a person's mind that can easily lead someone not experienced with the mind getting lost, and they would end up brain dead because they could never get back into their own head. Your magic is pretty scary, Fred said, and yet also pretty amazing, George added. What is your mind guardian, Melody? Harry asked the music mage. Melody then whistled, signaling her mind guardian to appear. Though, her mind guardian was definitely different from what they thought that it would be. Music got louder as it appeared, which made sense given what her mind guardian was. It was a swarm of ghost-like musical instruments that definitely looked like they could attack someone if they wanted to. If there is one thing that I know, it is how dangerous that music can be, Melody smirked. So, what better to be my mind guardian than a swarm of violent musical instruments? Melody once allowed me to enter her mind to check her mind palace, and I nearly went deaf because of her guardian, Meji said. Hey, it is not my fault that you accidentally went to look at a memory you shouldn't have tried to look at, Melody argued. Well, next time, remind me that you have memories like that so that it doesn't happen again, Meji tells her. Melody only smirked in response to that. Between you and your brother, you two have got to be the most scary people that I have ever met in my life, Harry stated. Wouldn't be the first time we have scared people, Melody shrugged. Next mind, Meji then said. The minds of everyone else were just as interesting as Krinos and Melody's were. Valia, Hawk, Chala, and Hestia were definitely very well protected when it came to their minds. Hestia probably had the most natural and obvious kind of mind palace, since she had decided to make her mind palace a library. Not that it was an easy mind palace to look through, since part of her defense was that her entire mind library was one giant maze. Anyone that would ever try looking into her mind would most likely get very lost among all of the shelves. And that was before they would even meet her mind guardian, which was actually the library itself, since there were shelves that could move around you in order to trap you like a makeshift cage, while there were also books that could fly, chase after you, and even explode as their way to attack you. Chala's mind palace was just as beautiful as Krenos's. He had chosen to make his mind palace into a village high up in the trees, just like his magical home country. Each house in the village would be the home to a different category of his memories. Fred had tried to look into one of the houses, but instantly slammed the door when he said that it was Chala's very early memories from the time that he was being born. Chala laughed at how Fred said that he was now scarred for life because of that. And if that was not terrifying enough, Chala's mind guardian was a giant black panther, which made sense given the African teenager's powers. While it acted like a kitten around Chala, it certainly looked like it could do some damage to any unwanted visitors to his mind. Hawk's mind palace was probably the least expected out of all of the ones that they were visiting. His mind palace was actually designed to be an underwater castle, kind of like something you would think you would see in Atlantis. Hawk explained that while he was half harpy and loved to fly, he also loved the ocean. Some of his best memories were from times when he would go flying over the ocean and would sometimes even have dolphins swim up to greet him as he would be flying. Every room of the underwater castle housed one of his memories, with every corridor of the castle being a different category of memories. There was one locked corridor that Hawk warned them housed some of his worst memories from times that he was hunted down for being a harpy. His mind guardians were a little expected, but nice to see since he had chosen a gang of merman warriors as his guardians. Hawk was out and proud about being gay, so the fact that the mermen were all hot certainly was self-explanatory. Valia's mind palace was an expected one, but it was just as breathtaking as Krenos's. Her mind palace was a giant butterfly garden. Her butterflies were her own version of Krenos's flowers, as each butterfly was the carrier of one of her memories. She did not need to really organize them because she could summon one of the butterflies any time that she needed a specific memory. There actually was also a small swarm of bumblebees in her garden, which Meji took full advantage of to tease Valia, since those memories were obviously ones that were all about Buzz. The butterfly girl's crush on the bee mage was very adorable. Plus, it only then made more sense when her mind guardian turned out to be a pair of a butterfly and bee warrior. Harry thought that her crush on Buzz was definitely very cute, unlike Ginny's obsession with him. Everyone opened their eyes once they were out of their minds. The three British guys all smiled and thanked everyone for sharing their mind palaces with them. "Of course," Krenos said. "You three are at a disadvantage since you come from a magic school so far behind every other school. We are happy to help. Plus, I will never get tired of remembering Fred's face at my memories of when I was born." Chala smirked and chuckled. "You will be paying for my therapy, Chala." Fred glared at him. "And mine as well, since Fred will probably force me to go with him," George said. "My family's rich anyway," Chala chuckled. "Thanks again for this, Meji." Harry smiled at her. "Never underestimate the power of the mind, Harry," Meji tells him. "It will be a mistake that nobody ever makes twice." Chapter 49. All Hallows' Eve Introduction. Chapter 49. All Hallows' Eve Introduction. It had been almost 2 months since Hogwarts had arrived at Crystal Rose, and things were starting to look up. Except for the students that were still firm in their mystic souls are monsters belief, the majority were beginning to talk and spend time with their mystical housemates. It did help that most of the more popular Hogwarts students, such as Cedric and the twins, were openly very friendly with the mystic souls. And given that most of Magical Britain, in general, are followers, they started to follow the lead set by the popular students. They started talking to the mystic souls that they were now housemates with, and while they had been scared, worried, and anxious at the beginning, they slowly started to warm up to them. Quite literally in the case of those getting to know the school's fire mages. Harry was especially glad to see it because it made it easier for him to stay away from the annoyances by being with his mystic soul friends. And considering that Krenos terrified them, it made it even easier. Harry had no idea how scary plants could be before he met Krenos. And more time away from them meant more time training his powers. After having them for over a month, he was really starting to get the hang of them. There were still times when his emotions would cause specific weather to occur, but they were becoming less frequent. The most common emotional weather he caused was still the thunder whenever he did have to deal with the annoyances. Though, no one that knew about his powers blamed him whenever it would happen. They would have their powers react in similar ways if they had to deal with them as much as he does. It was now the end of October, and for some reason, the school was buzzing with activity. Everyone was looking excited about something, which was really confusing to the Hogwarts students that had no idea what was going on. Harry grabbed the nearest student to him in order to get some answers. Luckily, he had grabbed Chala instead of someone he didn't know. Much to his shock, Chala was holding candles, vines, leaves, and fruit. It was the most random assortment of items that Harry had ever seen outside of a potions lab. "Chala, you mind telling me what in the name of Merlin is going on around here?" Harry instantly asked him. Chala blinked for a second, but then he realized that those like Harry and his fellow Hogwarts students wouldn't know what was going on. "Right? Sorry about that, Harry," the jungle cat mage tells him. "Guess we are all so used to everyone already knowing about this time of year. It didn't occur to us to tell you guys." "We certainly know something is going on," Fred said. "Just not what that something is," George stated. The twins walked over to where their friend and no-so-secret crush was standing. "Well, it is one of the most magical days of the entire year," Chala grinned. "It's All Hallows Eve." "All Hallows what?" The twins were both confused. "I second that," Harry stated. "I think I might need some help to explain this," Chala says, looking around to see if some of his friends were close by. "Hestia, Hawk, mind giving me a hand here?" The harpy mage and healer soon walked over from where they had been walking down the hall. Both of them were also carrying candles while also carrying a few other things as well. Hawk was also carrying feathers and leaves while Hestia had crystals and books. "What is it, Chala?" Hawk asked him. "These three need a quick lesson on All Hallows Eve," Chala tells the two. "For obvious reasons, none of them have ever heard of it. Another thing we can add to our growing list of problems that magical Britain has," Hestia sighed. "Some places really need to stop abandoning the old ways simply out of fear or ignorance." Mind getting to the explaining part of this conversation?" Fred requested. "Yeah, because we are seriously confused right now," George added. "Looks like we have our work cut out for us, boys," Hestia says, her friends agreeing. Time for Magic Culture 101. The three boys all looked at the other three in anticipation. "Where we come from, as well as many other places around the world, All Hallows Eve is a day of remembrance and honoring the dead in magic," Hawk explained. "For as long as magic was a part of life in Greece, we took the day to honor the power that magic granted us. All Hallows Eve is the day meant for that. And Greece isn't the only place that has a holiday like that," Chala says. "In both of the Americas, as well as Australia and Africa, All Hallows Eve is also celebrated. Mexico and Spain have their own version called Dia de los Muertos, otherwise known as the Day of the Dead. And I believe England, Britain, Ireland, and other countries in Europe are supposed to have Samhain. All our holidays, Sabbats as they are known in the magical world, that are meant to honor the dead and magic with the rituals involved with them." "I don't understand," Harry spoke up. "The metaphor we use is like this," Hestia said. "Think of the magical world as a village, and magic is the lake where all the villagers go to get water. Day in and day out, more of the water is used up. We like to say how Sabbats and their rituals are like the rain that refills the lake. They help replenish our cores and help us with our power control. Most magical children that celebrate these Sabbats and have families that use these rituals often have fewer bursts of accidental magic and they're less destructive," Hawk continued. "Trust me when I say that I had a lot of uncontrollable magical bursts before I started. Mostly spontaneous teleportation and turning one teacher's hair blue." "If these rituals do that, then why don't we know about them?" Fred asked. "There must be a reason," George says. "While not mundane, witches and wizards are still human," Chala says. "And what humans don't understand, they fear. But Britain seems to take it to the extreme. They believe these rituals are evil and dark, so they discredit them up to the point where it is most likely that only third generations still celebrate them. We know that we have heard of the old ways before," Fred revealed. "Our older brother, Bill, has told us he started practicing them after learning about them from the goblins. George admitted. Goblins would want their employees to know about the old ways, Chala says. Out of all the magical creatures in the world, goblins are some of the most traditional along with fairies, nymphs, merpeople, and vampires. Do they all celebrate the holidays, or Sabbats? Harry asked, curious. It is different for all magical creatures, Hawk tells him. I know that harpies have their own holidays, such as our version of Yule known as Boreas Day. We celebrate by flying up north to capture bits of the aurora borealis. It is a harpy myth that wishing on the aurora grants the wish as long as it is completely selfless. Can you even capture bits of the aurora borealis? Harry raised an eyebrow. We're magic, Harry, Hestia smirked. We can do anything. If you ever get curious about magical creature culture, there are plenty of creature-blooded students around the school you could ask, Chala tells him. I am sure that Hawk would be glad to answer your questions about harpy culture. I would, Hawk was grinning. There is also Waylon if you have questions about merpeople, the creatures of the night for information on werewolves and vampires, not to mention the centaur and fairy students that also attend Crystal Rose. I will be sure to ask them, Harry smiled. So, what else is there about All Hallows Eve? Fred asked, getting the conversation back on track. Yeah, we haven't heard much since Mum would never allow Bill to talk about it if she knew he practiced the old ways, George added. While there are many people from many different cultures that attend Crystal Rose, All Hallows Eve is a magic holiday, Chala explained. So, everyone in school bands together in order to celebrate it. We have a giant feast before everyone is then allowed to separate around the grounds in order to have private gatherings. And what is even done during that time? Harry was even more curious. All Hallows Eve is the day that the veil between worlds is at its thinnest, Hestia explains. During the All Hallows Eve ritual, it allows our souls to travel to Limbo, the place between the lands of life and death. And while we are there, we get to spend time with those in our families that have passed away, Hawk says. We honor magic and we are given an unforgettable gift in return, being able to spend time with loved ones that are no longer with us. We even get to meet the ancestors that were lost long before any of us were born. That's incredible. Harry was completely amazed by what he was hearing. You are actually able to communicate with the dead. It is actually a lot more common than you would think, Harry, Chala says. We have spells that allow us to summon the ghost of anyone that has died. Some spells are even used to call a ghost that is able to help us against a specific evil, such as a victim of the evil being that knows its origins or its weakness. If it is so easy to talk with the dead, why now do it more often? Fred wondered out loud. Yeah, if it is so easy, then why is All Hallows Eve so special? George was also confused. Because All Hallows Eve does more than simply put us into contact with ghosts, Hestia explained. When our souls travel to Limbo, we can actually spend real quality time with our loved ones. We can feel them, touch them, and many other things you cannot do with a ghost. Fred and George instantly looked at Harry. He was close to having tears in his eyes from what he was hearing. They knew that the one thing Harry wanted more than anything in the world was to actually meet his parents. The only parts of them that he had were his father's cloak, the Marauder's map, and the horrible memories of them being killed brought on by the Dementors in his third year. Why would anyone not want to do such a ritual? Harry asked the three mystic souls. As we said, what people do not understand, they fear, Chala says. The ritual is classified as blood magic because we have to prick our finger and let a drop of our blood hit the candle in front of us in order to allow our souls to cross over. Places like Magical Britain look down on blood magic because they see it as evil, Hawk tells them. Though, that does also mean they are ignoring the fact that over 100 of the most powerful healing spells and potions are considered blood magic. As a healer, I find it very insulting that they choose to believe that blood magic is evil simply because they refuse to understand it, Hestia huffed. Plus, they also believe that the All Hallows Eve ritual is necromancy, Chala added. While it may first look like it could be, it most certainly is not. Necromancy is about trying to bring back the dead, or at least partly bring back the dead. The All Hallows Eve ritual is not about doing that at all. Plus, it is against the laws of magic to mess with laws of life and death, Hawk says. Demons are the only ones that mess with such black magic, and that is because they are literally beings of pure evil with no souls. So, we are guessing that you guys do not celebrate Halloween, Fred said. You guys had not even mentioned Halloween when you talked about the other holidays. George added. Because Halloween is an insult to everything we believe in, Chala growled. That is not only a mundane holiday, but it was basically meant to insult everything about the magical world. Any magical being that celebrates it is doing nothing but bringing shame to themselves. Green-skinned and wart-covered witches, bloodthirsty vampires, monstrous werewolves, toilet paper mummies, bedsheet ghosts, the Grim Reaper, Hestia would have growled if she could. Literally, everything about Halloween is insulting to the magical world. Every mystic soul knows to keep the magical world and the mundane world as separate as possible, Hawk says. After all, you saw how even your own schoolmates reacted to us. It would only be even worse for the mundanes. It would be the Salem witch trials all over again. Hestia shivered just from the thought of that. And I would rather not be given the dunk tank torture. Hestia has a fear of drowning, so that torture would be complete agony for her. Chala tells the other three. That makes sense, Fred stated. No one likes drowning, George added. I know that I nearly had a panic attack when I nearly drowned during the second task at the Triwizard tournament last year, Harry admitted. It wasn't until the gillyweed that Neville gave me kicked in that I was able to calm down, since the plant allowed me to breathe underwater. Even if I used that plant, I would never go underwater like that. Hestia shivered again. I really do not like going underwater. Enough with the tough topics. Krinos suddenly appeared. Today is a day of love and celebration. Let's just keep going with the preparations. Krinos was definitely making full use of his powers. Given that he was able to control nature of all types, he was growing autumn plants in order to put the school in a more festive mood. Harry almost laughed at how Krinos was basically acting almost exactly how he was when he sang that song to him in the greenhouse while showing off his powers. He was spinning around and growing plants all around him. Everywhere he was growing, more and more autumn plants were spreading. Along the walls, around the windows, wrapped around columns, and many other places as well. Most of what he was growing were fall leaves, as in yellow, gold, red, brown, orange, and a few green leaves here and there. The leaves were grown on vines that were completely hidden by the leaves. There were also common autumn flowers growing around as well, such as marigolds, goldenrod, and chrysanthemums. Even mini pumpkins were growing in some places as well. Well, if there is one thing you can always count on Krinos to be, it would be a ray of sunshine, Hestia giggled. Is that just something that comes with being a nature mage? Fred raised an eyebrow. Or is it just a Krinos thing? George also raised an eyebrow. It's a little bit of both, actually, Chala admitted. Krinos is probably one of the most glass-half-full people that anyone could ever meet. He tends to look on the bright side of most things. It's one of the many reasons why demons hate him. I guess beings of pure evil would hate an optimist, Fred chuckled. Even I would find them annoying if they were too optimistic, George snickered. Well, Krinos is also a realist, Hawk says. He knows when it is time to get serious. After all, demons not only hate him, but are also terrified of him. Especially after he turned an immortal demon into a tree. He has mentioned that a few times, Harry chuckled. What can I say? I love making demons scared of me, Krinos said as he continued to spread the autumn plants around him. He looks like a Disney princess when he acts like this, Chala chuckled. You know about Disney? Harry raised an eyebrow. He had not been allowed to watch Disney while living with the Dursleys. It had too many magical elements, and his aunt and uncle did not want the magic corrupting their precious Dudley. But that didn't mean he was not aware of Disney. He actually really liked it from the little amount of it he had managed to see without the Dursleys around. We might not like the magical and mundane worlds to be involved with each other, but we can appreciate their entertainment, Chala admitted. Considering Krinos' habit of breaking out into song, I can appreciate it as well, Harry said. What's Disney? Both of the twins asked. Well, we are going to need a lot more time to explain that, Hawk chuckled. But right now, we still have the feast and the ritual to prepare for, Chala says. We will be more than happy to join you, Harry said. We are more than happy to include you, Hawk smiled. I am sure you will love the All Hallows Eve. We look forward to it, Harry said. He knew that he was certainly looking forward to using the ritual. He could hardly wait to meet his parents. Chapter 50, A Sacred Sabbath. Chapter 50, A Sacred Sabbath. Harry, Fred, and George were definitely very curious about All Hallows Eve. After hearing what Chala, Hestia, and Hawk all had to say about it, They all wanted to participate in the ritual. Especially Harry. Harry quickly went after Krenos, the twins following him. Krenos, wait for me, Harry called after him. Krenos was still basically being a Disney princess by spreading nature while spinning around and dancing. It reminded Harry of when Krenos had sung him that song in the greenhouse while using his magic. Harry would not be surprised if Krenos once again burst into, "What else can I do?" "What is it, Harry?" the nature mage asked him. "Well, for one thing, can you stop spinning and dancing?" Harry was half joking and half serious. "I'm getting dizzy just from watching you." Krenos playfully pouted as he stopped dancing around while using his powers. "You're no fun," he jokingly stated. Harry looked at Fred and George after Krenos acted like how they usually would if someone interrupted their own fun. "Have you guys been rubbing off your personalities onto Krenos without me knowing?" He raised an eyebrow. They both held their hands up in surrender. "We didn't do anything to him," Fred said. "We swear that we didn't, Harry," George says. "That's just how Krenos is, Harry," Melody giggled as she walked up to join them. "I would say that our parents magically pulled him out of a Disney movie to make him their son, but neither of them had the power to do that." "It's true," Krenos chuckled. "Our parents were a nature witch and animal wizard, respectfully. So, neither of them had the power to bring a fictional character to life." "That's Charlotte's domain," Harry chuckled, knowing very well that Charlotte was indeed the witch with power over fictional beings. However, that did not make him curious if her powers were just limited to her book of fairy tales, or if she could bring any fictional characters to life. He still had a lot to learn when it came to mystic souls. "So, you seem to want to ask Krenos something when you came over, Harry." Melody changed the topic of conversation. "Oh, right." Harry remembered why he had gone after Krenos. "I was wondering if you would actually help me with the ritual." "You mean the All Hallows Eve ritual?" Krenos asked for clarification. Harry nodded. "Yes. The old ways are not exactly the most common thing in magical Britain. In fact, this is the first time I have ever heard about All Hallows Eve. The old ways are becoming more and more forbidden back home," Fred tells the Mystic Soul twins. "Headed by those like Dumbledore that see the old ways as evil," George added. "They see the old ways as dark, so they try and outlaw them as much as possible," Fred said. "Especially with the All Hallows Eve ritual, since it involved giving a drop of blood, and blood magic was outlawed years ago," George says. "Something that we already know was stupid." Harry stopped Krenos and Melody before they could rant about how stupid that was. "Chala, Hestia, and Hawk already told us about how some of the strongest healing potions and spells involve the use of blood. It's not like we deny that there are some pretty scary things when it comes to All Hallows Eve," Melody says. "Probably the most common thing that people mistake the ritual for is necromancy." "What exactly is necromancy?" Harry was curious. Chala, Hawk, and Hestia brought that up earlier, but did not give much of an explanation. "Necromancy is one of the blackest of magics in all of the known realms," Krenos says, his face grim. "Necromancy deals with life and death. Specifically, it is about trying to bring back the dead. The most common thing would be trying to reanimate a corpse, but it ends up a zombie or even some type of half-dead and half-alive thing. There is actually something like that we know about," Fred says. "There are these creatures known as Inferi where we come from," George said. "They are basically living corpses," Fred explained. "Only those truly evil are able to create them," George added. "Necromancy is the most forbidden magic in the world," Krenos says. "The laws of life and death are the most sacred laws of magic. To mess with them are the most evil thing that anyone could ever do." "And some people think the All Hallows Eve ritual is related to necromancy," Harry asked them. "Whenever anyone hears how communicating with the dead, they instantly think about necromancy," Melody said. "Quite frankly, it's insulting to the ritual to even think of it being a branch of necromancy when it is meant to reunite loved ones. And speaking of that, I would be more than happy to help you with the ritual, Harry," Krenos tells him. "I think out of everyone here, Melody and I can understand you the most when it comes to why you want to do the ritual." Harry softly smiled at Krenos and Melody. The two of them were in a similar boat to him. All of their parents had been murdered by someone when they were very young. Harry did not want to compare their pain, but he could not help but wonder which of them had it worse. He had not been old enough to remember his parents other than the memory of their deaths that the Dementors brought to the surface and things Sirius and Remus had told him. But Krenos and Melody actually were able to remember bits of their parents. Yet their parents were murdered by their own sons because they wanted the family title. He was not sure which was worse, remembering or not remembering. All of them suffered greatly because of the deaths of their parents. Is the ritual hard? Harry asked them. It can be a bit taxing on your magic energy the first time that you use it, Melody explained. Those that have never done it before usually feel very tired once it is completed because they are not used to the amount of magic needed to transport their soul to limbo. It does not affect the rest of us as badly because of how we have been doing the ritual for years, Krinos says. But that will not have any effect on your ability to perform the ritual. So, I will just be really tired after performing the ritual, Harry guessed. That's right, Harry, Melody said. There are those that say that magic always comes at a price, but the loss of energy is quite a fair price for the gift that the ritual gives us. Please do not mention that phrase, Charlotte says as she walks by. I have had it with Rumpelstiltskin. That little imp annoys me so much. She walked away without another word. Harry looked at the Mystic Soul twins with a raised eyebrow. Don't even ask, they both said at the same time. Mr. Gardner, the voice of Professor Nightingale called from the entrance of the main gallery. We would like your help in here with the decorations. Coming, Professor, Krinos replied to her. Charlotte probably does have interesting stories, though, Harry says as they walk with Krinos. I cannot even imagine what it would be like to live your life with fairy tales being a part of it. We want to know about this Rumpelstiltskin person Charlotte just complained about, Fred says. Being purebloods, we do not really know anything about Muggle fairy tales, George added. Rumpelstiltskin is a fairy tale revolving around an imp-like man that has the power to spin straw into gold, Melody explained. The main thing about him is that he lives by the rule of how all magic comes at a price. But the reality is that it is his magic that comes at a price. His fairy tale is about how he helps a woman who was trapped in a tower by a corrupt king because her father lied about her having the ability to spin straw into gold. Krinos took over the explanation. The king tells her to spin straw into gold by morning, or he would have her killed. During the night, Rumpelstiltskin comes to her and agrees to spin the straw into gold in exchange for her necklace. When the king locks her in another room to get more gold, Rumpelstiltskin returns and spins it again in return for her ring. On the third night, the king locks her in another room and says he will marry her if she spins even more gold by the morning, but would kill her if she failed. She did not have anything left by that point, so when Rumpelstiltskin once again appears, he forces her into a deal where he would spin the gold again, but in exchange for her future firstborn child. Muggle fairy tales are pretty twisted, Fred commented. Though, so are the magical fairy tales we grew up with, George shrugged. The story continues with how when Rumpelstiltskin returns for her child, the woman pleads with him not to take it, Melody continues. So, he makes another deal with her. He gives her 3 days to find his name, and if she manages to discover his name, then she can keep her child. She struggled to find his name, but got lucky before her time was up. She managed to overhear him playfully singing a song that also included him saying his own name. So, she ended up being able to keep her child. Well, at least that is a better ending, Fred says. Still very weird, though, George said. And if these two say that something is weird, then that really says something, Harry laughed. Mundane fairy tales are strange, but they are certainly better than other things mundanes come up with, Krinos stated. Do not get me started on the number of strange urban legends that I have heard about. What are? The twins were cut off. He just said not to get him started, Melody tells them. The group got into the main gallery, and they definitely understood why Professor Nightingale had called for Krinos. Despite there being a dozen students as well as a few professors working on the room, it was not even halfway done because of the size of the gallery. Probably didn't help that none of those working were nature mages like Krinos. So, they had to weave the plant decorations by hand while also having to make sure they stay on the walls. I see why I was needed, Krinos said. We did not mean to take you away from your other decorating duties, Mr. Gardner, Professor Nightingale tells him. But we needed your help to finish the gallery. It is the most important place in the school that requires decorating given that we have the feast in here. I understand, Professor, and I do not mind helping, Krinos smiled at his teacher. Besides, between Lily and the other nature mages, I am sure the rest of the corridors will be decorated in no time. I am more than happy to help here. Go right back to being a Disney princess, Krinos. Harry could not help but joke. I am ashamed of nothing, Krinos chuckled. The nature mage then went to help his schoolmates that were working around the main gallery. Harry smiled as he saw them all not just welcome his help, but thank him for it, while also still trying to do some work themselves. Harry liked Crystal Rose more and more the longer he spent at the school. Unlike how he had been the one dealing with all of the problems at Hogwarts basically on his own, he enjoyed seeing the Crystal Rose students working together. He could not even imagine anyone at Crystal Rose going in alone if they had to deal with a basilisk, a possessed teacher, a horde of dementors, or a dragon. So, tell me more about All Hallows. Harry was cut off. How barbaric, came Hermione's annoying voice. And there goes our good moods, the twins say at the same time. Sure enough, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny all walked into the main gallery. And from the looks on their faces, they definitely did not agree with what they were seeing. The rest of them knew that they were probably going to have headaches by the time they either leave or they forced the annoying trio to leave. Harry was already having to stop himself from shocking them with his lightning. What do you three want? Melody crosses her arms. If you haven't noticed, we have an important Sabbath to prepare for. I already knew you all were monsters, but this proves it, Ron snarled at her. Practicing dark magic like this. Melody simply rolled her eyes. People like you will always be annoying little pests. You can't talk to him like that, Ginny shouted at her. If he can accuse me of using black magic while also calling me a monster, I can talk to him any way I want, Melody countered. You have some serious double standard issues, little girl. She does have a point, Ginny, Fred says. Ron insulted her first, so she has the right to fight back, George said. You have no room to scold her for what she said to Ron when you didn't scold Ron for insulting her, Fred added. Melody certainly also has a point given that you have been nothing but annoying every time you try and spread your prejudices against mystic souls, George said. How can you side with these fakes over your own siblings? Hermione yelled at the twins. Hermione, you really need to give it up on this fake thing, Harry tells her. You are literally the only person that does not believe in their powers. You do not have to accept their powers, but just give up trying to make everyone else believe it. Harry really had enough of her superiority complex. She was annoying when he thought she was his friend, but now that she was not his friend, she was probably the most annoying person he has ever met. He already knew that other than Ron and Ginny, no one else in Gryffindor, or in Hogwarts in general, liked her. And he could not blame them. At least someone from Britain has common sense. Melody put her elbow on Harry's shoulder, using him as an armrest. Oi! Fred and George playfully protested. You two would be insulted for being called common, and you know it, Harry tells the two of them. Point made. The twins shrugged, smirking. You are still practicing dark magic, Ron accused Melody. She rolled her eyes again. I have a feeling that you three are going to fail the light and dark class. It is literally the first lesson that dark does not mean bad and light does not mean good. The gray area of magic is very large. After all, Harry had to stop himself from bursting into laughter when he saw Hermione go really red at the thought of failing a class. He remembered from when they took their final exam for data back in their third year at Hogwarts. One of the things they had to face was a boggart again, and when Hermione took her turn, her boggart was McGonagall telling her that she failed everything. All Hallows' Eve and its ritual are not black magic, Harry said, showing he actually understood the difference between black and dark magic. From what I have heard, it is actually really wonderful. You and the rest of you, monsters, are corrupting Harry, Ginny screamed at Melody. You people are unbelievable, Melody sighed in annoyance. I have never met anyone so ignorant and so prejudiced in my entire life. We are not ignorant, Hermione protested. You cannot call us that because we know the truth about your dark magic. Shut up, yelled another voice. Looking up, Valia came floating down from where she had been hanging decorations nearby. And she was definitely not happy. For a butterfly girl, she definitely can be scary when she is angry, Harry whispered to Melody. Trust me, you have not even begun to see her scary side, Melody tells him. I have seriously had it with you prejudiced British people, Valia yelled at the annoying trio. You come here and instantly start spitting on our culture and our ways without even trying to understand them. You are so biased against who we are and what we do that it blinds you to the truth. One of the main reasons why I am glad I left England when I was a kid. You left because there is no place for monsters like you back home, Ron glared at her. Valia glared at him even more. I left because your country is one of the most backwards, awful, heartless, and corrupt places in all of the magical world. Not only is there that ridiculous and stupid blood purity nonsense, but you limit your own magic by putting them into light and dark categories. But what is the worst thing is that you all seem to believe that child abuse does not exist. You have no idea what you are talking about, Hermione yelled at her. Magical Britain is clearly better since we do not practice dark magic. All Hallows Eve and its ritual are not black magic, Melody stated. It helps us connect to magic, while also helping us talk to family members that have passed away. It's about magic and family, not black magic. I get to talk to my brother, Valia said, a sad look on her face mixed with her anger. That is part of the reason why I know that Magical Britain ignores child abuse. I had 3 older brothers, but our parents were the most controlling people anyone could ever meet. They did not want any of us to do anything on our own since they wanted to control everything we did. They used compulsions and loyalty potions on my brothers to make them do whatever they wanted them to. I was too young for those things to be used on me, but I know they planned to force me into a marriage contract in order to increase our family's status and money through marriage. But my oldest brother was very magically powerful. So, his body eventually was able to break down the potions and spells they used on him. So, they gave him more potions and used more spells on him. Eventually, he overdosed on the potions they gave him. His body couldn't handle it, and he died. Valia, Melody rubbed her friend gently on her back to comfort her. Harry felt his heart break for Valia. She was normally such a sweet and light-filled person. To see this sad and heartbroken side of her showed that there really are some people that hide their pain behind a smile. The ritual allows me to spend time with my brother, Valia continued. I get to know him, and he gets to know me. The only thing that I regret is that because I am a mystic soul that fled the country, I cannot go back to rescue my other 2 brothers. There is nothing wrong with anything here. It is your horrible country that is the problem. Valia then flew away, probably ready to attack the annoying trio if she stayed and heard any more of their delusions about mystic souls and their culture. I bet her brothers were Slytherins, and that is why her parents wanted to control them, Ron grumbled. They wanted to stop them from being like every other evil Slytherin. Are you kidding me? Harry snapped. Are you seriously kidding me right now? I cannot believe that you have the sheer gall to blame her and her brothers for their horrible parents. Hey, don't yell at him, Harry, Hermione ordered in her usual bossy tone. You people are unbelievable. Harry threw his hands up in an I give up way. Valia actually does have a point. Child abuse is ignored in Magical Britain. I know that my own certainly was. It is clear that no one actually cares about the welfare of children over there. It should not matter if someone is light or dark, what Hogwarts house they are in, or what blood status they are. All children deserve to have safe homes to live in. As Headmaster Dumbledore said, Harry, your family loves. Hermione was once again going to just spout Dumbledore's nonsense about the Dursleys. I give up, Harry stated. You 3 are hopeless. Valia, wait for me. He went to go after the butterfly witch, not wanting to be around the annoying trio any longer. Fred and George just gave the 3 annoyed headshakes before they also went after Harry. Melody did not even try to stick around. She went after her brother. The trio could only leave since it was clear no one was going to be listening to them anymore. Chapter 51. Reunion. Chapter 51. Reunion. When the time came for the All Hallows Eve feast, Harry was ready for the sacred holiday. Ever since he had first entered the magical world, he had wanted to learn everything he could about it. It was the world he was now a part of, as well as the world his parents had been a part of. But yet, he could never really learn anything fundamental about the magical world. Everything he did learn about it was not the actual historical facts about it. All he learned was the superficial stuff that probably had not been an actual part of the magical world, such as the blood purity nonsense that was such a big part of Magical Britain. And it was not like History of Magic was a lot of help given that Binns has been teaching about nothing other than goblin rebellions for years. Being at Crystal Rose just got better and better by the second. He never thought a magic school could teach so much. But, then again, his only example of a magic school's teachings was Hogwarts, which already set the bar very low. Being able to experience a magical holiday, a Sabbath, was just the cherry on top of the magical Sunday. All Hallows Eve had sounded amazing from everything he heard from Krinos, Melody, Chala, Hawk, and Hestia. He could hardly wait to get the whole experience of the Sabbath. When the feast was announced and all of the students were gathering in the main gallery, they all got to see just how decked out the hall had been made. All of the house banners were still over the house tables, but they were no longer the main decoration of the hall. The simplest way that Harry could say it was that the main gallery was beautiful. The entire hall was covered with an incredible display of autumn plants. Not just the common plants, such as red, orange, yellow, and brown leaves, but also autumn flowers like hydrangeas, goldenrod, autumn crocus, and Russian sage. Through the center of each table were lines of what Harry could only describe as small altars, made out of small pumpkins, apples, maple leaves, bunches of cranberries, and some small crystals. The entire middle of each table was covered by the altars. Hovering above the tables, floating in the air, were shining crystals that glowed with peaceful autumn colors. Orange, red, yellow, brown, and some green as well. It was all very different from how the Great Hall at Hogwarts looked during Halloween. There were no floating jack-o'-lanterns, no tables full of candy, and Harry hoped that there would also be no life-threatening situation. After all, Halloween has never been good luck for him. Every year, something bad happened. In his first, Quirrell let the troll into the castle. In his second, the Chamber of Secrets was opened and Mrs. Norris was petrified. In his third, Sirius slashed the fat lady's portrait to try and get into Gryffindor Tower. And he did not even want to think about his name coming out of the Goblet of Fire the previous Halloween. Everyone sat down at their own house tables this time. Since it was an important feast, they all had to sit at their house tables rather than sitting wherever they wanted like they usually did. Once everyone was seated, Headmistress Jaiwei stood up from her seat. All the students instantly were paying attention to her. She smiled at them all as she made her speech. All Hallows' Eve has always been the most special time of year to everyone in the magical world, she says. From witches and wizards to fairies and gnomes. Every magical person celebrates this sacred day to honor Lady Magic and the gifts that she has granted us. And every year we make sure to spend this sacred day giving thanks while also honoring our ancestors. It is also thanks to this sacred day that our hearts and souls are filled by reuniting with the loved ones that have passed on. For those of you that are new to our Sabbath, we welcome you all to experience the greatest gift that Lady Magic has ever given us. The gift of love and family. Harry had already liked Headmistress Jaiwei a lot more than Dumbledore, but her speech was making him like her even more. Dumbledore's speeches usually were either complete nonsense, vague warnings, or poorly disguised recruitment strategies where he was trying to get students to fight for him in the war
against Voldemort.
Jaiwei was warm, welcoming, and actually spoke in a way that showed she respects her students rather than seeing them as pawns like Dumbledore does. He also liked that how she talked about All Hallows' Eve. She was talking about it in a way that shows how they all feel about the Sabbath, while not making it seem that they were forcing the Hogwarts students to take part in it. They were more than welcome to, but no one was going to force them to take part in the ritual. Harry did have to suppress a chuckle as he could see the look of fury on both Dumbledore's and McGonagall's faces. Given Ron, Ginny, and Hermione's attitudes, it did not surprise him that those two were also against All Hallows' Eve. Plus, given things Fred and George have told him, Dumbledore has spent years putting forth multiple laws that made the old ways, such as All Hallows' Eve, illegal. It did not surprise Harry at all given that Dumbledore is literally the opposite of Voldemort, while still being so much like him as well. They were both extremists, but in their own ways. It was basically like they were traveling on two parallel lines right next to each other. Instead of being biased and prejudiced against Muggleborns, blood traders, Muggles, and Muggle supporters, he was biased and prejudiced against dark, magic, Slytherins, and anyone that celebrated the old ways. It was something Sirius agreed with him on. Dumbledore was a giant hypocrite. Once the feast is finished, you are all welcome to go to the altars you have set up in order to take part in the ritual, Jaiwei continued her speech. This is the day to honor magic and family. I am sure Lady Magic appreciates each and every single person that honors her on this night. Now, let the feast begin. Everyone began eating and talking to each other as they usually did during meals. The biggest difference was obviously the topic of conversation. Many of the more neutral students as well as the Muggleborns were asking about All Hallows' Eve and its connection to Halloween. They were all getting similar answers. Why would we celebrate a mundane holiday? We're magical, not mundane. Halloween is the biggest insult to the magical world. They turn us and our world into nothing but a joke. If I see one more green-skinned witch costume in my life, I'm gonna lose it. Everyone is welcome to have their own beliefs, but they should not try and insult another person's culture just to make their own look superior. The mundane and magical worlds should always be separate. They can keep Halloween for themselves because we certainly do not want it. I would rather become a demon than welcome Halloween into the magical world. All Hallows' Eve is a sacred Sabbath, while Halloween is the most insulting thing to ever happen to the magical world. It was definitely clear how the mystic souls felt about Halloween. Plus, from what Harry could see, a lot of the purebloods from Britain were actually agreeing with them. Those like Malfoy and Parkinson did not want to actually agree with the monsters, but that did not change that they also obviously hated Halloween as well. Some of the actual nice purebloods, such as Neville, Susan Bones, Cedric, Luna, and others like them, all genuinely looked curious and excited about All Hallows' Eve. I think that this will probably be the biggest All Hallows' Eve we have ever had at Crystal Rose, Chalice said. Really? Harry asked him, shocked. The Jungle Cat Mage nodded. While there are already a lot of students at Crystal Rose, there are obviously going to be a lot more of those taking part in the All Hallows' Eve ritual this year. Are you sure? Harry was curious and worried. There are a lot of Hogwarts students that are still under the delusion that Dumbledore can do no wrong. And since he is against the old ways, that means they are as well. That doesn't mean there would not still be plenty of students that are outside of his sphere of influence, White tells him. Especially those in Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, since from what you've told us, he practically ignores that they exist. Despite how this only started as a way for us to help you get away from Dumbledore, Harry, we are enjoying sharing our way of life with those that were previously too scared of us to find out anything real about mystic souls, Hawk says. I am happy that you guys all got something good out of this, Harry smiled at them. Especially since I did not really want all of you to be involved in this in the first place. Harry, you have nothing to worry about, Chala tells him. As you have seen from dueling class, we can take care of ourselves. Harry chuckled at what Chalice said. It was definitely the truth. After all, just looking at everything the mystic souls could do during dueling proved that they were a lot more powerful than anyone from Britain. He made no effort to hide how smug he was at the fact Dumbledore would never be as powerful as anyone in this school, a fact that he was sure was driving Dumbledore up the wall. He continued to eat with the rest of the students until the time came for the feast to end. When it did, Harry was practically buzzing in excitement. Since it was his first time taking part in the ritual, Krinos and Melody offered to help him. After Headmistress Jaiwei dismissed everyone, Harry was gladly welcomed by Krinos and Melody as they started walking to where they had set up their own altar. They had set theirs up in the greenhouse, for obvious reasons, not just because it was where Krinos' magic was at its strongest, but it was also actually where their parent had met back when they had been attending Crystal Rose. Their altar was a setup of candles on top of small stacks of books. Krinos had wrapped each stack with plants, while Melody had placed crystal animal figurines around each stack. The two of them made sure both their parents were represented since their mom was a nature mage like Krinos, while their father was an animal mage. As they both sat down, they looked at Harry and smiled. Did you bring the things that belong to your parents, Harry? Krinos asked him. Harry nodded as he then brought out his father's invisibility cloak, the Marauder's map, and the photo album Hagrid had given him. The two had told him that he would need things that belonged to his parents to make the connection stronger since this was his first time doing the ritual. Sirius had told him how his mother had actually helped him, his father, and Remus make the map. Her charms were always the best, so she had been very important while making the map. He placed the objects close to the altar. Melody then gave Harry a candle as well as a knife. At first, Harry was shocked until he saw that both Krinos and Melody had already poked their fingers. The ritual calls blood to blood, Harry, Melody explained. So, simply poke your finger and drop a few drops of blood into the flame. Harry nodded as he did what she said. Given everything the Dursleys had previously done to him, a poke to the finger was basically nothing to him. After he broke the skin of his index finger, he dropped a few drops of his blood into the candle's flame. What now? He asked the two. Just repeat after us, Harry, Krinos tells him. The two placed their hands on the candles they had dropped their blood onto. Harry followed their lead. He listened to what they said, so that he could repeat their ritual spell. We call on the dreams of creature and mortal to heal the wound that worlds divide. From now on, we each can create a portal, and each of us our own path decide. Hear these words, hear our cry. Spirits from the other side, come to me, we summon thee. On this, the night of All Hallows Eve, Harry gasped as he felt the magic take hold. His entire world went white, and he felt like he passed out for a second. Harry, Harrison Charles Potter Black, you will wake up right now, a woman's voice yelled. Seriously, Lily? A male voice said, obviously raising an eyebrow. It worked when I needed to wake you up in the morning, the female responded. Harry slowly opened his eyes. He groaned as he put his hand on his head while trying to adjust his eyes to the light. Once he was able to see and got his composure back, he had no idea where he was. Looking around, he seemed to be in some type of living room, but it was obviously in a very large house given the size of the room. The room was very grand, with the walls looking like the best blocks a castle could have, with the floors seeming like the finest wood in the world. There were also large floor-to-ceiling windows along two walls, which brought his attention up to the ceiling where a grand chandelier was hanging. There were also a few tapestries on the walls, with all of them showing pictures of either dragons, lions, or griffins. There was a giant fireplace on the wall with a crest above it. The crest looked like a cliché knight's shield made of gold, with a griffin standing in front of two crossed swords designed on it. From what he remembered Sirius telling him, that was the Potter family's crest. But then Harry's eyes widened when we saw the two people kneeling in front of him. His eyes instantly filled with tears as he saw his parents. His father was just as handsome as Sirius described him. He had the same messy black hair as Harry did, while also having similar shaped glasses. And just as Sirius had pointed out, he really did have a similar bone structure to his dad. And looking at his mom, her eyes stood out instantly, since they were the same bright green that his own were. Unless he was using his mystic soul powers, of course. And with her hair, it was the most deep and stunning shade of red he had ever seen. Much deeper than the bright orange hair of the Weasleys. Instantly, Harry basically jumped into their arms as he cried more than he ever did before. It actually worked. Harry would forever be grateful to Crystal Rose and Mystic Souls in general for giving him this. I was worried it wouldn't. It's okay, Harry. Lily gently rubbed his back. We're here. We really are here with you. And we will be here until All Hallows Eve is over at midnight, James tells him. At least that gives us a few hours, Harry said. He finally managed to pull himself together enough to pull himself off his parents. He wanted to look at their faces more. Sure, he had the photo album Hagrid gave him, but it wasn't the same thing. Now, he could have real memories of what his parents looked like. Look at you. Lily placed her hands on Harry's cheeks. You've grown into such a handsome young man. Well, as my son, of course, he would grow into someone handsome, James smirked. After all, he is my son. At least you did not inherit your father's modesty, Lily says. Or rather, his lack of modesty. Sirius has said that my personality was more like yours, while my looks were obviously Dad's, Harry chuckled. Tell Padfoot that we miss him, James said. We hope that next year, you two can do the ritual together so that we can spend time with both of you. I will, I promise. Harry knew his godfather/blood-adopted father would really appreciate the message. You and Sirius will make a great family, Harry, Lily says to him. As much as we wish we could have raised you and been a family, we know Sirius loves you as his own. After everything he has been doing to keep you safe from both Dumbledore and Voldemort, I knew we made the right choice to make him your godfather, James smiled. How do you know about what has been going on? Harry asked, curious. We've been keeping an eye on you, Pronkslet. James ran his hand through his son's hair. We may not be able to interact with the living world, but we can watch you. We have been ever since we died. You have. Harry's eyes widened. He was both touched that his parents were always watching him, as well as horrified that they have seen everything he has gone through. But both his parents gave him comforting smiles. We are so sorry for everything you have been through, Harry, Lily tells him. It seems that we had trusted the wrong people for a long time. You deserve so much better than what life gave you. We would do anything to give you your best chance at a better childhood, James says. What was done to you, to Sirius, to so many others? It wasn't fair to any of you. It wasn't your fault, Harry said. The only ones to blame are Pettigrew, Voldemort, and Dumbledore. There is one more person you need to know about, Harry, Lily looked like this was a painful fact for her to give. Who? Harry could barely believe another person was involved in the death of his parents. Snevelis, James sneered. Snape, Harry raised an eyebrow. I know the man is horrible in every sense of the word, not to mention an adult man-child that thinks bullying children is okay, but what could possibly make him worse? Lily and James shared a look with each other. But, given that they have seen of their son, they knew he hated being kept in the dark. He needed the truth and the whole truth. There was a prophecy given to Dumbledore about Voldemort, James explained. It spoke about a child born at the end of the 7th month to those that defied Voldemort 3 times. Only that child would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. A Death Eater heard half of it and gave it to Voldemort. That was why he came after us. Harry's eyes widened in realization. Once he learned when I was born, he believed that I was the child in the prophecy. His parents both nodded. It was why we went into hiding, James said. Both us and the Longbottoms. We wanted to originally hide at Potter Manor, which is actually the place we are in right now, only this is the limbo version created for us. But my parents had both recently died of dragonpox while living in the manor, so the place was still under quarantine until the disease fully vanished from the grounds. So, we had to hide elsewhere. But, as you know, Peter betrayed us, Lily says. What does this have to do with? But then it struck Harry. Snape was the Death Eater that heard the prophecy. He is the reason why Voldemort went after us. Lily and James nodded. If Harry could access his powers in Limbo, there would have been a serious storm brewing. Luckily for Crystal Rose, it was not happening in real life. I could forgive Snape for calling me a mudblood while we were at school, but I could never forgive him for what he did to our family, Lily says. And the fact he was allowed to get away with it, allowed to teach the very children of people he has either tortured or killed as a Death Eater, allowed to be such a sorry excuse for a human being. If I keep going, I am not going to stop. James kissed his wife on the side of her head to help calm her down. We know you have been through a lot, Pronkslet, and we do not want to add more to your plate, he tells their son. But we know that was something you needed to be told. You deserve to know. Thank you, Harry managed to say. Thank you for telling me. But there is one more thing you need to know, Harry, Lily says. Harry gulped, worried another bomb was going to be dropped on him. What? He asked them. James smiled as he placed his hand onto his son's cheek while looking into his eyes. We are so proud of you, he tells him. You have been through so much, and yet you are a better person than we could have ever hoped for. And we are not talking about your adventures, or all the dangerous stuff you have done, or even how you saved Hogwarts multiple times. What makes us proud of you is that you have such a big heart. Despite what you have been through, all those times you nearly died, all the betrayal, you have never let yourself be overwhelmed by any of it, Lily says. Yes, you have been rightfully angry and rightfully wanting revenge, but you never once actually let that anger take hold. You chose to instead allow yourself to open up to others, to take down that wall around your heart, to choose love over hate. Nothing could make us prouder of you. Harry was once again in their arms as he cried. Hearing that they were proud of him meant more to him than anything else he could possibly imagine. He knew that even if he had given in to the hate and allowed himself to become a more cold and violent person, they would not blame him. But at the same time, they were proud that he did not end up like that. After everything he found out about Dumbledore, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and Mrs. Weasley, he could have very easily gone down a path to seek violent revenge on them. But instead, he simply let them go and chose to find new friends, a new home, and a new makeshift family. He did not need to let them and their actions rule his life. He was going to make his own path by doing just as his mom said he did. Choose love over hate. The 3 of them were soon sitting on one of the couches in the room. For a place in Limbo that was created by a ritual, it was very comfy. Harry spent the entire time simply cuddling with his parents, talking about everything and nothing. Having this time with them was more than Harry would ever imagine. Eventually, the world around them began to fade away. Guess it's almost midnight, James said. No, Harry instantly said. Please no. Lily cupped her son's face in her hands again. She placed a kiss on his head. We will always be watching, Harry, she tells him. Never forget that we are still there for you. We always will be. James then also kissed him on his head. We love you, Pronkslet, he says. And we always will. Harry gave them both one last giant hug before the world fully faded, and he once again felt as if he passed out. When Harry opened his eyes again, he felt exhausted, both emotionally, physically, and magically. He could barely open his eyes. When he did, he could see Krenos and Melody blowing out the rest of the candles on their altar. Looking down, Harry saw the candle in his hands was almost completely gone. He guessed that it was part of the magic of the ritual. The candle almost acted like a timer. Once it burns out, it means time is up. Seeing that Harry was aware once more, Krenos and Melody both gave him soft smiles. They both looked like they had been crying as well. Harry moved forward and gave them both a big hug. "Thank you," Harry tells them. "You just gave me something I have wanted my entire life. Time with my parents." Chapter 52. The Attack. Chapter 52. The Attack. Harry felt like he had been walking on air for the entire day after he had woken up after All Hallows Eve. He had never been this happy before. Sure, he had been over the moon when Sirius told him about the blood adoption, but nothing could compare to actually getting to meet and spend time with his birth parents. It really made his next decision that much easier. Ever since he had met Krenos, he had been wanting to find a way to get away from magical Britain. And since he had also discovered his mystic soul magic, not to mention Sirius getting free, Crystal Rose is calling his name. He could easily transfer to the school without any issue at all. Of course, Dumbledore would probably try to prevent it, not wanting to lose his weapon, but Olivia would definitely make quick work of him. After all, he had seen the Time Mage's skills in the courtroom. Dumbledore did not stand a chance against her if he tried to force him to remain at Hogwarts. He was secretly hoping that Sirius would use his wild dog magic to show Dumbledore why he should not mess with his godson. His group of friends all chuckled and giggled as he basically floated into the main gallery and sat down at the Winter Wolf table. Neville also joined them, with Luna coming over as well. "Looks like someone enjoyed his first All Hallows Eve," Chala commented. "The first time is always the most memorable," Valia said. "Memorable is the understatement of the century," Harry said. "I don't think I could be happier if I tried." "You have that same look on your face as when Krenos and Melody did their first ritual after their parents died," Hawk says. Harry nodded. "I only knew what people have told me about my parents. But then again, they would usually only ever say the same things. That I look like my dad with my mum's eyes. That my dad was good at transfiguration and Quidditch while my mum was amazing at charms. They would hardly ever talk about them like actual people." "It was probably the luckiest that Harry has ever gotten when he met Remus and Sirius," Fred says, sitting down next to Harry. "They actually tell him real things about his parents rather than what everyone else says." George sat down on Harry's other side. All the girls in their group giggled at the adorable sight of Harry being between the twins. It was pretty much an open secret at this point how the three of them liked each other while also being too stubborn to actually tell each other how they felt. It was actually pretty adorable. Hawk and Abby were trying to start a betting pool of others guessing when the three of them would get together. "I am happy you got to have time with your parents, Harry," Valia smiled at him as she patted his hand in a gentle way. "Thanks, Valia," Harry smiled back at her. "I'm glad you get to see your brother as well." "What about you two?" Chala asked the twins. "We talked with our uncles, Gideon and Fabian," Fred said. "They died when we were only toddlers," George says. "We barely remember anything about them," Fred tells them. "Our brothers Charlie and Bill have told us we look like them because of our darker red hair and our fewer freckles," George added. "But we don't really have any real memories of them," Fred says. "So, it was really nice to get to talk to them," George said, "especially when they told us that they were proud of us for accepting mystic souls despite being from magical England." Fred grinned. "They really are a lot like us," George smiled. "This really makes me not understand why magical Britain is so against the old ways." Abby shakes her head. "Is there really something so bad about talking with your loved ones who have passed away?" "It's not really about that, Abby," Harry tells her. "The main thing that I learned since entering the magical world is that basically the entire country is filled with those who let prejudiced nature rule their every thought. The dark hate Muggleborns, Muggles, and blood traders. The light hates dark families, Slytherins, and anyone who uses the old ways. And then basically everyone hates magical creatures, mystic souls, and who knows what else. While there are a lot that are getting used to you guys, this will never be enough to truly end all the hate that goes on back in Britain. We were already aware of the hate against mystic souls, But is there really so much hate in one country? Chala asked them. To say that there is a lot of hate would be the understatement of the century, Buzz said. You already know why Valia and I left the country. There are still plenty of families just as bad or even worse than ours. Sirius's family is certainly bad, Harry says. He told me about how his mother used to use all types of curses on him in order to force him to be who she wanted him to be. And that included using the Cruciatus curse on him, even when he was a little kid. And that was just Sirius's mother, Fred said. The Black family have always been known for being evil and insane, George says. And while Sirius is pretty insane, he is definitely not evil, Fred chuckled a little. The rest of his family is, though, George sighed. Especially his cousin Bellatrix, who tortured Neville's parents until their brains broke, Fred said. He squeezed Neville's shoulder to comfort him because he brought that up. Neville smiled at him, showing that there were no hard feelings. And his other cousin, Narcissa, is not much better given that she is married to Lucius Malfoy and the mother to Draco Pratt Malfoy. George groaned a little. The so-called light side is not much better, though, Harry made sure to point out. After all, as Fred and George have told me, it is Dumbledore who has been at the forefront of making the old ways illegal. The light say that they fight against the ways of the dark, even though they are pretty much the same thing, only going in opposite directions. Harry is right, Neville said. For all of the light saying that they support equality, they sure have never done anything to change it. As the heir to the Longbottom family, my gran has been teaching me since I was young about Wisemont politics. So, I know that ever since Harry's grandparents died, no one has ever put forth a law to protect magical creatures, nor put forth a motion to strip away all those horrible laws that give purebloods all the power. Our old dada professor, Remus Lupin, is also a big example of how no one actually cares about magical creatures, Fred says. After years of terrible, psycho, and stupid dada teaches, Remus was the best one we have had in years, George said. But when Snape revealed that Remus was a werewolf out of spite, he was forced to quit because of how many people are prejudiced against werewolves. Fred sighed unhappily. They only change once a month, and yet people treat them as if are bloodthirsty monsters every single day. George almost growled. They become a monster once a month. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Sounds like girls when it is their time of the month. The guys at the table all laugh while all the girls throw some of their food at the Harpy boy. Though, his face clearly said, I regret nothing. Harry, Krinos suddenly came up to the table. Sirius is here. He probably wants to talk to you. Oh, okay. Harry got up from the table. I will see you guys later. He followed Krinos as they both walked out of the main gallery. Melody was standing by the door, and she joined the two of them. Olivia is with Sirius, so Krinos and I will be joining you, she tells him. How do you two even know they are here? Harry could not help but ask them. Magic, dear Harry, Krinos chuckled. I can sense anyone anywhere as long as they are close to nature. And, of course, Melody's hearing is second to none. I hope you two at least respect people's privacy, Harry chuckled at his joke. Of course we do, Melody giggled. I am able to control my hearing enough that I can focus on either specific people I want to hear or hearing no more than an average person. It did take her a while to learn how to control her hearing, though, Krinos chuckled. I couldn't keep a secret from her for years because of her hearing. She ruined a lot of good surprise parties that way. Melody playfully slapped her brother on his shoulder when he said that. Says the boy who used to accidentally floral swirl to the tops of trees when he was simply trying to go to his room, she countered. You two really are a very fun pair, Harry laughed at their antics. That's one thing that people call us, Krinos chuckled. We have certainly been called things a lot worse than that. Fred and George would understand that, Harry said. They are often called the Demon Twins. Probably the first ever demons we would not want to vanquish, Melody giggled. The three of them were soon close to the front entrance of the Crystal Rose. That was where they saw Sirius and Olivia. Harry was quick to wrap Sirius in a hug. Hey, pup! Sirius instantly greeted him. Hi, Sirius, Harry greeted him back. What are you doing here? 1. I wanted to see my pup, Sirius playfully ruffled Harry's hair. And 2. Olivia and I have been doing some more work on the Voldemort and Dumbledore front. Really, Harry was shocked by the news. He had never really known any adults to ever actually help out. After all, in all of his years at Hogwarts, he had never had any help from any adult. He was the one saving the school every year. not the adults. The only adult who has ever helped him was Remus back when he was their professor. He was sure that if Remus had not taught him the Patronus charm, both himself and Sirius would be dead since Harry would not have been able to save them from the Dementors. The Magic Council is very concerned about the lack of things done in your country, Olivia tells him. While we cannot directly interfere with how another country is run without potentially causing a war, we do not want a Dark Lord running around, especially given what had happened when Grindelwald was still around, Sirius added. He caused a lot of damage to both France and the United States. Sirius is correct, Olivia said. Voldemort might have stayed in Britain during the last war, but there is no telling if that will be the same case this time. Especially when I am now here, Harry sighed. And even when I don't plan to return to Britain, I doubt that Voldemort is going to leave me alone. He is too focused on killing me since he failed to do so before, which is why Sirius had the idea of going outside the box when it comes to dealing with him, Olivia says. Voldemort has used some of the blackest magics in the world in order to somehow remain alive, Sirius explained. Destroying him would only destroy his body. He would simply return to being a wraith to be resurrected later. So, we need to do more than simply kill him the normal way. We need to attack his soul. If he even has one, Harry muttered. Oh, he does, Krinos said. After all, a wraith is a person's soul that is stuck on the mortal plane. Only, the soul is corrupted with black magic, which is why it is a wraith rather than a ghost or spirit. Sirius nodded at Krinos' explanation. Voldemort does not know about mystic souls and how our spells are different from wizarding ones. So, if we find or create the right spell, we should be able to magically attack his soul, which could finally result in his defeat. Just like every other wand user, he underestimates mystic soul magic, Melody said. Voldemort and Dumbledore are both pretty alike, actually, Harry says. After all, both of them have such extreme superiority complexes. They both believe they are basically gods and that no one can match their power. Even now, after seeing what everyone here can do, Dumbledore is probably still in denial about how he will never match up against any of you. Some people will never know when they are beaten. Krinos shook his head. Sadly, that is very true in many cases, Olivia sighed. Take it from someone who has seen plenty of people with superiority complexes over the course of history.
Hitler, Krinos grovled.
Attila the Hun, Melody growled. So, what about Dumbledore? Harry got them back on topic. What can we do about him? He will actually be a lot harder to take down given that we cannot simply kill him like Voldemort, Sirius says. So, what can we do? Krinos asked the two adults. Well, we plan to. Olivia was cut off. Did it suddenly get really cold? Or is it just me? Melody shivered. The rest of them realized what Melody meant. They could feel the chill in the air, the same as her. But to Sirius and Harry, the feeling was all too familiar to them. And not in a good way. There's no way. Harry was shaking his head in fear. Not all the way here. I know they can send them out to nearby countries, but I didn't think they could come all the way to Greece. Sirius's eyes widened. Mind cluing us in, you two? Melody requested the two. Dementors, Harry and Sirius answered at the same time. Knowing what those things were, the three Gardener's eyes widened. That was when they heard someone on the ground gasp and yell out, "What in the name of the gods are those things?" The five of them looked outside and gasped in horror. Flying through the sky, toward the school, had to be over 100 Dementors. More than Harry had seen when he saved Sirius from being kissed at the end of his third year at Hogwarts. Sirius, get the headmistress, Olivia ordered the former fugitive. Everyone else, defend the school. Sirius nodded his head and instantly ran toward the main gallery. Harry yelled out as loudly as he could so that as many of the students nearby could hear him. Don't let those things get near you, he yelled out. They can suck out your soul. The students who heard Harry all nodded, going to warn their friends who had not heard the weather mage. The Dementors all flew right toward the entrance of the school, but they stopped when a few of them exploded. Olivia's eyes were filled with fire as she glared at the horrible creatures. Her hands were raised as she used her molecular combustion power. You won't get anywhere close to entering this school as long as I am here, she declared. Let's teach these things to never mess with Crystal Rose, Melody said. The three teenagers all ran out onto the grounds. We have to protect the younger students, Krinos says. As powerful as we all are, the younger students do not know enough about their powers to protect themselves. We're on it, Krinos, Harry said. I just hope nobody that is not supposed to know sees me using my magic. There will be too much chaos for them to know the difference between your magic and Hawk's magic, Melody tells him. Sure enough, a bunch of other teenager students all started coming out of the school. Olivia was still blowing up Dementors to keep them from entering the school. Magic started flying as they were all fighting against the Dementors. Time to show these things that coming here was a big mistake. Krynos clenched his fists. They all ran at the Dementors. Harmonic scream, Melody cast. She opened her mouth and let out her sonic scream. Waves of purple sound waves came out of her mouth. They blasted back a group of Dementors that were trying to surround a group of younger mystic souls. Get inside now, Valia tells them as she flies past. The kids all ran toward the school, listening to the butterfly girl. Nature's magical leaf, Krynos cast. Raising his arms, a bunch of leaves surrounded him. They spun around him, glowing green with nature magic. Krynos sent them at the Dementors, literally ripping them apart. There was nothing left but shreds of fabric when he was done. Harry, on the other hand, was not as confident as he got close to the Dementors to fight them. He could feel the depressing and fearful nature of their auras still affecting him. But it was not as much as they formerly had. If he had to guess, it was another perk of being a mystic soul. Just as how they are naturally protected from things like occlumency and legilimency, they are also protected from the effects of the Dementors. He would have to think about that later, though. He took in a deep breath. Opening his eyes, they were storm cloud gray. Dark clouds formed overhead. As the Dementors flew toward him, he struck. Power of the storm, lighting assault, Harry cast. Instantly, multiple bolts of lightning shot down from the clouds he had conjured. All of them struck the Dementors. The creatures soon all fizzled away, leaving behind nothing but dust. Nice one, Harry, Hawk called from close by. Harry smiled at him and sent him a thumbs up. He then ran toward more Dementors. They were swarming all around, trying to attack any and all mystic souls they saw. And much to Harry's shock, he saw the teachers all fighting back against the creatures. The staff at Crystal Rose, combined with Olivia, Sirius, Remus, and Kingsley, were all really restoring his faith in adults. You will not get near our students, shouted Professor Lectic. Web of lightning. A large display of electricity shot out of his hands, vaporizing a bunch of Dementors. He obviously had electricity magic. You all really need to chill out, yelled Professor Gold. Sapphire blizzard. She had been sliding around on a pathway of ice she was creating everywhere she was going. It was like her own personal sidewalk. She held out the hand that she was not using to make the path, and a blast of icy wind and snow came out. It froze several Dementors into blocks of ice that shattered when they hit the ground. I would like to see any of you things try this again, bellowed Professor Hero. Wielding a glowing sword, he was slicing through Dementors and instantly destroying them. From what Harry had been told about him, Professor Hero's magic was that he could summon enchanted weapons, such as bows that fire arrows of light, shields that can freeze any attack, swords that can slice through anything, and so on. What are these things even doing here? Valia wondered out loud as she sent a giant butterfly of light at a few more Dementors. Being the closest to her, Harry answered. I have a feeling that a certain toad is involved, he guessed. Snape, Valia raised an eyebrow. Harry almost laughed. People had been starting to call Snape a toad after Harry had accidentally turned him into one. But the situation was no time for laughing. No, I mean the pink toad. Harry made his guess more specific. Oh great, Valia groaned. As if there weren't enough things about her we already hated. Harry could only nod as they both went back to fighting. It was definitely going to be a difficult battle. Chapter 53. Never mess with Crystal Rose. Chapter 53. Never mess with Crystal Rose. Open, Gate of the Lion. Leo, Angela called, holding up one of her golden keys. With a loud ding-dong and a flash of light, she called another of her zodiac spirits. This time, it was a rather handsome older teenager. He was wearing a nice black suit with a white dress shirt under his suit jacket and tie along with matching black dress shoes. He also was wearing glasses. His hair was a lion's fur shade of tan that was styled in large spikes. Lion ears could be seen poking through his hair on top of his head. At your service, my lady, the spirit instantly flirted with her. Not now, Leo, Angela tells him. Take those things down. Right away, Angel, Leo winked at her, his hands both lighting up with golden light. Regulus impact. From his fist came a massive blast of light with the head of a lion roaring at the end of it. It headed right for a group of half a dozen Dementors. All of them were vaporized on the spot. It seemed that light magic was very effective against them. Jungle weapon, panther claws, Chala cast. On his hands appeared metal gloves, like the gauntlets that medieval knights wear, and attached to the gloves were Wolverine-like claws. Only, the gauntlets and the claws were a dark black and purple color. His eyes turned into emerald cat eyes, while his teeth fanged. He charged at a trio of Dementors that had dived a small group of younger Crystal Rose students. His claws glowed purple energy as he ripped the Dementors to shreds. "Thank you, Chala," one of the younger boys said to him. "No problem," he smiled at the group. "Get inside now." The group all ran toward the entrance, which was still being guarded by Olivia. The witch was definitely a very fierce protector, not to mention downright terrifying whenever she would use her molecular combustion power. Butterfly barrier, Valia cast. A larger group of Dementors was blocked from charging toward the entrance as a wall of light-created butterflies appeared in front of them. The butterfly mage floated down in front of them, and she wasn't alone. Pine missile, Buzz cast. From his hands came a barrage of sharp-ended energy blasts that resembled energy blasts made from giant bee stingers. Each one made contact with one of the Dementors, destroying them on impact. "What are these things doing here, all the way from Azkaban?" Valia wondered out loud. "Whatever reason they are here, it cannot be a good one," Buzz says. "Did they actually think we wouldn't be able to fight back against them?" Valia raised an eyebrow. "They're creatures from magical Britain, Valia," Buzz reminded her. "They probably have the same large egos as the rest of that backward community." As two of the few mystic souls that had been able to escape from Britain, they did know about things like Dementors and Azkaban. Just like Harry and Sirius, neither of them was happy to see the dark creatures attacking their school. They always found the Dementors to be one of the biggest examples of the cruelty of magical Britain. After all, no one deserved to have their soul removed. Not even the worst criminals. If they were so bad, then simply put them to death. There was no need to do something as horrid as removing their soul. Sapphire arrows, Abby cast. Ruby shower, Mason cast. The two enchanted gem mages stood back to back as they unleashed their spells. From Abby's hands came a volley of ice arrows that looked sharp enough to puncture steel. They ripped through the Dementors as if they were made of paper. Though, that was certainly a better fate than what happened to the Dementors that Mason hit. He had shot a fire blast into the air, and it exploded into a shower of flames. Every Dementor within the range of the fire rain burned to death. And if Dementors could scream, then they definitely were. "Who says that fire and ice don't mix?" Abby smirked. "That stereotype should have been thrown out the window a long time ago," Mason chuckled. "No one would ever guess that the ice and fire mages would be a couple. It had taken a while before they had gotten together, but that was mostly because the sapphire and ruby mages do not traditionally get along. But the two of them ended up sharing a kiss under some mistletoe during the previous year's Yule, and they have been together ever since." Inside the school, Headmistress Jaiwei was taking full control of the situation. Having already sent most of the teachers out to fight the Dementors, she and Sirius were helping calm the younger students who had been sent back into the school. She was also directing all the students with any form of healing magic to aid anyone who was injured. They had their own little shelter set up in the main gallery. Sirius had to hand it to the Mystic Soul Headmistress. She was a lot better at handling the situation than he would have thought. Unlike Dumbledore, who usually takes full control and doesn't listen to anyone other than himself, Jaiwei actually pays attention to what others are saying to her, both for those who need help as well as any advice given to her that could help the situation. "I have never been so disgusted in my entire life," Jaiwei growled as she saw all the fighting happening outside through the windows. "I know wand users hate us, but this is still a school full of children. Unfortunately, there will always be people in the world willing to go to such extremes," Sirius tells her. "If my mother was still alive, she would certainly be cheering for the Dementors." "Sounds like a lovely woman," Jaiwei sarcastically said. "Lovely is most certainly a word that no one would have ever used for her," Sirius said. "Not even my own father. Though, it's not like arranged marriages create real love most of the time." "Arranged marriages?" Jaiwei had a disgusted look on her face. "How barbaric." Sirius shrugged. "That's magical Britain for you. Always living in the Victorian era." Nothing can be done given how they choose to ignore the world around them just to save their egos. Considering that mirror phones and mirror pads were invented nearly 2 decades ago and magical Britain still ignores their existence, I am not shocked, Jaiwei says. If there is one thing that magical Britain does best, it's sticking their heads in the sand, Sirius said. They will forever deny anything and everything that does not fit into their narrow view of the world. Yeah, that sounds right, Jaiwei snickered. Headmistress, Hestia came over to the two adults. Do you want me in here to heal immediate injuries, or should I go to the infirmary with the other healers? You should stay here, Mississippi Apollo, Jaiwei tells her. If there are any serious injuries, it would be better for them not to wait. Okay, Headmistress, Hestia says. She went over to a younger student who came in with a limp. She probably twisted her ankle or something while running away from the Dementors. Your students are certainly better at handling situations like this than the ones at Hogwarts would be, Sirius tells the headmistress. We deal with demons nearly every single day, Jaiwei shrugged. When you deal with beings like them, everything else is pretty easy in comparison. Harry is going to run into a demon at some point, Sirius face-bombed. I know it. The life of a mystic soul is never boring, Jaiwei smirked. The life of a Potter never is either, Sirius said. Olivia and I are working on making sure Mr. Potter can stay at Crystal Rose, Sirius. Jaiwei put her hand on Sirius's shoulder. He will be safe here. I promise. Aside from demons, though, right? Sirius raised an eyebrow. Hey, demons make for excellent target practice, Jaiwei tells him. You're a very unique character, Sirius says. I hope you know that. I'm the headmistress of a school of powerful children that could easily take over the world if they wanted to, Jaiwei said. I am very aware of how unique I am. I know that I should be scared at the idea of a bunch of children taking over the world, Sirius chuckled. But, in all honesty, I would like to see what they would do with it. Especially Krenos. Mr. Gardner would have the entire planet covered in flowers and trees before lunch, Jaiwei giggled. You seem very fond of the Gardner family, Sirius noticed. Jaiwei nodded, smiling both sadly and fondly. I have been the headmistress of Crystal Rose for 20 years, while also having been a teacher here for another 20 years before that, Jaiwei says. Jax and Selena were two of my best students, not just with their powers, but with their personalities. Jax couldn't go a single day without showing a bully that their actions had consequences. Selena would volunteer in the infirmary in her free time to help the school healer brew healing potions. And they did those things because they wanted to, not because they thought they would gain anything from it. Mississippi and Mr. Gardner both take after their parents in so many ways. I feel the same way when I spend time with Harry, Sirius tells her. His parents would be very proud of the man he is becoming. Mr. Potter does seem like a really good person, Jaiwei smiled. Sirius nodded. Harry is one of the best people you could ever meet. He has the biggest heart and loves with a force. For someone who has been through as much as he has, it shocks me sometimes how willing he is to still help those around him. There is a reason why no one listens to British Magicals during any international meetings, Jaiwei says. Because everyone knows that they're all idiots. They would have kept going until they heard a very loud and very bad crack. Both adults, as well as everyone else in the room, looked at the windows. The Dementors, most likely knowing they couldn't get by Olivia at the front entrance, decided to get into the school by breaking through the windows. Well, that's not good, Sirius gulped. Everyone, away from the windows now, Jaiwei yelled out her order. All of the students in the room immediately bolted away from the windows. Seconds after they did, the Dementors managed to break the windows and started to fly in. Given how quickly their numbers were falling outside the school, there were only half a dozen Dementors that had gotten into the school. Sirius immediately got out his wand. Since the Hogwarts students and teachers were all still in the main gallery with them, he couldn't risk using his mystic soul powers. He might have been given sanctuary in Greece, but they still needed to work out making sure Harry could not be forced back to England. So, he couldn't risk Dumbledore doing anything more insane than usual in order to take Harry from him. Expecto, he started to cast. Jaiwei raised her arm in front of him, stopping him from casting the spell. I got this, Sirius, she said to him, knowing that she was the one with more experience with her powers, not to mention that she was the headmistress. Sirius stepped back to let her do her thing. Be my guest, he says. Jaiwei stepped forward, barely affected by the Dementor's ability to bring up her worst enemies. Her eyes glowed gold as she glared at the creatures. Soon, animals started coming in to aid her. From the broken windows came many types of birds, especially falcons, hawks, and eagles. Other animals came running through the doors, including the lion that had pushed in the big cauldron of sorting powder at the opening feast. All of them had similar golden auras around them, matching with the gold of Jaiwei's eyes. "The animal kingdom is always ready to defend," Jaiwei said. "This is my school, and these are my students. I will defend them until my dying breath. I don't care who or what you are. Nobody comes to my school with evil intentions and lives to tell the tale." Around her neck appeared a lion's head pendant. Sirius was quick to figure out that was the sign of her power usage. Whenever she would use an animal's abilities, that animal would be represented by the necklace that would appear around her neck. With one nod sent to her animals, all of them attacked. When she did, Sirius felt the need to cover Harry's eyes even though he wasn't there. It was the fatherly instincts inside of him that were telling him to protect any innocence that was left inside of his godson/son. Jaiwei was showing that even though her powers were not as flashy and big as other mystic soul abilities, she was not to be underestimated. Between her and her animals, there was very little left of the Dementors beyond the shreds of their cloak-like bodies. Though, the most terrifying part, to Sirius, was that after she and her animals were done, she had not even broken a sweat. The woman had to be either in her 50s or her 60s, and yet she did not even look the slightest bit tired after fighting. The most she did was fix her hair and hand out treats to her animals. I have no words," Sirius said to her. "My powers allow me to copy the abilities of any animals that I touch," Jaiwei tells him. "But it also gives me a connection to the specific animal that I had touched, which is why they usually stay around, just in case I ever need them again." Her lion stayed by her side, while all the other animals left back to wherever they had been before. "Well, your animals are certainly more loyal than most of the wizards that I know," Sirius chuckled. Soon after that, Olivia, Harry, Krinos, Melody, and everyone else that had been fighting outside came back in. They all walked into the main gallery and Olivia did not look happy at all. She looked more pissed off than most of them had ever seen her. Olivia's glare shot right at Umbridge. The Crystal Rose students were all wise enough to take steps back. Given Krinos and Melody scaring them whenever they would get angry, they were all well aware that a pissed-off Olivia was scarier than any demon in the underworld. "I want some popcorn," Melody whispered to her brother. Umbridge raised her wand, probably about to curse Olivia. But Olivia's powers were a lot faster. It was one of the biggest differences between mystic souls and wand users. They did not have to rely on words to cast spells. Their abilities could easily be done wordlessly. So, with a flick of her hand, she blew up Umbridge's wand. "Do you really think your little stick can hold a candle to what I can do?" Olivia raised an eyebrow. "I can travel across time and space in the blink of an eye. The timeline is my playground. You don't even come close to being the biggest threat I have faced." I know that Olivia loves to verbally slap people, but is she always this entertaining when she does? Harry asked the Mystic Soul twins. "Trust me, the show is only just getting started," Krinos smirked. "When it comes to our cousin, she is one of the most badass and confident people ever," Melody tells Harry. "So, that also means she never holds back when she verbally slaps someone, especially when they deserve it." Umbridge, while still mostly shocked by what just happened to her wand, still tried to make herself seem like she was above Olivia. You just destroyed a pureblood's wand." She attempted to glare at Olivia. "I will see you in Azkaban for that." Olivia yawned, showing how little she cared for anything Umbridge had to say. But then she glared back at the Toad Woman. The anger in her eyes had more fire than an entire volcano. "Let me make one thing perfectly clear, Little Miss Toad." Olivia was practically radiating with magical power. "I can vanquish you with a flick of my wrists. I can banish you all the way back to the Ice Age. I can drop you off in the middle of Salem during the infamous witch trials. You can't even begin to imagine the things I am capable of doing, let alone be able to do anything like them yourself." Looking around, Harry noticed that even with Olivia being as terrifying as she was, there were actually a lot of Hogwarts students who looked to be gaining respect for her. It made Harry remember why so many wizards flocked to either Dumbledore or Voldemort. It was because of how obviously powerful they were, meaning that they had people who respected them for their power. So, Olivia, being a badass in both magic and the political world as a member of the Magic Council, was easily able to gain their respect. "You cannot talk to me like that." Umbridge's temper was helping her overcome her fear. "I am the senior undersecretary for the Minister of Magic, and I demand—" "You demand nothing," Olivia shouted at her. "You have no power. Not against me, not against Crystal Rose, and especially not against the Magic Council." Krenos and Melody noticed that the gemstone on Olivia's bracelet was glowing. They both smirked since they knew what that meant. The gemstone was worn by all members of the Magic Council. It was used to summon the guards whenever they were needed by any member of the council. Since Olivia activated her gem, there would soon be guards arriving to arrest the pink toad. "You are nothing compared to me," Umbridge yelled at Olivia. "You're nothing but a freak. A monster. Such a disgusting creature like you and your species should not be allowed to live, let alone be near perfect pureblood such as myself. You have got to be the most stupid person that I have ever met." Olivia looked so done with the woman in front of her. "And I have met a man who literally believes that squirrels secretly run the world." Huh? Harry could not help but raise an eyebrow when he heard that. "Don't ask, you'll get a headache," Krenos tells him. "How dare you?" Umbridge would have tried to curse her if not for her destroyed wand. "I dare, because it's obvious to me, Headmistress Jaiway, the staff, the students, and blind gremlins, that you were the cause of what happened today," Olivia yelled back at her. "You would have thought that since your plan failed when Harry was your only target, you wouldn't have tried again. But you have shown to have a brain the size of an ant. And now because of you, every Dementor you called here has been destroyed."
Impossible, Umbridge instantly de nier.
"Another difference between wand users and mystic souls," Olivia smirked. "Now, I do believe it's time for you to get a big dose of karma." And as if summoned by her saying that, guards walked into the main gallery. There was a reason why they were the police force of magical Greece. Because they were just that good at their job. "I seriously love this country," Harry grinned. "Guards, arrest that toad," Olivia ordered them. For charges of child endangerment, attempted murder, racism, and being ugly. That last one was not a real crime. But Olivia never missed a chance to be sassy. The guards immediately arrested Umbridge. And they literally had to drag her out kicking and screaming. She obviously never heard of the term, going quietly. "Well, guess I have found my new Patronus memory," Sirius smirked. Chapter 54. Olivia Rocks the Court. Chapter Notes. See the end of the Chapter 4, Notes. Chapter 54. Olivia Rocks the Court. To say that Umbridge was doomed would be the understatement of the century. There was not a mystic soul in Greece that was not after her head. Even after she had been arrested, she had to be placed in a private cell away from other prisoners awaiting their trials. And that was because she did the one thing that no one could forgive. She attacked children. Despite how powerful mystic souls are, attacking children is the most horrible thing anyone could ever do. So, when the other prisoners learned why she had been arrested, they tried to attack her. That led to her being given a private cell. She needed to properly be given a trial before they threw her to the wolves by sending her to prison. After all, they no longer had to care what happened to her once they did. It wasn't like the Magic Council was cruel. They did make sure their prisons were not torture chambers for criminals. They ensured all prisoners got 3 meals daily, hot showers, and medical care when needed. But they did not care about how the prisoners treated each other, because they knew things like that were all done by the prisoners themselves. They had no control over that. So, if the inmates attack each other or go after a single person, that is on them and not the Magic Council. Plus, given that it was Umbridge, the Magic Council had even less sympathy for her. No one attacks the children of their country and gets away with it. "You guys certainly dressed up for this," Harry says as their group walks toward the courtroom. "While it is not mandatory, we should dress nicely during trials," Krenos tells him. "As the future heads of our families, we must make the best impressions we can," Melody added. "Even though none of us would be as stiff as some of our parents can be," Chala chuckled. Not all of Crystal Rose had come to the trial, but the ones with the most political power did come. They were all from the most powerful families in magical Greece, especially those like Krenos, Melody, Hestia, Daisy, Madison, and White, since they were all descendants of the Olympian mages. Other students that Harry knew who came were Chala, Hawk, Angela, Charlotte, Mason, Abby, Cryo, Waylon, Celeste, and Adam. There were a lot of other students, but Harry had not personally met them, yet only a few Hogwarts students came. And that was because Dumbledore ordered all of them to stay behind. But Fred, George, and Neville did not listen to him and came anyway. Other students that came were Luna, Cedric, Daphne Greengrass, and Blaise Zabini. There were also a few others from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, but Harry did not know their names. All of them were dressed as nicely as they could, wearing cloaks, suits, dresses, and jewelry to present them as being from the important families of Greece. Not to mention students from all over the world who were attending on behalf of their own countries. When Umbridge had the Dementors attack Crystal Rose, she made a bigger mistake than she would ever realize. Not only was Harry impressed by the students, but the Magic Council was also proving to be so much better than the British Ministry of Magic. When he had gone there for his trial, he was honestly underwhelmed by the ministry building. With how many wards, spells, runes, and enchantments they had access to, he did not understand why the entire ministry was underground. Plus, the entire place was made up of just office buildings with no sense of imagination. Harry also disliked the main fountain. It made it look like goblins and centaurs worshipped wizards, which neither of them would ever do. It was more like a symbol of how delusional the ministry was about how other magical beings see them. The Magic Council building, however, was one of the most incredible buildings that Harry had ever seen. The entire building was located on the side of a cliff. Literally, the entire place was built against the cliffside of a mountain, Mount Olympus to be specific. Not the mythological version, for obvious reasons, but the actual Mount Olympus. It was the perfect place for the leaders of the Greek magical community. Plus, the view from the many windows along the walls was breathtaking. Plus, even with the dozens of wards, enchantments, and spells used to hide the build, the whole place was actually built with stone, colored slabs similar to what was used to build medieval castles. It helped to camouflage the place in case any of the spells that hid the building failed. Everyone had arrived using another portal. But unlike the nature-made portal that took them to Crystal Rose, this was a magical doorway that Headmistress Jaiwei had access to in case she ever needed to get to the Magic Council for an emergency. Most of the teachers came with them, with some staying behind to watch the remaining students at the school. They all soon entered the courtroom, where the Magic Council was already set up. The courtroom was a giant room set up for trials like this. There was a long table for the council to sit at on one side of the room. Against the right wall was the area where those like the court scribes sat, but separated from the high-ranked officials and lawyer interns who sat there to gain courtroom and law knowledge. Where the trio sat was the area for witnesses and their family members. Between the council table and the benches for court trial observing people was the stand for where the accused would be for the trial. Olivia was only one of 12 members of the Magic Council. The other members were not nearly as young as her. She was 24, while the rest were no younger than 35. The trio was quick to explain the rest of the council to their headmaster to keep him up to date on anything he might see if emotions ran high and powers reacted. The council was evenly split between males and females. Next to Olivia was Lux Heavens, a 35-year-old woman. She was a guardian angel mystic soul, meaning that she had angel-like abilities with a slight hint of light manipulation. Next was Darling Marvel, a 38-year-old healing mage. She was in charge of the most well-known magical hospitals in magical Greece. Third was Selena Breeze, a 50-year-old mermaid mystic soul and mother of Waylon. Having the powers of a mermaid enabled her to act as an ambassador of sorts to the merpeople community. The fourth female is Cynthia Vale, a 43-year-old woman with weapon creation magic. Her family owns a weapons shop where most equipped mages go to buy new weapons or armor. The final female is 60-year-old Talia Summers. She was the first ever woman to be born with a mostly male-dominated power of King Arthur magic, which is a knight-centered power. The men started with 36-year-old Kamui Machine, a technopath. He had the power to control technology and used it to create technology magic hybrid devices. Next to him was Draconis Smoke, a businessman of 70 years of age. He owned a very successful glass workshop, using his power to bend glass, until he decided to retire and become a member of the council. Third was Austin Thanatos, a a 35-year-old ghost mage. He runs a business to help lost souls move on to the afterlife with his abilities over ghosts. The fourth man was Ritus Guardian, a 41-year-old mystic soul that could create any type of force field or shield. He is the head of the Greek version of the Aurors, known as guards. Then you have Aragon Archer, a mystic soul with hunter magic at 37 years of age. He is a teacher at the Delphi School. Last is the head of the council, Lion Mythica, a 48-year-old with the ability to channel the powers of mythical creatures, and is also the former headmaster of Delphi before he started to focus on politics. Wow, Harry gasped as they all took their seats. That's usually everyone's first reaction to this place, Krynos chuckled. The Magic Council is very impressive. The Ministry of Magic has nothing on this place, Fred says. Who knew a giant building on the side of a mountain could be this cool? George said. It simply makes sense for the leaders of our community to use Mount Olympus as their base of operations, Hawk says. Plus, it helps them stay even more hidden and away from mundanes, Melody added. The only way to get here is through magic. Safety from mundanes is one of the top priorities of the Magic Council, Hestia tells the Hogwarts group. No one wants a repeat of Salem. Hey, Melody. Neville tapped on her shoulder. Yes, Neville. Melody looked at the herbology expert. You told us about the council, but who are those other people? Neville pointed across the courtroom. They all looked at where he was pointing. On the other side of the courtroom was another large group of people. All of them had the same, I am an important person, aura that the Magic Council did. All of them were nicely dressed, but they also looked like they were not from Greece. Between their skin color, choice of clothes, and hairstyles, they looked to have come from many other parts of the world. I have no idea, Melody admitted. My best guess is that they are representatives from other countries. Why would they be here? Harry wondered. Crystal Rose has students from all over the world, White says. They would need to be here to make sure Umbridge faces charges from all their countries even when she will be serving her prison sentence here. Lion soon banged his gavel a few times, letting everyone know the trial was about to begin. Time for the show, Krynos smirked. Everyone quieted down, sitting quietly while waiting for the council. Bring in the prisoner, Lion ordered. 2 guards came in through a side door. They were dragging Umbridge in, who certainly looked like she had seen better days. Her clothes were dirty, her hair was messy, and she looked as if she had aged 10 years while waiting in her private cell for her trial. But even then, she was still not going quietly. Nearly everyone rolled their eyes at how she was ranting about how they couldn't do this to her, and that she was the senior undersecretary for the Minister of Magic, and a bunch of other egotistical rants that were not paying attention to. After she was forced into her seat, a silencing spell was cast on her, just to keep her quiet since she did not seem to have the ability to shut up on her own. Now that she is here, let her legal counsel in as well, Ritus ordered. They had only been waiting to let them in for very obvious reasons. Because once the doors were open and the guards let them in, more yelling started. Harry was both shocked and not shocked at all that Fudge was here. He was shocked because he didn't think Fudge would want to be around mystic souls, but not shocked at Fudge defending Umbridge. You will release my secretary at once, Fudge ordered. You monsters have no right to do this to her. We do not take orders from walking bowling balls, Selena said. Everyone had to stop themselves from laughing at what she said. If there was one thing most mystic souls had in common, it was that they were all sassy and sarcastic. Not as much as Krynos, Melody, and Olivia, but still really sassy and sarcastic. Lion banged his gavel a few more times. You will sit down for the trial, he ordered. We do not have the time to deal with your delusional hatred of mystic souls. I am the Minister of Magic, Fudge continued to yell. You do not speak to me like that. We are the Magic Council and you are in our country, Talia stated. You have no power here, and the only reason you are here is to defend this criminal. So, in other words, sit down and shut up until you have permission to speak, Olivia glared at him. Seeing that he was way outnumbered, Fudge sat down and stopped yelling. He still glared at the council but barely paid attention to him. Something that was even more insulting since people like Fudge thrive on attention. Dolores Umbridge, Lion started reading the charges. You have been accused of 2,840 counts of child endangerment, 2,001 counts of attempted murder, breaking the International Statute of Secrecy in 14 countries, threatening the lives of children from over 24 countries, and terrorism. Terrorism. Fudge was on his feet again. Once those Dementors crossed international borders, it was considered terrorism, Austin stated, especially since they were summoned to attack the citizens of multiple countries. You are just lucky that this did not set off a magical world war, Darling glared at Fudge. Those Dementors were such horrible creatures that many countries would take it as a declaration of war to have them in their country. This is ridiculous, Fudge yelled. All these charges are nonsense. And exactly what makes them nonsense? Olivia raised an eyebrow. You come in here, shouting for us to release the Toad Woman, claiming these charges are bogus, so many other things. But I ask you this. Do you have any proof? Excuse me, Fudge glared at her. He still remembered her from when Harry was put on trial, the only person who dared to defy him. Her being a mystic soul now made sense to him. This is why I was so easily able to beat you when you tried to illegally expel Harry from Hogwarts, Olivia says. Because I had what you did not. Proof. I had his memories, his vow, and other witnesses that proved his innocence. But, can you say the same? Do you have any proof of her innocence? Do you have anything other than demands and orders? Fudge was actually rendered speechless by Olivia. He was so used to being able to do anything he wanted whenever he wanted that an actual courtroom where proof and evidence were needed was completely foreign to him. This is more serious than you care to admit, Lion tells the minister. You not only broke Greek law, but international laws. That was when the other group of important people stood up. All of them were glaring at Umbridge and Fudge. These fine men and women were sent by the Aragon introduced them. The United Magicals. They are representatives from France, the Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, Switzerland, Italy, Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, Belgrade, Hungary, Albania, Macedonia, and Bulgaria. All the countries where those Dementors passed through to get to Greece. There are also representatives from many other countries whose citizens are currently attending Crystal Rose, Cynthia said. The United States, Japan, Russia, Egypt, Argentina, and Spain have all stated they would gladly take her if we did not send her to one of our prisons. So, even if you manage to get her out of Greece, there are many other countries that would be after her head, Olivia smirked. Not that anyone would want her literal head with how she looks. Everyone had to once again stop themselves from laughing at that. Olivia's insults were some of the funniest they had ever heard. You are not even allowing her to defend herself or allowing me to defend her. Fudge tried to find some ground for his case to stand on. How are you so sure she is guilty? Common sense, Olivia answered. Something you are obviously lacking. We also have actual evidence of her guilt, unlike how you do not have any to prove her innocence, Kimui said. The Dementors had been summoned here by a magical order, Redis explained their evidence, meaning that there was a magical signature we could trace from what was left of those disgusting creatures. And we found her signature. You do not even have her signature, Fudge shouted. We got it the moment she entered Crystal Rose, Lux said. Everyone that enters Crystal Rose has their magical signature recorded and filed. It makes locating criminals much easier. Of course, we also have to officially question her, Olivia smirked. And because of the nature of her crimes, a truth spell will be used. There is no such thing as a truth spell, Fudge yelled. Maybe to wand users like you. But that is another great thing about being a mystic soul, Lion stated. Council Member Gardner, go right ahead. With pleasure, Council Member Mythica, Olivia said. She looked at Umbridge as she cast the spell. For those who want the truth revealed, open hearts and secrets unsealed. From now until it's now again. After which this spell will end. Spheres of light appeared around Umbridge for a second before they vanished. It was the sign that the spell had worked. The silencing spell was then taken off her. They started asking questions before she could start ranting and screaming again. Did you summon those Dementors to Crystal Rose? Talia asked. Yes, Umbridge immediately answered. Fudge instantly turned as pale as a ghost. Did you intend for the students of Crystal Rose to have their souls sucked out? Redis asked. As many as possible, Umbridge answered. And if the Potter brat got kissed as well, that would have been a nice bonus. And what about the 840 Hogwarts that are currently visiting Crystal Rose? Lux asked. If any mudblood were kissed, the world is better off without them, Umbridge sneered as she answered. If any purebloods were kissed, then they would simply have been collateral damage. The more Umbridge answered their questions, the more everyone looked ready to kill her. The truth spell was different from the truth potion normally used by wand users. The truth potion basically turned people into truth-telling robots. They would remain stone-faced while answering any questions they were asked, but with the truth spell, they could still show their emotions. So, they could see that Umbridge held no remorse over anything she had done. In fact, she looked angry that no one had died. "Why did you summon them in the first place?" Lion asked. "Because you are abominations that need to be wiped out," Umbridge sneered again. "The Dementors should have gotten rid of as many of those monsters you call children as possible. They don't deserve to live and be near proper purebloods like myself. If they were not close to cursing her before, they sure were now." Even Hestia looked ready to kill the Toad Woman, which was a rare event itself given that as a healer, Hestia barely had a mean bone in her body. "I believe we have heard enough," Olivia stated. "I agree, Council Member Gardner," Lion said. "All those in favor of guilty?" "Aye," was said by every member of the council. "It's decided," Lion said. "Dolores Umbridge, you have been declared guilty as charged. For your crimes, we hereby sentence you to life in Tartaro's prison. May Hades have mercy on your soul once you enter his kingdom." He banged his gavel, and the two guards from before dragged Umbridge away. She was kicking and screaming again, but that was put to an end when one of the guards accidentally knocked her head against the doorframe of the side door they were going through and knocked her out. "Now," Olivia glared at Fudge. "You have any other delusional rants to go on, or should we just skip over that and send you to prison as well?" Fudge ran out of there faster than anyone thought he was capable of. Olivia smirked at how she scared the egotistical man away. "You enjoy scaring people a little too much," Lion tells her. "I scare most people." Olivia looked a little too proud of that fact. Chapter End Notes. Happy New Year. Chapter 55. Heart of the Storm. Chapter 55. Heart of the Storm. There were not many things that could make Harry optimistic. After everything he has been through, he was not the type of person to look on the bright side of things, nor have hope that things will work out in the end. But, for once, he could focus on things that were not the next attempt on his life. After Umbridge was sent to prison, it was like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. While she couldn't do much to him while at Crystal Rose, seeing as she had no power while in the school, it didn't stop him from worrying about her. Especially since after seeing her at his hearing, then seeing that she was the new Dada professor, and finally seeing how much of a blood purist she is, he was not surprised at all to know that she had sent the Dementors after him the past summer. He was a little worried about the potential of Umbridge getting broken out of jail by Fudge's minions, but his worries were put to rest when Krinos and Melody explained the Greek magical jails to him. In magical Greece, there were 4 main prisons. The first 2 were known as Styx and Acheron, named after 2 of the rivers in the underworld. Styx is the river of hatred that the gods are known to make oaths and vows over. Acheron is the river of misery where all hopelessness is found. They were the lower-level prisons, the Styx for women prisoners, and Acheron for male prisoners. They were meant to hold those arrested for small things like theft, breaking and entering, shoplifting, and accidental manslaughter. The next prison was Asphodel, named after the Asphodel Meadows of the underworld. In the underworld, it's the place where souls go when they have not committed any crimes bad enough for the fields of punishment, but also did not do anything great enough to go to the Elysian fields. But for the prison, it is where criminals guilty of medium crimes go, like assault, kidnapping, abduction, arson, or assisted suicide. The worst is Tartarus Prison, the place named after the worst part of the underworld, where the most evil of monsters and titans were kept, including Kronos. The prison relates to that since it is where the badest of the bad are kept. Almost all prisoners there are there for life sentences, really long sentences, or were to stay for a short time before they were executed. Their crimes ranged from murder, mass murder, rape, or even treason, use of black magic, and attempting to break the stature of secrecy. It had been used for thousands of years since it was established, and no one could break out. Krinos and Melody even admitted to him that was the prison where their older brothers were sent after the 2 murdered their parents. So, he had nothing to worry about regarding Umbridge ever leaving the prison. Fudge's minions would never stand a chance of ever even getting near the prison, let alone passing the guards, to her cell, and then getting out with her. It was more likely for a unicorn to give birth to a dragon than it was for a wand user to escape a mystic soul prison. Everything was, for once, looking up. Sirius, Olivia, and Remus were looking up ways to defeat Voldemort. Dumbledore was too busy dealing with Headmistress Jaiwei, who was delaying him as much as she could about potential Mystic Soul allies for the Order of the Phoenix, to annoy him. Krenos and Melody were so terrifying that they were keeping away Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Snape had not approached him since he had turned the adult bully into a toad. Harry was finally having a good year in the magical world. For once, his luck also seemed to have been increasing as well, such as how the trial took place on a Friday. So they all had the weekend to relax after Umbridge was sent to jail. And they all really needed that. Harry had chosen to sleep in since he had been incredibly tired after everything that happened at the trial. When he had woken up, he was one of the few still in Winter Wolf. Most of his other housemates were gone. He figured not all of them would have slept in as late as he had. So, he chose to go out and look for his friends after he got dressed and ready for the day. After he left Winter Wolf, he found many of his friends were nowhere in sight. He looked in the library, the greenhouse, and the main gallery. They were nowhere to be found. It was strange given the fact that they were usually in at least one of those places, especially given that Krenos practically lived in the greenhouse. As he continued to search, he saw a small group of students racing down a corridor. They all looked excited about something. Curious, Harry followed them. As he followed them, he could hear music starting to build. Following the group, they led him into an area of the school he had never been to before, and to a room he had not seen before. It was a stage. Not just a stage, but an entire concert hall inside the school. It looked big and grand enough to host Broadway plays. It was made of golden brown wood with carpet on the stairs, as well as the rest of the floor. Not only were there rows of normal padded seats on the floor, but there was also a second floor of even more seats, along with some balconies with a few more seats. The stage itself was made of the same wood but with 2 columns on either side of it. The curtains were of very expensive-looking red silk that went along with the golden ropes used to control them. Above the stage were magically powered lights that were used to light up the stage. Then, much to the shock of Harry, Krenos was on the stage with a bunch of their friends nearby. They were sitting either on the stage, on the edge of the stage, or in the front row of the seats. There were also a lot of other students that were sitting in the other seats. Melody, of course, was the one creating the music. After having been through some of his musical moments, Harry knew exactly what Krenos was going to do. Sure enough, the nature mage started singing, "Sunshine, sunshine, raining sunshine. When you think all hope is gone, there's a place somewhere beyond. Take a chance and realize it's right before your very eyes." Harry was not at all shocked by the choice of song. Krenos was anything but a glass half empty kind of guy, and it was quite easy to see why. He was always surrounded by so much life because of his powers, not to mention always being able to sense those closest to him through nature. So, he always knew how his loved ones were doing. Plus, what only made it all make more sense was that Krenos was a being of nature. So, a song all about sunshine fit him really well, both for his personality and his powers. Leave the dark clouds far behind and step outside. The weather's fine. It's raining sunshine all over mankind. It's raining sunshine. As he sang, his powers and the stage were affected by his emotions. The lights all turned brighter as they lit up the stage. And not just with regular light. It was an entire rainbow of colors, which helped to further illuminate all of the plants that were growing around the stage because of Krenos. Vines slithered up the columns as if they were incredibly long snakes. After they stopped, a rainbow of flowers bloomed on each one. More vines spread around the concert hall, while other plants also grew on the ground. It was as if Krenos' song was summoning a garden, and all the students looked to be enjoying themselves. As real as it can be, believe in what you see. It's not just in your mind, it's raining sunshine. Harry smiled as he walked down the steps toward the stage. Krenos was certainly having the time of his life. He found it both ironic and fun that despite their magic, Krenos was the one who loved to sing while Melody provided the music. The two of them balanced each other out perfectly. He knew they were twins, but they were completely different. Fred and George. While they had their differences, Fred and George liked to pretend they were the same person. Krenos and Melody, on the other hand, fully embraced being different. Sunshine, sunshine, raining sunshine, 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 raining sunshine. The others were either dancing or taping to the beat. They all looked to be having the time of their lives. Harry had to hand it to them. Despite the Dementors, the trial, and all the annoyance from the still prejudiced Hogwarts students, the Crystal Rose students were still as carefree as the day he met them. None of them were letting all the disasters get to them. Though given everything he had heard about in terms of them having to deal with demons all the time, it made sense to him how they so easily could handle other disasters. They dealt with disasters on an almost daily basis, so they have all adapted for them to still be able to live their lives without becoming paranoid about the next potential enemy. Something's in the atmosphere. Don't be scared of what you fear. Look around. The storm has passed, just hurricanes of happiness. Raise up your umbrellas high and stand beneath the clear blue sky. The stage then lit up with even brighter rainbows of colors. It was a magnificent sight to behold. Between the magical lights, Krenos's plants, and the music, it was better than the frog choir at Hogwarts could ever even dream of being. No disrespect to Flitwick, since he ran the choir, but it was quite obvious how Mystic Souls knew how to put on a great show. It's raining sunshine all over mankind. It's raining sunshine. As real as it can be, believe in what you see. It's not just in your mind, it's raining sunshine. Too many wonders to explain. Rays of sunlight, drops of rain coming down from up above, cloudy with a chance of love. Can't you feel it in the air? Sweet sensations everywhere. Whatever weather is in store, bring it on. 'Cause I want more. Harry had never seen such an overjoyed group of people. The way they danced, sang along with Krenos, and used their magic to create more of a beautiful display. There has never been a sight brighter than the one in front of him. Sunshine, sunshine, raining sunshine. It's raining sunshine. It's raining sunshine all over mankind. It's raining sunshine. As real as it can be, believe in what you see. It's not just in your mind, it's raining sunshine. The song ended and everyone cheered as Krenos playfully took a bow. But it was obvious he was only doing it playfully. He would only sing to make his friends happy, not for the praise. This was the fourth time that Harry had heard him sing, and he got more impressed by his talent every time he did. "Oh, hey Harry," Krenos smiled as he noticed the former wand user. "I hope you enjoyed my little show. If that's what you consider little, then I am not sure I want to see how bright of a show you would put on for a big show," Harry chuckled. "None of us ever do things halfway," Melody giggled. "What would the point be in doing anything less than that? It's not as fun." "Do you sing often, Krenos?" Harry asked the nature mage. "Every chance he gets," Hawk stated. "More like every time Melody plays music and forces me," Krenos scoffed. "Huh." Harry was confused. "Krenos tends to burst into song whenever Melody plays the right music," White said. "If he knows the words, he will sing." "It's more of a curse," Krenos grumbled. "You love performing and you know it," Melody giggled. "When I want to. Not because you play music," Krenos argued. The two of them instantly started to playfully argue with each other. It reminded Harry of whenever Fred and George would get into one of their "who is the more handsome brother" arguments, meaning that it was not a real argument, but just them being playful with each other. Harry was about to ask the others how often the two would act like that, but they were interrupted. Harry sighed as he knew the peace and his lack of annoyance wouldn't last. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. Most of the joyous talking and feelings stopped as the Crystal Rose students looked at Hermione, Ron, and Ginny entering the room. Krenos and Melody had also stopped their playful argument. All of those who knew Harry personally were all ready to defend him against the three. But only if Harry could not defend himself. They were hoping to see more of Harry's sassy side, since it was always a fun sight to see. "Yes," Harry looked at them, crossing his arms. "Can I help you?" Given that Harry was usually one of the most cheerful and friendly people they could meet, it was easy to see how he felt about others. Whenever he wasn't being friendly and cheerful, it meant he really did not like someone. And given how they trusted Harry's judgment since he knew the Hogwarts students better than them, Hermione was obviously already irritated by Harry's tone. "I have had it with your attitude, Harry James Potter," she was already yelling. "My ears hurt," White complained, holding his sensitive ears. Any type of animal magic and a girl who loves yelling is not a good combination. "What attitude?" Harry raised his eyebrow. "Is it wrong to ignore those that do nothing but cause problems for me? That only serve to get under Hermione's skin even more." "That attitude," Hermione glared at him. "You have been incredibly disrespectful toward us and Headmaster Dumbledore. As I said, what is wrong with ignoring those that only cause me problems?" Harry asked the same question. "You are the one always causing problems, Potter," Ron yelled at him. "If it wasn't for us, you would have died back in our first year." "I was the one always telling you too that we needed to get teachers," Harry argued. "Ron, you were the one that decided to get that idiot, Lockhart, when we were heading to the Chamber of Secrets. I wanted to get literally any other teacher. Both of you denied going to get any other teacher after McGonagall ignored us about the Sorcerer's Stone. For all you talk about me being the reason we got into danger, you ignore the truth. His life is so crazy that it would make a great book." Charlotte could not help but comment. "Charlotte, now is most definitely not the time." Chalice slaps her on the back of her head. "As if," Ron scoffed. "You always want all the glory for yourself. Just like last year." "Here we go again." Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. "You know, Ron, you are the biggest hypocrite on the face of the earth." "Hey!" Ron instantly protested. "Don't insult my brother," Ginny screamed at Harry. "As the saying goes, the truth is out there, and it hurts." Harry glared at the three of them. "In fact, all of you are hypocrites. How dare you?" "Harry James Potter." Hermione yelled at him again. "Does she think she's his mother or something?" Abby raised an eyebrow. "From what Harry has said, she's so focused on everyone doing whatever she wants that she fully believes she has the right to scold them like a parent," Valia said. "I feel sorry for any kids she does end up having in the future," Mason stated. "My family might be full of hotheads and psychos, but not even we would be such horrible parents." "You are hypocrites." Harry was not going to hold back. "You never see anything wrong with your actions while getting angry if you don't like does the same thing. You go after me for my fame, my money, the attention I get. But you three are the greediest, most fame-hungry people I have ever met." "Harry, you don't really think that," Ginny said. "These monsters are just corrupting you." "More proof that you are hypocrites," Harry nearly snarled. "You say that the light is all about being good and spreading equality. But, in the end, you're even more prejudiced and biased than Voldemort." "We are nothing like him," all three of them yelled at Harry. "Your views are the same as his, only said in reverse." Harry glared at them. "You spread hate against Slytherins, dark wizards, creatures, mystic souls, and anything that isn't on Dumbledore's approved list. Where are your dark marks? Hasn't Dumbledore started branding his loyal followers?" "Don't you dare call Dumbledore a Dark Lord," Hermione screamed. "He's the greatest wizard since Merlin. Maybe even better than him." "Wow, talk about an ego," Krinos rolled his eyes. "Saying they are better than Merlin. He is respected even among mystic souls." "He is a manipulative old man who shouldn't be allowed anywhere near children," Harry shouted. "He doesn't care about anyone or anything other than himself. He's done more for magical Britain than you could ever hope to." Ron looked ready to start throwing punches or curses. "Why should I care about magical Britain?" Harry's eyes burned with hatred. "No one in that country ever bothered to help me. Sirius and Remus were the first, and both of them have given up on Britain the same as me." "You can't give up on Britain," Hermione yelled at him some more. "It's your home." Thunder could be heard from outside. All the Crystal Rose students who were aware of Harry's powers knew that the black-haired boy was really getting pissed. The more angry he got, the less control he had over his magic. He had made plenty of progress when it came to controlling his abilities, but emotions supercharged their powers, which made them harder to control. "It stopped being my home the second I was abandoned at the Dursleys to 10 years of abuse," Harry stated. "The second Dumbledore allowed Sirius to be sent to jail without a trial. The second the so-called Light allowed Remus and everyone like him to be treated as a second-class citizen." More thunder could be heard. "Uh-oh." Melody could not help but gulp, but rather than getting worse, the thunder soon calmed down. Looking at Harry, they could see he was calming himself down. Unknown to them, it was because of the time Harry spent with his parents. Harry remembered what his parents had told him on All Hallows' Eve. They had both said that one thing they were proud of was how he never gave in to hatred. He moved on and let go of those who hurt him. He was not going to disrespect his parents by giving in to hatred now. He was angry and he did hate them, but he was not going to let it rule his life. "You can yell, scream, and shout all you want, but I no longer care," Harry tells the three annoyances. "None of you have any place in any heart or my life anymore." Harry walked away, not letting the annoyances get another word in. If one thing was made clear at that moment, it was that Harry had truly grown. He had the heart of a storm inside of him. And when it comes to any storm, it does not able to be controlled. Chapter 56. A serious confrontation. Chapter notes. Sorry for how long it took to post another chapter of this story. I have been working a lot on an original book that I am going to try and get published as an actual book. But I am still working on my fanfics, even if my updates will be a little slower than normal. Thank you for your patience. Chapter 56. A serious confrontation. Harry does seem to be adjusting very nicely, Sirius tells Jaiwei as he sits across from the headmistress. Even with him not knowing about his mystic soul powers for so long, he appears to be taking to them like a fish to water. Jaiwei smiles as she goes through Harry's class files. You would know something about that given your own powers, Sirius chuckled. When it comes to being mystic souls, a lot of us tend to make puns related to our powers, Jaiwei giggled. Though, I am sure that Mr. Gardner has gotten very sick of the whole flower-powered joke at this point. Krenos is a good kid, but I would have gotten sick of that joke too if I were him, Sirius chuckled. Though, I can fully admit that I take way too much joy in using my name as a pun. I don't think my parents ever planned on having a son who likes making serious jokes. It was bound to happen eventually, Jaiwei said. After all, no matter how a family has behaved for so long, there will always be the chance for a black sheep. Though, in my case, it's more of a white sheep, Sirius snickered. I can count on one hand how many good people are in the black family, and I am not afraid to cut off fingers. I am sorry for whatever you had to deal with while growing up with them. Jaiwei eyes him with sympathy. I can only imagine how difficult it was as both a mystic soul and someone with such a different personality than the typical black family member. As sad as it sounds, I grew used to how I was treated, Sirius sighed. For a long time, I actually believed it was normal. Normal to be cursed on a daily basis for being myself. Normal to be locked in my room for days on end, just so that I wouldn't have to be seen by my own parents. Normal to have to hold my baby brother as he cries and asks why our parents don't love us. I never could answer his question. Jaiwei gave Sirius a sad smile as she placed a hand on his. No one should have to deal with that, she tells him. At least you have a good heart. Most who have gone through all that would surrender themselves to the darkness. But you didn't. I could never be what my parents wanted me to be, Sirius says. If I let myself get taken over by the bitterness and hatred, I would become exactly what they wanted me to be. I know the dark families of magical Britain are very serious about how they raise their kids, Jaiwei said. Is it as bad as I have heard? Sirius shook his head. It's worse. Even those who are not physically abusive like my parents are still incredibly mentally and emotionally abusive. The ones who always place too much pressure on their kids to follow the path in life they set them up for rather than letting their kids be themselves. I lost count of the number of childhood friends I used to have who all ended up breaking under the weight their parents would put on them. By the time we got to Hogwarts, I could barely recognize the friends I once had. He still remembered seeing the light no longer in their eyes. No more fire of rebellion or self-preservation. Not even the shine of their independent soul behind their eyes. They simply couldn't handle the constant pressure from their parents. Ursula Flint, Perseus Parkinson, Felix Rosier, Bertie Higgs, Corbin Yaxley, Thaddeus Travers, and others. All of them eventually lost their strength and could no longer fight against their parents. If it were up to those like Dumbledore, they would have all either been killed or sent to Azkaban for life. No regard at all for everything they have gone through. And I took actual names from the series, but I have no idea if they are around Sirius's age. So, just go with it. No one ever thought to help them. Jaiwei's voice was filled with concern. She might have never had any kids of her own, having been too busy with her career to have any type of romantic relationship, but she has always been a caring person. One of the main reasons she had been chosen to become the headmistress of Crystal Rose was because of her kind and loving nature. She cared for her students as if they were her children. Several times she has gotten students out of abusive households because she refused to allow any student to live anything less than a happy life. So, her hearing about kids being left in abusive situations made her heart hurt. Sirius scoffed. No one wanted to even if they thought something was wrong. We all came from dark families. The ministry is always taking bribes from our parents to keep all their evil actions secret. And those like Dumbledore believe we are doomed to be evil from birth, so he would never even dream of helping us. Your country needs a serious wake-up call, Jaiwei nearly growled at the thought of how many kids had to have been lost because of such a broken system. Less of a wake-up call and more of a complete overhaul, Sirius says. Between Dumbledore, Voldemort, and the Ministry, it's no wonder why I want Harry out of there so badly. Jaiwei nodded. It won't be a problem at all. You are his guardian, even if the British Ministry doesn't believe that. So it's very simple to transfer Harry here as a full-time student, rather than just a visiting one. You have no idea how much this means to Harry and me, Sirius tells her. Magical Britain has failed Harry so many times. He doesn't deserve everything they put him through, treating him as a hero one minute and then as a future Dark Lord the next, constantly using his name and image for their own gain, forcing unbelievable expectations onto his teenage shoulders. And it's only made worse by how none of them see anything wrong with their actions. Jaiwei placed a calming hand onto his again. We'll protect him, she promised Sirius. From what I've seen, Harry has a constantly growing circle of friends he's made here. They won't let anything happen to him. And even if someone tries, they would have to get through Olivia and me before they'd even get to those kids. Jaiwei's lion, who was currently looking more like a kitten as it napped in the corner of the room, growled a little in agreement with her. Sirius was slowly getting used to seeing things like that, so he was barely affected by how Jaiwei's magic basically turned the king of the jungle into a house cat. Not to mention how there were also a couple of hawks and eagles on some bird stands on top of some bookshelves, as well as a bear that was in another corner of the room. It was very easy to get used to seeing so many animals around given the nature of Jaiwei's magic. It helped Sirius that his own mystic soul power was also animal-related. I can never thank you and Olivia enough for all you've done for us, Sirius tells her. Mystic souls protect our own. Jaiwei gives him a soft smile. We protect with the force of nature. That is the way of the mystic soul. Well, most of you anyway, Sirius said. Jaiwei shrugged. It can't be helped. After all, we're only human. So, naturally, we would still have our brand of bad seeds. But, as Krinos would probably say, a few bad seeds don't ruin the whole garden, Sirius said. Looks like Harry is not the only one taking advantage of his new friends, Jaiwei giggled. Krinos was the one I first met when I went looking for help, Sirius says. Without him, I don't think I would be anywhere close to giving Harry the life I know he deserves. He always has had the biggest heart of the remaining Gardner family, Jaiwei smiled. He is always willing to help others, especially when he gets to be extremely sassy. Makes me imagine how magical Britain wouldn't survive if he and the other Gardners were born there, Sirius chuckled. Between the three of them, there is no way the country would survive that amount of sass. The country would be doomed from Olivia alone, Jaiwei giggled. But their fun soon came to an end when there was a knock at Jaiwei's door. The headmistress waved her hand over a mirror she had on her desk. The mirror revealed itself as a magic mirror, showing who was on the other side of the door. Kind of like a magical version of a security camera. Much to the annoyance of both adults, Dumbledore was on the other side. Well, at least this time he doesn't have McGonagall or Snivellis with him, Sirius sighed. Since he knows you have been hanging around to be close to Harry, he's most likely looking for you, Jaiwei guessed. Let's get this over with, Sirius said. If you want, I could just send out some of my friends. Jaiwei smirked as the animals around the office all looked ready to do whatever she wanted. As much as I would love to see Dumb as a Door get mauled by a lion and bear, we still have to play nice before we can take him down, Sirius says. Aren't you likely to yell at him at some point while he is here? Jaiwei raised an eyebrow. By playing nice, I mean pretend we are on his side, Sirius corrected himself. But I can still yell at him over whatever nonsense he feels the need to talk to me about. Jaiwei nodded at that. She knew there was no way Sirius would not end up yelling at Dumbledore, especially since he was likely going to talk to him about Harry. So, she was going to sit back and enjoy the show, while probably also having to resist the urge to sick her animals onto the old headmaster. She sat back in her chair as Sirius went over to the door. He tried to keep himself from scowling as he opened it to let Dumbledore in. Hello again, Mr. Dumbledore. Jaiwei greets him. What brings you to my office? Sirius had to stop himself from smirking. Dumbledore always made sure others used his proper title, but yet he never did the same. He would always skip right over calling someone else by their title, such as calling someone Lord or Lady, and go right to calling them by their first name. No one ever called him out on it because of the classic, He is Dumbledore reason. But it was a serious breach of etiquette. Everyone in the proper circles knew you needed to be given permission to call a lord, lady, or heir by their first name. Not that Dumbledore ever cared, given his ego was too big to think of anyone's title other than his own. Or whenever he was trying to force others into calling Snape Professor. I came to talk to Sirius, my Dumbledore once again tried to ignore her title. I have told you time and time again, Dumbledore. Jaiwei cuts him off. It's Headmistress Jaiwei or Madam Jaiwei. I am not your girl. Sirius decided to interfere before Jaiwei could not stop herself from sending her lion at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, what do you want? Sirius asked him. We should talk somewhere more private, my boy, Dumbledore said. It's about Harry. If it's about Harry, then Jaiwei should be here as well, Sirius said. After all, he is currently her student, and I will always protect my students, Jaiwei says. After all, no matter how powerful they are still children, and all children deserve protection. That was also a subtle call-out to how Dumbledore has done the opposite of that. He has pretty much done nothing to protect the students of Hogwarts. In fact, he has done more to place the students in danger than he has done to protect them, especially considering he purposely brought the Sorcerer's Stone, the Triwizard Tournament, and many other threats to Hogwarts. Dumbledore tried to give Sirius all his focus, most likely to try and keep up his kind grandfather persona when he was clearly anything but that. He could not allow a clear, secret hatred of mystic souls to break that persona. What concerns could you have about Harry? Sirius tried not to sound annoyed. From what I've been seeing, he is doing really well. Isn't that right, Headmistress? Jaiwei nodded. He is. His grades are some of the highest out of all the Hogwarts students, and every student I have seen him talk to looks to have enjoyed speaking with him. He is certainly a joy to be around. Yep, that's Harry, Sirius chuckled. He was purposely making sure to include Jaiwei in the conversation. He was not going to let Dumbledore lead the conversation, mostly because he was used to doing that. So Sirius was once again taking another bit of his power away from him. He never did like it whenever Dumbledore led a conversation, mostly because whenever he did, he'd hardly ever let anyone talk. And even if he did, he would usually continue on as if they had not talked at all, especially if they had given a different opinion or plan than his own. He is not spending time with his friends. Dumbledore did, indeed, ignore what they said in favor of what he had to say. It is not like Harry to abandon his friends. Harry's been spending loads of time with his friends, Sirius replied to the old man. He sits next to them in class, works with them on homework, and is always with them during meals. And even when they are in separate years, I have seen him spending time with others, Jaiwei adds. He seems especially fond of those red-headed twins. Harry has always enjoyed being around Fred and George, Sirius tells her. He said they helped him with his trunk on his first train ride to Hogwarts. They've always been adorably protective of him. I mean his real friends. Dumbledore was obviously trying to hide his anger at being mostly ignored. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Harry has not been spending time with them. They're his best friends. He should not abandon them after all they've been through together. If they were his real friends, they wouldn't have abandoned him first. Sirius crossed his arms. They did not abandon him, Dumbledore argued. Harry had been forced to take part in a deadly tournament, was nearly killed by the bastard who told Voldemort where his parents were hiding, was used in a dark ritual to bring back their murderer, and was then sent back to people who hate him rather than being with those who actually care about him. Sirius glared at Dumbledore, and none of them bothered to send him an actual letter. All they sent was nonsense with the constant reminder of how they can't say much. So, yes, they abandoned him first. It was too dangerous for them to send letters that told him anything. Dumbledore did not like his orders being questioned like this. They didn't have to send anything about the order or anything like that, Sirius countered. They could have talked about literally anything else. They could have asked how he was doing, comforted him over the trauma he went through, offered advice on how to deal with the trauma, or done literally anything, except remind him over and over again about how they were not allowed to say much. Doesn't sound like they are very good friends, Jaiwei commented. They were doing the right thing, Dumbledore said with his usual, I am superior to you tone. They did nothing wrong and Harry needs to get over his childish tantrum. Sirius was close to exploding at Dumbledore for saying that about Harry. It was always the one thing he hated the most about the headmaster. His refusal to admit it whenever he did anything wrong or made a wrong decision. Harry is not throwing any kind of tantrum, Sirius said through clenched teeth. He simply realized that he deserves better than such toxic people in his life. Where is all of this sudden hostility coming from, my boy? Dumbledore tried to sound worried. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny are good kids. They don't deserve to be treated like this by you and Harry. This is not sudden at all, Sirius stated. This is me being a loving and responsible godfather. Harry has been saying ever since he got here that the friends he's found here have been better friends to him in the last few months than almost everyone at Hogwarts has ever been. Harry is finally happy, and I am doing everything in my power to keep him that way. You are causing a divide in a time when we need to be working together. Dumbledore's fists were clenched. It's not my fault those three abandoned Harry, Sirius said. That's your fault given that you once again involved yourself in a student's life when you had no right. Dumbledore lost the twinkle in his eyes, as he looked like he wanted to take out his wand and blast Sirius. Or, at the very least, cast spells on him that would make him do as he said. But, with Jaiwei right there, he didn't even try. Especially since he still didn't know what spells would work on a mystic soul. I have always done everything in Harry's best interests. Dumbledore tried to stay calm. No, you haven't, Sirius said. You've interfered in his life in so many ways you had no right to. Putting him with the Dursleys, giving him that ridiculous boy who lived title, keeping Remus away from him for most of his life. I could keep going, but we would be here all day. Everything I've done has been to guide and protect Harry, Dumbledore argued. The Dursleys are the safest place for him to be until he comes of age and his mother's protection fades away. He was never safe there, Sirius glared at the meddling old coot. They abused him from the second he was placed with them. And it only got worse ever since Harry learned he was a wizard. There is no abuse, Dumbledore continued to argue. They're Harry's family. They love him. Jaiwei coughed into her hand. Sirius had to stop his chuckle since he heard the idiot that Jaiwei had hidden in her cough. I shouldn't be surprised you think that, Sirius shook his head. You've always turned a blind eye to abused kids. I have not, Dumbledore declared, letting some anger slip through. You certainly turned a blind eye to mine. Sirius glared at him some more. But, then again, you always have defended the wrong people. You are always defending Snevelis, so I'm not surprised that you defend other child abusers. Severus does not abuse anyone. Dumbledore was slowly losing control of his temper. The 3/4 of the school that he bullies and torments, while also allowing his Slytherins to do whatever they wanted. Those same 3/4 would say otherwise, Sirius said. That man refuses to grow up, allowing his grudge against James to turn him into the thing he said he hated the most. A bully. Severus is not a bully, Dumbledore continued defending Snape. You do not have room to talk about that anyway, my boy. After all, I seem to remember you being quite the delinquent back in your day. I admit that some of our pranks went a little too far, but we never actually tortured someone, Sirius said. We changed robe colors, covered them in glitter, dropped slime on them, temporarily removed hair, things like that. Unlike Snevelis, who actively used more and more dangerous spells on us for his revenge. Not to mention all the things he did with his other future Death Eater friends. You call sending someone to get eaten by a werewolf a prank? Dumbledore thought he had Sirius with that, only for Sirius to instead throw his head back and laugh. Are you seriously still telling that lie? He was not surprised. I did not send Snevelis anywhere. We both know what actually happened. I was talking with Marlene McKinnon about herbology since that was her favorite subject, and I was trying to help Regulus get in her good books since he had a crush on her. So, I would tell her herbology facts and say that Regulus was the one who taught them to me. And I mentioned the knot on the Whomping Willow's trunk that causes it to freeze. Snevelis was the one who was eavesdropping because he was always spying on us to try and get us in trouble. He chose to follow us during the next full moon. He chose to butt into our business simply because he wanted us to get in trouble. He chose to hold a grudge when James saved his life rather than be grateful. I wish I had some popcorn, Jaiwei muttered to herself. Snevelis was the one who made up the lie about me, purposely sending him to the Willow, Sirius continued. Don't act like he was innocent. So we changed his robes, his hair, and messed up his homework. That doesn't give him the excuse to poison me, curse James in the back, and try to get Remus killed. We played pranks, but he was a psychopath. Dumbledore had no words. No way to argue with anything Sirius said since it was all true. That was when Jiwei stood up from her seat. Her lion, who had woken up, stood by her side. "I believe you've overstated your welcome, Dumbledore," she tells him. "Now, get the Hades out of my office." A roar from her lion caused Dumbledore to get out of there faster than either of them thought his old legs could carry him. Sirius sighed in relief that he was gone, and he no longer needed to fight the urge to punch someone in the face. "Well, I guess you can say that was a very serious confrontation." Sirius couldn't help but make a joke. Jiwei playfully groaned. "Well, at least you are a master at puns. We'll make you a proper mystic soul in no time." Sirius. Chapter 57. A Demonic House Call. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter 57. A Demonic House Call. Harry had been in the Crystal Rose Library with Fred, George, and Neville when an alarm suddenly sounded all across the school. They all had to cover their ears because of how loud it was. "What in the name of Merlin is that?" Neville could barely be heard over the alarm. Looking around, the small group was shocked to see that even with the alarm definitely not meaning anything good, the students did not look panicked at all. In fact, they all got looks of determination on their faces as they closed their books and headed out of the library. "While I doubt it's anything good, no one seems to be scared or panicking," Harry says. "Those are the same people who could take over the world if they wanted to," Fred said. "I doubt there are many things that could actually scare them," George added. Harry had to give them some points there. He had seen the powers of a lot of different students at the school. Even the ones who would be seen as weaker were still crazy powerful. There were students like Krenos, Melody, Hawk, Abby, and Mason, who would all be considered literal forces of nature. But then there were students like Charlotte, Angela, Hestia, and Chala, who did not have powers as strong as the elemental students but could still handle themselves very well. The four of them quickly made their way out of the library. Just like the students who had also been in the library, every other Crystal Rose student looked to be on some type of mission. They all had the same determined and fierce look on their faces. All the Hogwarts students they could see seemed just as confused as the group of four. "What is going on?" Harry wondered out loud. "We've got a demon break-in," a female voice suddenly near them, making the group slightly jump. Turning to face the voice, they saw it was Melody. Chala, Buzz, and Valia were all with her. "Demons." Neville suddenly turned very pale. Demons had been one of the topics completely new to those who came from Hogwarts. Learning about them in some of their new classes gave them all a big shock. They had never heard of demons before beyond what the religious Muggleborns had read in the Bible. But they quickly learned that actual magical demons were a lot different than what was written in that book. "We thought the school had powerful wards around it." Fred was worried and confused. "How did demons manage to get into the school?" George was confused and worried. "There is no such thing as a perfect spell," Melody says as she waves for the four to follow them. "Protection spells and wards are the most difficult kind to cast. Plus, when dealing with a school filled with a massive amount of magical teenagers, there is bound to be accidents that happen," Chala said. "You're saying that a student brought the demons to the school?" Harry did not want to have to deal with having to save another school. "It's only one possibility," Valia said. "Sometimes, a student could forget not to read certain spells out loud, which accidentally summons a demon. Or, a magical accident could occur that rips open a hole in the school barriers. Or, a demon is powerful enough to break through on its own. Or, and this is something that has happened before, a demon possesses a student and forces them to open a gateway to the school." "I am so done with possession," Harry groaned. After having to face a literal two-faced Professor Quirrell, Harry did not want to deal with possession ever again. He didn't think his stomach would be able to handle it. "Trust us, so are we," Buzz stated. "Do you have any idea what type of demon managed to get in?" Fred asked the Mystic Souls. "Because we would rather know if we should avoid them or try and fight," George added. Given that this would be their first demon encounter, they did not have a single clue if their wand user magic would have any effect on them. Plus, Harry's control over his powers was still not the best. He was getting better at using them, but he was still unable to fully control them. So, they didn't want to try and rely on them. "I think you will find this to be enlightening," Buzz tells them. The four boys looked at the bee mage with confusion until they made it to a more open area of the school rather than just one of the corridors. Their eyes widened as they saw the type of demons that somehow managed to get into the school. But it was more out of confusion than out of shock. The demons looked as if they had jumped right off the screen of the movie Aladdin. They were all men, from what they could see, in long tan robes with some hints of dark red. On their heads were hat scarf things that were also dark red. Their faces were mostly hidden, with their eyes being what could be seen the most. They were all also holding the classic curved sword from Indian culture, often called a Sikh. I feel like I am in a deadly version of Aladdin, Harry said. Krenos says the same thing whenever he has encountered demons like them. Melody had to fight the urge to giggle because of the serious situation. What are they? Neville asked. They're called the demonic 40 thieves, Valia tells them. And whenever I use demons, they are based on the ones from the original version of the magical show, Charmed. I do not own them. As in the 40 thieves from Ali Baba, Harry raised an eyebrow. Who? Fred, George, and Neville all looked confused. We are going to have to remember to have Charlotte give you guys some lessons on fairy tales later, Chalice said, making a mental note. The short version is that a man named Ali Baba discovered a group of 40 thieves, and they unknowingly revealed to him that they were aware of a magical cave filled with treasures. Valia gave a quick lesson on the fairy tale. Using the magic words he had overheard, Ali Baba got some gold coins. But his greedy brother found out about the coins and forced Ali to tell him about the cave. But the brother forgot the password to get out, so he was stuck in the cave until the thieves eventually came back to the cave and killed him. But when Ali went back and took his brother's body so that he could be properly buried, the thieves realized someone else knew about the cave. They tried several times to kill Ali after they managed to locate him, only for a servant girl to ruin their plans every time, including killing every thief other than their leader. After she managed to kill him, Ali thanked her by letting her marry his son. That's a fairy tale. Neville did not like the sound of that story. Considering some of the original grim versions of fairy tales, that is one of the least gruesome tales there are, Harry tells them. We read the tales of Beetle the Bard growing up, Fred said. The tales in that book were worse than that story, George says. Anyway, these demons are most likely what originally inspired that fairy tale, Chalice says. While they are not the most powerful, they make up for that with their numbers. Unlike other demons, they don't travel by themselves or in small groups, Melody says. When you come across one of them, there are bound to be at least another dozen close by. Some of the demons who were not already fighting a student or a member of the staff then finally noticed the group. 3 of them charged toward them, which turned out to be a mistake on their part. Harmonic scream, Melody cast. She opened her mouth and unleashed her sonic scream. It sent all 3 of the demons flying back. Butterfly assault, Valia cast. She fired out butterflies made out of light from her hands. They blasted through the air as if they were shooting stars, including leaving a trail of light and sparkles behind them. The moment they hit the demons, all 3 of them exploded with screams and bursts of fire. Did you just kill them? Neville had a look of horror on his face. We vanquished them, Melody tells him. They may look human, Neville, but they are nothing but beings of pure evil. Vanquishing them is no different from when we destroyed those Dementors. They don't have souls, Neville, Harry reminded his friend. They see nothing wrong with attacking a school of children. There is not a single bit of humanity in them. They deserve to be vanquished. Neville had to give in to the logic of what Melody and Harry were saying to him. He remembered hearing how evil demons were in some of the classes at Crystal Rose. He got sick to his stomach whenever he would think about them, especially ones he learned tended to explode in explosions of slime when they would be vanquished. Plus, he also agreed with Harry when he said they deserved to be vanquished. While he was not the most violent person in the world, he certainly did know there were those who did deserve to die. Bellatrix Lestrange and the Lestrange twins were perfect examples of those who deserved to die. That was 3 down, so only 37 more to go, Buzz says. 36. Actually, Harry pointed to where he saw Professor Gold vanquish another demon with an ice sword through its chest. They don't seem all that powerful, Fred noticed. You guys did say their strength was mainly numbers, George added. The 4 mystic souls nodded at what the twins said. The demonic 40 thieves are basically demonic guards for hire, Melody explained, mainly used by upper-level demons to do their dirty work for them. Most demons that use the 40 thieves tend to be after some kind of magical treasure. No wonder that fairy tale was inspired by these guys, Harry said. If they are mostly used by demons going after treasure, Then why are they here? Fred asked. Not to mention, how could they have gotten into the school? George was also concerned about that. The upper-level demon that hired them is likely using them as a distraction, Buzz guessed. Crystal Rose had a vault under the school that is home to hundreds of powerful magical artifacts. Why is something like that under a school? Harry was shocked. Given how he already had to deal with the Sorcerer's Stone during his first year at Hogwarts, he did not want a repeat of that year. He thought Headmistress Jaiwei would have more common sense than Dumbledore. It's been there since the school was founded, Melody explained. When the Olympian mages founded Crystal Rose, the Magic Council of that time knew it was the safest place in all of magical Greece. Between the barriers around the school, the powerful teachers who swear to protect the school and its students, not to mention the super strong students as well, it's nearly impossible for demons to get anywhere near the vault. We get attempts maybe once every few years when a demon gets cocky, but they never get very far, Valia says. Well, that's certainly a better explanation than I thought it was gonna be, Harry said. It was better than why Dumbledore brought the Sorcerer's Stone to Hogwarts. It was tradition for the vault to be there while it had also been there from the start. It wasn't simply placed there by a manipulative headmaster. Plus, he also had to give the point to them that they were correct that between the school barriers, the teachers, and the students, the vault is incredibly protected. Wait, Neville suddenly realized something. If these demons are minions for hire, that means there is a more powerful demon here. The Mystic Souls nodded. We know, Melody tells them. It's why not everyone is fighting the demons. One half is keeping the 40 Thieves busy, while the second half is searching for whatever upper-level demon that hired them, Chalice says. Plus, there are also those protecting the ones who came from Hogwarts. And then, as if summoned by the sheer mention of their task, the group heard Medji's voice in their heads. Neville jumped a little when he heard her voice. He was the only one not used to Medji's telepathy. We found the upper-level demon, she said. From the looks the group was seeing the other mystic souls around them give each other, Medji's message was being sent to everyone. Her telepathy really was very powerful despite how she was only a teenager. Great work. Jaiwei's voice was also heard in the telepathic connection. Where is he or she? He, Medji tells the headmistress, and he is making his way down one of the deeper corridors. He's made it farther than most demons when they go looking for the vault. Who else is with you, Mississippi Bright? Professor Lectic's voice was then heard. Krenos is currently hanging from the ceiling as if he is Spider-Man using his vines, Medji answered. Charlotte and Mason are by the entrance to the corridor. Evidence that my brother reads too many comic books, Melody giggled. Says the girl who watches too much anime. Krenos responded. Should we engage the demon? Charlotte asked. Have you seen any of his powers in use? Jaiwei wanted to know more before her students confronted the demon. I saw him use fireballs against some of the suits of armor Jake had brought to life earlier, Mason tells her. Copycat. Mr. Bronze, you take points since you have the best chance against his fireballs, Jaiwei informs the group. Aichi Nix, you two head to them just in case he is stronger than he seems. Yes, Samaya. The two teachers responded. Do you have a clue how he and the other demons got in? Professor Gold asked the four. He looks to have some type of medallion or amulet around his neck, Krenos informs everyone. It could have either given him a power boost big enough to get them through the barriers, or has the specific ability to grant access through protective wards. Be careful in case it does give him a power boost, Jaiwei says. Gotcha, headmistress, the four responded. The connection was then cut off after that, which did make sense since it wouldn't help anyone to constantly have the thoughts of others in their head. Should we go and help them? Harry couldn't help but ask Melody. Krenos is your brother, after all. Melody simply smiled at Harry. As much as I am sure Krenos and the others would appreciate you wanting to help them, they can take care of themselves. With Krenos there, I would be more worried for the demon than I would be worried about them, Buzz chuckled. Power-boosting amulet or not, they can handle any demon they face. Harry was about to say something else, but then he saw one of the demonic 40 thieves trying to sneak up on Abby, who was fighting another of the demons, meaning that she didn't notice the demon behind her. His eyes turned stormy gray as a mini storm cloud formed overhead. Power of the storm lightning, he cast. A bolt of lightning came crashing from the cloud. It hit the demon and instantly vanquished it. Abby formed an ice shield in front of her to block the demon she was fighting to look behind her to see what had just happened. Seeing the sword on the ground and the small scorch mark, She easily figured out what happened. She smiled as she saw Harry nearby. "Thanks for the help, Harry," she called out to him. "No problem, Abby," Harry responded, then enjoyed the sight of her freezing the demon she had been fighting into an ice statue before she shattered it to vanquish the demon. Meanwhile, the other demon was doing just as well as his hired minions were, meaning he wasn't doing well at all. Meggie, Krenos, Mason, and Charlotte could have taken him on their own. So, together, they were quite the force. "This is almost too easy," Mason smirked as he continuously blocked the fireballs the demon tried to throw at them. "Guess it's now clear that necklace of his was only to get him and the 40 thieves into the school," Krenos said. Nature's vine whip. 2 vines came from around his wrists, acting as whips. They slapped the demon so hard in the face that they broke his skin. It looked like he had been cut by some type of 2-clawed creature. "No matter how many we vanquish, there will always be upper-level demons that believe they can take us on," Meggie sighed. The demon tried to throw some fireballs at her. Big mistake. Meggie simply held out her hand, and the fireballs stopped midair. Meggie brought them to her, controlling them with her telekinesis. With a smirk, she hurled them back to where they came from. The demon barely dodged out of the way. "Legend come, Big Bad Wolf," Charlotte cast. Out of her book appeared a giant wolf, different from how one would think the wolf from Little Red Riding Hood would look. It was a white wolf that had to be at least 3 times the size of a normal wolf, with red eyes and teeth that looked sharp enough to rip apart steel. It charged at the demon, who barely could keep up with both the wolf along with all the others attacking him at the same time. "How should we finish this guy?" Mason asked the other 3. "Even as an upper-level demon, he is not the strongest," Meggie says. "A simple spell cast by 3 of us at the same time should do it." "I'll distract him to give you 3 the needed time," Charlotte said. "Legend come, Excalibur." She pulled the legendary sword out of her book and charged toward the demon to aid her wolf. Charlotte may not be the most violent of mystic souls, but she certainly had power of her own. Her ability to call fairy tales and myths from her book gave her a wide variety of things she could summon. While limited to fables, fairy tales, and myths, her powers still gave her a wide range of possibilities. The other 3 took advantage of her distraction to figure out the spell to use against the demon. They knew he was upper level since he was able to hire the demonic 40 thieves, but he was not that powerful on his own. A lot of upper-level demons had vanquishing spells specific to them, but some could still be vanquished with more general vanquishing spells. They hoped this would be one of those cases. Remembering previous classes, they quickly got the spell they hoped would be the perfect fit for the demon. They joined their hands together to cast the spell. "Evil that has traveled near, I call on you to disappear. Elementals, hear my call. Remove this creature from these walls." Charlotte and her wolf both jumped back when the demon started to turn red, and not the type of red caused by a blush or by a sunburn. By the way, he also started steaming and smoking. He literally was being burned from the inside out. He soon exploded, leaving behind a small scorch mark on the floor. "If only demons would stop leaving scorch marks behind every time they are vanquished," Krenos commented. "We would save a lot on cleaning time." The others nodded in agreement, but Mason did huff given that fire was his magic. Back upstairs, the 40 thieves were dropping like flies. Swords were not very useful against the mystic souls of Crystal Rose. Even Harry was able to help more of his new friends with his powers. "If I was a lesser person, I would be jealous of how quickly you've been getting used to your weather powers," Hawk chuckled as he floated down next to Harry. "You can literally create storms in your hands," Harry reminded him. "That's why I said, if I was a lesser person, Harry," Hawk chuckled again. "One thing we are taught here is that no matter the type of powers we have, we all have our strengths and weaknesses. None of us are perfect. We all simply have our strong suits." Before Harry could respond to Hawks, Fred and George called out to him. "Harry," both of them yelled. Instantly turning around, Harry's eyes widened as he saw another 2 of the demonic 40 thieves only a few feet away from him. Even if he managed to get one of them, it would leave him vulnerable to the other. They were too close to allow him to think of anything to do. But that was when something else happened that truly shook Harry to his core. Both demons were vanished by blasts of fire and water. But that was not what caused the feeling in Harry. What shook him was seeing where the blasts had come from. Fred and George were behind where the demons had been, and both of them now had different appearances. Fred had fire around his wrists and neck, while George had water around his. Both of them also had fox ears and 9 foxtails that matched their elements. Harry's jaw hit the floor. The twins looked at each other and could only say one thing. Guess we're not as identical as we were before.